Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mech where we have had a tremendous day of tournament action already, with the weekend tournament Asia already completed, and the weekend tournament, weekend tournament European starting in about half an hour. Congratulations to our Asia winners, Rookie Group 2. Cute. Rookie Group 1 to Lally Mister. Intermediate Group 1 went to Mr. Noggers. And our Advanced Group 1 won... Well, who is this? Beat Blue Hair in the semifinals and beat Agrippnocoma in the finals. The title won here by Thunder. So, we'll be in this. Well, we won't be entering it. We'll be casting it with Salt Monkey as Zach. Look forward to that coming up in about half an hour. But we're going to play one match first. We've got Genghis Wolves as my opponent. Dropped down to about 1592 yesterday. I was not having a great set of games. So hopefully we're able to do a little bit better today. We only got one match to warm up right now. And then Triple Threat Tricksters will come after weekend tournament. After that weekend tournament. Why, thank you, Alpha Titan. How are you doing? And welcome back. Apooche was in fine form in the Mech Advanced Group 1. Got his W in 5 quick rounds. Just thump, 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 and tempoed out. We are going to expect a tempo push somewhere. In fact, maybe we'll go like this for it. Your opponent is coming from one side or the other, but we don't know where. Genghis Wolves is a aerial specialist. Lines up with that is a Sacco-esque Right. We get the round 1 win and the slight cultural education going. Genghis Wolves here. Ooh, we could... You are right on the line. We could missile some things out all day long, couldn't we? We could also just redeploy some things. Redeployment might be better for us. Why don't you come over here, sir? think I like that as a plan. That might be an even better plan. What do you think of that formation? Is that any better? There's not really a line there, right? Just go like that. Cross our own T. Okay. What do we have? There are wasps. Hello, wasps. Aren't you cute? You are aerial specialists. I see it. And we do still have fangs. Lots of fangs. Fangs alive on the opposite side as well. You know what else we have? Nobody else runs aerial spec on Archive, but we've got it if we needed it. I think it's probably better to just do some Mustang flank protection. Finish lunch. Get ready for cast. Oh my goodness, we could redeploy everything. Are these jump drivable? They are not. I don't think we even have a thing that we need to take yet. Surely he tries something shenanigan-y, right? He's gotta try something shenanigan-y. That's a word, right? Pretty sure that's a word. Yep, I called the shenanigans. You seem to be trying to heal. Oh, you have a nano repair steel ball. I see. Denied. Shenanigans denied, sir. Please try your shenanigans somewhere else, or don't. My tower, go away. Get off my lawn. And you're gonna come to us, so we just want some solid single target damage dealing. Looks solid to me. You guys did 7,000 damage last round. Meh. think we just bank. Do I care about the redeploy? Don't think I do. Yep. There is the no new alarm. There's the expected rate. And we are just making all the right decisions right now. Gonna need one something in here, I think. We've got the rates down. He does get a tower this time. He's finally gotten a tower. So that is fine. We floated 50. It's gonna be fine. Hi. I would love to shoot your race now. Don't mind if I shoot your race, sir. You do mind. I see. We just oil this push now? I think, yeah, we just oil this push. You can arrive a little bit later. There are more of them. All right. Well. Kind of looks like we need more chaff, I think. Turns out fine in the end, but those crawlers were replicated. It would have been a problem. Oh, well now. Well now. Goodbye. You've been high-key enjoying it. I love it. Why don't you guys come clump up a little bit, if you don't mind? Oh, you do mind. You mind. Okay, well, we'll just be here. are Vulcans with range. Okay. Thank you, Dorkton. Yep. I can definitely see an oil play coming from him at some point here. Gotta be getting desperate here. Right? Tournament registration should be open for those of you planning on playing. You can get yourselves in. It is replicate, okay. Ground spec. Do I have to be in EU to play? No, you do not, Zizcat. Anybody can play. You can be from any division. It's just the European evening. European prime time is what they're going for. Ah, you are welcome. Are you intending to play? I mean, you can play from any MMR. So, note that MMR losses and gains, as well as combat power losses and gains, are accelerated in the tournament. So if you're trying to complete the season pass or whatever, it behooves you to play in tournaments. Oh, well, goodness. Kind of don't even feel like it's the wasps that are the problem. I think it's just you guys. Sure. First one's in on that side can get a problematic. Play, and you can be over here. Hello, you are here in time for the end of stream raid. You have made the very start of stream, sir. We've got about 10 minutes till tournament. Actually, that or you're late for the last one, end of stream. I mean, kind of losing track of how many tournaments I'm doing on a weekend. I think we have 5 today. In a Believe It or Not category. Goodness. Did we lose this round? Did we lose this round? Did we lose this round? That makes sense. Goodness. Okay, the replicate crawlers have been a problem for sure. Were the replicate crawlers a problem? Possibly. Are they going to be this time? Probably not. No. Amrock #1 oil abuser. Apparently. So it would appear. This should have been a fang on this side, not a crawler, but we'll see what happens. There we go. War crimes committed. War crime complete. You got lunch taken away, or taken care of. Homemade burgers are amazing. Yes, homemade burgers are pretty impressive. Delicious. How is this game not over? This game feels like it should be over. There we go. Level 9, let us heal. We should sell something, though, right? Who is useless right now? They all actually seem to have a use. 1,500. Sure, you can go away. Well, I hope it was good enough. the chaff on that side has helped a lot, but not enough. Why not enough? Level 9 Sabretooth didn't delete this thing. That's a level 4 Vulcan. GG's. Nicely done. I declare you ready for tourney. Alright, and that is 24 MMR given away. It's also our tournament in 4 minutes. We'll have a weekend tournament European coming up. Sacco, HD Susauer, Onlyfangs, Dorgon, all in. There should be a bunch of the big names who were playing in the Mechabellum Advanced Group 1 earlier today. We are going to run a... we're going to run a 3-minute ad so that we have kind of complete control over our ads during the match. The sound of Stangs killing wasps is very satisfying. What killed the saber, the level 9 saber? It just got locked onto by everything. So... Baller, no tourney, or new name? One assumes new name, but I also thinking that this group is not representative of the actual top 10. I disbelieve. Why doesn't it show most of the players? It's a good question, guys. No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with follow, I don't think. I mean, because like if Illuminati was in this, or Cheney, or Void, we'd be seeing them. They should be up here. Doxson's in a warm-up match still. Doxson, Sir Parr, Clint Leetwood. You guys are gonna get into this. You need to. Oh wait, you all show as waiting for match to begin. Look at that. Yeah. So like, we can tell we're not seeing the right. We can tell we're not seeing the right list because we can tell that we're not seeing everybody. Take a screenshot of that. Welcome, welcome. We have a Zach joining us. Salt Monkey is Zach. Huge effort to arrange that Launch Clash tournament that you guys enjoyed so much. Thank you so much for doing that, man. How are you doing today? Yep. Looks like I am glad to hear it. Why are we not? Why are we not picking up your volume? Yep, not picking you up right now. I know chat cannot hear you. I can tell that chat cannot hear you. It seems to want to do this often. Let's close this widget. All right, check. Nope, still does not love you. Nope. Sometimes I have to close out of Chrome at this point for that. I don't know why Chrome doesn't love us this way. check. And pick up this window. It doesn't even see that window yet. Yeah, it does not like it. I will pull you in a minute. Welcome home, gamer, and ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We've got Weekend Tournament European number 75, including a whole bunch of big names who were present in the Mechabellum Advanced Guild Advanced Group 1 earlier today. Whole bunch of good names, but Steelsane versus Cursed stands out to me. Oh, no, it's Prince Boji and Freak Bob. That might be the, there's a Lord Clankariat versus Skay rematch of the first round last time out. That could also be really interesting. Titan versus Sacco. Oh my goodness. Let's try it. Titan's got a shot at that upset, right? Right. All right. We've got about a minute to go. Sacco sending the good luck greetings. We'll hide chat window. Trying to get the audio piece working for Zach. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish folks could hear the there it is. Try again.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
There you are. It just takes it that long to find that that piece. Can you put Mike a little closer to your mouth? You are.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
How is that? Is that better?
That looked much better. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right. The curse is real. Baller says the curse is real. Love it.
Yeah.
Welcome to round 1 of a Weekend Tournament European number 75. Alpha Titan Nearside Blue versus the number 4 seed Sacco. Sacco only lost for the 501 in the Mechabellum Advanced Group 1 matches earlier today. And we'll see if he can right the ship with a good long run into tournament, or if Alpha Titan can give him a round 1 problem. Alright, what do you like in this match, Zach? Joining me in the booth, Salt Monkey is Zach. Salt Monkey, the organizer of that Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament. Thanks for joining me today, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. No, thanks for having me. I mean, obviously, Stormcaller's a great first pickup unit because they do a lot of damage control. That said, obviously, Sacco is aggroing, and I think they're probably going to get in on tower still with, with the Stormcallers being slightly in front. But they may even tank a bit of damage from the steel balls.
That is part of what they'll do, right? They'll tank a little bit. They might even draw it across the face a little bit. But
yeah,
not with.
I've started putting mine vertical. I don't know whether you've ever done that.
I've seen, yeah. I've not done often, but there is a time for it, and this would be one of those times when you know somebody like Sacco is going to come aggro at you, especially because you've looked at this starting pack.
Yeah. If you put them aggro and then you put some fangs in the kind of vertical position as well, it is surprising how well they do. And then when the balls do get in, they just you know, it takes ages to kill them. So it's really sweet.
It's just like vertical tanks, right? Vertical sledges.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
If there were any chaff left, this would be, we could slow these guys down. It's not going to happen. 5 steel balls survive. 4 now. And in on tower, or in underneath the the missile range there. Channel point prediction up for those of you that indulge in that sort of thing. Zemp is in chat rooting for Titan.
Nice.
Well, I mean, of course, if Zemp sees Sacco knocked out, he's like, easier route to the title for me.
Yeah, true. I wonder, does he keep the Stormcallers or does he sell the right-hand side here?
Oh, he's keeping them.
He's going to keep them, right? Yeah. Okay.
Sacco adds a missile dropping on Stormcaller and Wasp on the far side. Sacco, of course, is the coach of the 501 team, which won 3 out of 4 in the Macabellum Advanced Group 1 $2,400 tournament this morning. And that prize pool actually keeps growing as
wow.
things keep getting added to it, so pretty amazing. Round one, really amazing. Round 1 level on the steel balls out here. That is going to be really tough to defeat. Titan adds a Fang behind tower. What else are you going to add to this, sir? More arc light for chaff clear. I was talking about this with Alpha just before the match started. He says he's been liking anti-aircraft ammunition on arc lights. Takes charge shot here, so his arcs just shoot a little bit less frequently. They will do a lot more damage to the steel balls when they get a lock on.
Yeah, they easily deal with these level 1s.
The level 2s are another story. And meanwhile, the level 2s are also handling the Fangs. The Fangs will not in turn get to handle the Wasps. Tower debuff.
That is a commitment to that tech early, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder whether that means he has to just go more arc lights now, but of course he's still got to deal with the Wasps.
Sabertooth for both players. Is this a sell angle or a keep angle? It looks like the Saber will be in front of tower. Now I know one of Titan's favorite techs as an anti-steel ball is to take vertical sledges. Here he's adding Mustang behind tower. Also, not doing anything about this far side tower at all. Vertical thing.
It's hard, isn't it? You're trying to stabilize at every, at this point, you're still trying to stabilize, so you're not worrying too much about their alternative tower.
Right. And if he had worried about it, Sacco has leveled it up and is still floating 250. Yeah, that's not a good sign.
No, it looks rough. Oh, man.
Let's see if you're Titan.
I like the fangs, bit of protection on that.
Right, for the make sure the Sabertooth doesn't get locked onto.
Yeah.
Goes for a value missile there. And the flank is going to get deleted by the Mustangs, but it does pull pretty deep into the corner because there is an arc light in that back corner. And that has just demolished Titan's formation here. Gets the steel balls in on the Sabertooth, and there's not going to be anything left really to play solid defense.
If this arc light gets firing on those, yeah, there we go.
mean, there's still a level 3 Saber over there with 40 some
Yeah,
odd
the
thousand
Saber's
hit points. Well, I mean, it is going to go down eventually. And
Yeah.
Titan stabilizes for round 3. Drops Sacco to 46-47.
I mean, once you see that that tower has gone to level 2 on the right-hand side, do you think, okay, I'll attack it at some point with steel balls
Yep.
or something that does that sort of ramping damage, or do you now go, okay, I'm just going to leave that. I'm going to focus on my defense.
I'm not going to let somebody chase me out of going after their tower for a cost of 100. So I'll put steel balls out there and force them to defend it in some other way.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to leave them completely committed to one side. Now, Sacco has picked up the super heavy armor, drops it on the level 3 steel balls now. Sold out of the other steel ball. And where are we going here? Each steel ball there has a 34,000 hit points. Yikes. You are starting to need steel balls to answer them. Note that Sacco has not picked up the fortified target lock, the new fun tech that has, well, it's not a new tech. It's been on my board for a long time. But
Yeah.
I know Sacco was one of the proponents that was like, look, this is useless because it reduces the range. And, you know, I liked the fact that I had found the 15% of edge cases or whatever that are worth taking it. Now it doesn't have that penalty. So if you're running it, it can be a really good defense against a steel ball push.
Yeah, I did feel like you were probably the only person pushing the heavy target damage. I didn't see it on anyone else's build, but incredibly you used to make it work, and now it just feels like a no-brainer to me. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, the change is really cool for it. But yeah, I was probably one of the few people running it.
Well, it's one thing to run it; it's another thing to make it work. And I you know, after I'd seen you run it, I played with you quite a bit. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to give it a try. And I just couldn't get it to work. It just every time would still lock. It would seemingly lock onto the smaller units, and I just couldn't get it. Yeah, couldn't understand it. So
it's a matter of it has to outrange the thing that wants it, and you need to have some really good chaff clear to go with it.
Yes, right. So. Yeah, that makes sense. But of course, that's gone now, so which is amazing. Right.
So Sacco wins this round. You've got Farseer, Sandworm, Marksman, and Fire Badger coming. Choices for both players.
What are you feeling here for Alpha?
I mean, can we light the ground on fire as a Fire Badger, maybe?
Yeah.
Sandworm for.
It would help.
Sandworm for Sacco.
It would help the arc lights, wouldn't it? And let them focus on killing stuff.
Sandworm for both players. So, and Titan is going to unleash his on the far side, but it will get. Yeah, he needs a Bobble Beacon to make that work. There you go. Note the way that he's got his piece positioned here, it should hit the tower, but you can miss a tower if you offset like this. It is possible to, right? I think this guy moves to here, and it's certainly possible for it to continue on to the, move to here, and then move right past it. Yes. I think he's got it correct, but it is a painful mistake to make. I've seen people do it with Rhino for sure.
Yeah.
You want your...
That center line looks as though it's just going past it though, right?
Right, but it should be in the attack range, right? So I think if it was a straight melee, it would be a problem, but here it's, because it's got that 50-meter radius, or 40-meter radius attack. It should be fine. It is taking its sweet time to take care of crawlers. In fact, it's going to be the only thing left after this near side tower goes down. Yeah, I think it's there.
Yeah, it's taking it.
But like I said, there's not going to be much left over there.
Oh, come on. Do the tower now. Yes.
Sacco has the charge shot, arc lights, his own worm, and his wraith, and his wasps. So, matching it, it looks kind of like a matched carry arc light. Almost a mirror with matched carry arc light, matched sandworms. But Sacco's has that heavy armor.
I mean, you've played around with this patch a little bit now. How do you feel about arc lights? I feel like because of that it was sort of, there was no buffs in the patch, was there? It was just, it felt like it was reducing everything. So by definition, that means arc lights are actually, they didn't get a nerf, so they're going to be a bit more powerful in this patch.
It's a fair interpretation. I am, as you know, not a huge fan of the arc light, but here it is. We've got two of them back to back, or face to face here. Sacco is going to mobile beacon his worm over in tower defense. How often do you see that one?
Nice.
Titan.
Oh, clever.
Redeploys the worm. Mobile beacons Mustang around a little bit. Gonna keep it out of the smoke almost perfectly. It's almost like he's read where that's gonna be pretty well.
Yeah.
Range for the Mustangs. I know Titan does like the scalability of Mustangs. So he loves to get them started and working pretty quickly.
Yeah, I feel like this is even late. Because they're so good in this match. Again, as another unit that just seems to have, by default has got a bit of a buff because everything else has been nerfed.
Right. Makes sense. I wasn't searching the patch for the units that had not been touched and had therefore gotten stronger.
They just seem so strong versus crawlers now. They've got that 30% kind of buff against crawlers, especially when they're split up.
Yeah, if they take loose crawler, right, it's a 30% buff.
In fact, they seem like the main way to deal with them, I feel like.
They have become, for sure.
Yeah.
Did both those worms die at the exact same moment? Yes, they did.
Oh!
Sacco on 4322, Titan on 2368. Is Titan transitioning into a Fort Stang game? And if so, does he have the right text to make mass-produced fort work? Or is
what would you say are the right text?
The ones that are not debuffed by the loss of ATK. Right? So,
right.
Barrier, Rocket Punch, Fang Production, Anti-Air. Those would be the ones.
Nice.
Titan is stonking his Stormcallers.
Nice, yeah.
Did Sacco pass up Stonks? Who are you, and what have you done with the real Sacco? No, there it is. Okay, there's Stonks on the Mustangs. That makes much more sense.
Surprised he didn't level the worm, but of course, I mean, he's spreading his money around, so he didn't feel like he needed to that round, I guess.
Or had things he thought was more valuable. He's taken the elite marksman on the arc lights to really try and get the damage to pop. Loose formation for everybody's crawlers now.
Mm-hmm.
course, crawlers are critical for keeping the worm on the surface, at least until the two worms engage each other. Once they do, they'll stay on the surface till one of them dies. It's Titans that goes down. And that is going to be a strong round for Sacco. He drops Titan to 1263. You see any way for him to turn it around, Zach?
I mean, he seems to now be losing the chaff war. It was interesting that round before, even though he didn't have the crawlers spread out, he still wins that last round. Of course, Sacco then adds, mainly just the extra tech on the arc lights, and that makes all the difference, it seems.
Right. And level 2 Mustangs, and didn't have the mobile beacon distracting crawlers. It also sold out of the wasps, so and I think it bought into more Mustangs.
I mean, it's that worm with the 200% armor is just, what is Alpha Titan going to do about that? Because it's clear his worm is going to lose that battle. It doesn't feel like he's addressing that. Like, I don't feel at any point that even if he clears everything else, that he can't kill right now.
Right. He has matched the elite marksman. I would love to see acid on the ground from his crawlers, because that is one way to get the extra damage done. He's not doing that. He's elite recruiting a pair of sabers, and
okay, double shot.
Yep, he already has the tech because of the level 4 saber, and with the stock module on it, it looks like he's planning to sell that one next round. So he wants some additional ones this round. Entertaining little mobile beacon there. So he's got his level 4 backing up so that it's not on the front lines, doesn't go down early to the worms, and can fight from behind the worm instead of in front of it. Sit there, do the damage. That was a really clever position.
Oh yeah.
And it does delete this one on the right, or on the far left. If he can get a little bit, no, he's not survived long enough to get the contribution kill. This thing fell about 150 XP short of leveling, and Titan falls 230 hit points shy of surviving. Great effort. Really clever little play there. But Sacco is Sacco and is excellent at this game. And the Super Heavy was not too much. You took the Super Heavy down. It was the second level 2 worm that turned out to be too much. The saber was very nice.
How hard they are. They are just incredible when you get up to that level.
Yeah.
What's it doing damage-wise? 28,000 per shot, and it's got a double shot.
It's got the double shot, so 56,000. It is going to take it about 8 shots to get through that. So 24 seconds of engagement, 26 seconds of engagement. And as Titan said, it took all round, though. The Super Heavy was what broke me.
Yeah. Well, it was not. It looked at one point Sacco was going for the balls, wasn't he? And then he didn't have a tech on them. They got offered the worm. He sold out of it because they weren't actually doing an amazing job that previous round.
Right.
And from then on, it was kind of it became a problem.
Right. Well, yeah, it was not his best damage dealer. That falls to the level 5 arc lights. But it was so tanky that nothing ever gets to shoot the level 5 arc lights. Even if you wanted to EMP them, you never get the opportunity. So it's carry arc light from an aggro position, having transitioned into it from at the steel ball start, supported by the worms. All right, we have a almost complete round, so we'll go around the room real quick. Horrible Will, the number 1 seed, loses to Godius Prime. There's your upset of the day. Red Reapers beats Best Balanced Team. Rooster over Azil. Zemp beats Neopulse. HD Susauer beat Kuzmorgo, and Masao over River Skende. Zorgon, you were facing Iron Commander. So this is the one with the Iron Commander Instructor is a solid player. Dorgon gets the win there. Dachshund beats Kebab Sniffer. Chemtrails over Krog. Chemtrails, I believe he's on one of the Triple Threat Tricksters teams, and they're not able to put together their trio today. So in the semifinals, it's a little unlucky. Steelsane beats Cursed. Fishmob beats OnlyFangs. Arcadin over Press F for Boats. I almost expected that to be a Woot name. Prince Boji beats Freak Bob. See, there was no caster curse there. Nothing. That outcome had nothing to do with me. Rackelhan beats Stony. Dionys over J Shoots. Too Smart with the. So I've got to point something out here. My Google Lens translates this not as Too Smart, but as Your Death. It's a great name.
Your Death.
Your Death. But Jeremiah did not ready up, so Your Death is through. It cast as Softboy Dream on the verge of elimination. Skay beats Lord Clinkariat. We cast that one as the round 1 match of Weekend Tournament Asia at number 75. So entertaining that they happened to draw each other again. Odds of that seem kind of low, but yeah, there we go. Felix beats Call Me Daddy. Genetic over Thalion. Nicely done, Genetic. We have The End of the Starry River. Galaxy's End beats KMPAC. Math is Might beats Cheeseburglar. Apooche over Doomslayer. Mater Peters, Zillalag, Sacco, and the Fun Police. The conclusion there. All getting the wins. Further on down, Tala, Naiden, Spa, Ape in Shape, Baratna beats Teddy. Teddy says that in that match he made a classic mistake. Took acid on crawlers that are running into fire. They died. The acid amplified the fire and therefore burnt all of his units. I think we've all been there, and yeah, that is one you will never forget doing. Brutal. Pancho Osan gets a win. Peugeot. Slobodur der Pol, Krakow, Shoe Booty, Douchebag. Thanks. TNT all getting wins. Top Flip never readied up. Bombarchik, Mike Tyson beats Skip. That's a fun one. 91 Verist beats Mumbo Jumbo. Demandred over Phoenix Flight. So a whole bunch of folks at about my level there. Alex Vandetop gets the win. Spartan has a win. Royal Ice Cool beats Test Tyvex. Lion Spirit over Fedez. Schizo Family TV. Market Sniper. Rackamacafin. Emba. Tofu. I can't say this one with a straight face. Tofu Vernictor. Sajsuto and Rook with the remaining wins. Now, how has Cast not closed this game out? What is going on?
Tofu Nectar means Tofu Destroyer. Okay, Doggone, thank you.
Tofu Destroyer. Vegetarian who really, really hates tofu. Or, something. Something like that.
Or just meat eater, probably.
Carnivore, yes. But, more fun to imagine the very angry, very toxic vegetarian.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
Softboy Dream is in. Yes, you've got Mechanical Division Sandworms and Mechanical Division Steel Balls You can strike me down, but you will only make me stronger, right?
Interesting. These guys are really thinking this one through.
And he's dropped cast about half his hit points in the last couple of rounds, so clearly holding on. Both sides have the lightning storm. There's a couple of worms, acid crawlers. Oh dear. You've thrown down the acid crawlers to oppose opponent's worms, but you also have your own worm. I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Are we going to see the acid into fire into problems that we just heard about from Teddy?
Oh, that's the start of it anyway, yeah.
It really does look that way. They all ran into the middle. They're all dying. They're all in acid.
No. Disaster.
Okay. Oh, I think the Wormageddon has kind of cleared here. We've got one left on the far right, one left on the left. That was under the smoke. The cast is going to finish this out. Soft Boy Dream made him work, though. Llama Prob wants to know, how can you possibly take up arms against that avatar? It's true. It's true.
That's a classic.
All right, that has gotten us through to next round, and we'll run our ad now so that you're not missing any part of the match action. Top 10 players at this point are the conclusion: Red Reapers, Sacco, Rooster, Zillag, Zemp, Major Peters, HD Susauer, Apooche, and Masao. So we should have 56 unbeaten, and nobody has dropped. So that's a good sign.
Brilliant.
Any particular players you've been wanting to watch?
I'm just having a look through the list, actually. I mean, I'd really like to see Gautius Prime, given he beat a horrible Will.
Right.
I find that really interesting. Love to know what he's doing.
He'll be up against Tala as the absolute two middle seeds here. So that could be entertaining.
Feels like he's earned his stripes.
Certainly has, yeah. All right, let's do it. Gautius Prime.
Okay, nice. Right, spread the love. The worm lose. The game curse is negated when both players make worms. Yeah, I suppose it is.
Love it.
I gotta say, I normally have kind of problems with worms. I don't know about this curse that you speak of, because
right, it's entirely the caster's fault that the worm is not working. No. I think this wasn't about being cast, though. This is just the worms lose the game curse is completely negated when both players take worms. Yeah. So we saw that with both Titan and the and that final match. Both players made worms, therefore both players have to lose. Channel point prediction is up for Tala versus Gautius Prime. The 29 seed versus the 28 at this stage.
Real middle of the diddle match, but given we know that Gautius Prime has just knocked off the seed, the number one seed, I'd be betting with him.
Well, the audience just agreed with you.
Sorry, am I losing you channel points here?
Welcome round two. Welcome to round two of Weekend Tournament European number 75. Tala near side in blue, facing Godius Prime. Godius Prime coming off the upset win against the number one seed, Horrible Will. So on quite the tear. Tala, that is a very dapper avatar. Came fourth in the mini tournament week 75 European Advanced Group 4. So our mini tournament was big enough to have 4 advanced groups. Love it.
Oh. Yeah, interesting picks. I mean, definitely, I would say these are somewhere near the back of the pack at the moment. The Giant Specialist and the Cost Control. Maybe with Rhino being the least picked right now. I don't know about you, but that's certainly the feeling I get.
Yeah, I only pick Rhino when I am kind of forced into by unit selections and other terrible options.
Yeah.
Well, if speed is your least picked, that might be part of your problem with worms. Make your worms faster, Void. Gosh, why haven't you tried it? Why they get back out of the acid quicker? Okay, Tala near side, a cost control specialist with a marksman Mustang opening, which that just hurts, and hurts even more when you run into the sledge crawler opening. It's Godius Prime has added a pair of arc lights. Yeah, the sledges should pretty much hard counter the Mustangs here. You can see they've won hard on the right. The side where there are at least 2 marksmen on the left does a bit better. Not going to do well enough to survive the power debuff. Is this how Godius Prime beat Horrible Will? Just straight up tempo? Tala started with more than 5,000 hit points. He's down to 4,560 already. He does not look concerned. That avatar is just never going to look concerned.
3 fangs. I mean,
just love
again,
it.
I would never.
I would never pass that up.
Oh, I would never pick it. I would never pick it.
Why wouldn't you? How else are you getting three more chaff deploys when you need one? When you need them?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, I normally just then buy the fangs and I have the other unit. So in this instance, I would have been looking at the Wraith or the Rhino to try and, especially the Rhino.
So you take the Wraith, and then what, are you going to triple recruit fangs?
Yeah.
So that costs you 350.
Yeah, it does, but I got a level 2 Rhino too. That's right. Well, that's my.
Yeah. See, for me, it's I'll take the 3 fangs and then recruit whatever it was I really wanted to recruit, rather than the bear-like gifted. Of course, for those of you that are long-time subscribers, we do have new emotes from our artist, funded by you guys' subs and donations. I really appreciate it. So, I hope you guys are enjoying those as much as Tala enjoyed that missile. That was a satisfying missile. Tala has added a pair of storms, which, I'm just going to drop a whole bunch of missiles on top of the slow-moving units. For Godius Prime, it was both players took the Fang drop, and Godius Prime adds a couple of marksmen. This time with that missile on the right side. Tala holds the right. Looks like he's going to hold the left. Maybe. Depends how drunk these 2 Stormcallers are. It doesn't get the last shot off. So, Tala wins on the missile side, loses on the other side.
They're a must-buy for cost control, aren't they? You've just seen there how that turned that round.
Certainly stops Godius Prime from putting on the tempo pressure. Godius Prime down to 3,900 hit points. Tala on 4,600. Extended range Vulcan, anyone? Would you like your Vulcans to be able to shoot the entire board?
Surely they both go for this.
Well, as I know you love Vulcans, not everybody loves them that much. There it is.
No, he doesn't do it. Okay.
Electromagnetic impact for Godius Prime. And he's basically going to drop that on the crawlers, storms, and marksmen, but it would also pick up the Vulcan placement. Obviously, it doesn't turn off the extended range Vulcan, but halfway decent spot for it. And Godius Prime adds his own Stormcallers. Now, why would you add the storms vertical at this stage when you're not getting pushed? Thoughts?
Yeah, it's an odd choice, isn't it? I think maybe he just felt like that last round. Yeah, just an odd choice, but maybe he's expecting the Vulcan, and he thinks, well, they're a cheap. Stormcallers are a pretty good, cheap way of taking down the Vulcan.
Well, I can see them as a take. I'm just questioning the vertical arrangement, but maybe it's genius. We'll see.
Yeah, I see quite a lot of players do the vertical. I don't like it like the side, as you say. I prefer it either right behind the tower, or just have. But it was interesting. I was watching the Stormcaller shots there, and actually they were sort of taking down different Mustangs. So actually they looked effective.
Yeah, I was paying attention to them visually as well. Like, had my eye on it. It's kind of interesting to watch. I'm gonna have to play with it a little bit myself. One of the advantages of having them out there, of course, is that you don't get the whole pack distracted if there's a back flank or a unit right up on the round. Both sides go subsidized storm. Tala takes a Vulcan up for the right side.
Oh, I hate these games. So many storms.
It is going to be 4 storms for each player, and Godius Prime has the option to or mass recruit one more.
I would be absolutely thinking about where can I get the 400 turrets down, because it completely negates his Stormcaller.
Well, both sides have 4 Stormcallers, so either can make that play.
But I often find the one who does it first, they'll win that next round. They get the value from, rather than waits.
Right. The one that does it when the other does not is, of course, the one that benefits. Interesting that we've gone with a heavy investment in sentry missiles from both players, with that as a possible play. Breaking news from Alpha Titan's match. He says he ran a fast, elite hacker defense of Spider aggro. An opponent apparently lost to it round 1 and was very salty, but directed the salt at the RNG and not at Titan.
Tell me why his right side won. Left side. Oh, I suppose. Hang on.
The missile interactions. They each dropped 1 sentry missile. The Tala's sentry missile took out a pack of Godius Prime's sledges on the right side. The Godius Prime's missile took out a pack of Mustangs on the left. So that's why Tala won on the right and Godius Prime won on the left.
Production, feel great on
Yeah, most tank production's pretty good. I like steel ball production even more, and I love tanks. It's just that the steel balls come out a little bit more quickly. Godius
Yeah.
Prime took the portable shield.
Wonder what he's gonna. I wonder if he's gonna go melters or level 2. That would seemingly be a waste on the sledgehammers because he's making too easy and he's leaving gaps for.
Right, he's the giant specialist. He hasn't gone for any giants yet. So
Yeah.
if you weren't planning on buying a giant by round 5, what are we doing here? Why are we in giant specialist? He's throwing down techs for range on marksman and arclight.
The arclights. That investment in those arclights is like.
You've only got 3 arclights on the board, right? Why are we not in Vulcans here?
Yeah. Odd, isn't it? It's odd. Really odd. I always find as a giant player that I certainly like getting Stormcrawlers because I feel like they can hold a match for me for a while.
Right.
And then I'm looking to unlock giants. I'm looking to not necessarily play the giants, but at least have them unlocked so I can hit around or I go, oh, I might have 2 different types of giants coming in the field.
Right. He's not even unlocking them. It's round 6. He's not doing the unlock to block. And he takes the double fort. So maybe this is one play, but I'll go ahead and throw down 4 forts, but it's not like his opponent can't do the same play, right? Whereas as the giant specialist, you could have, for example, taken, and he's only got 6 units unlocked. So unlock on round 1, 2, 3, and 4. This was the drop, so it's on. He's only paid to unlock 3 units.
I'd have loved to have seen melters there. I'd have loved to have
you should have
5 units.
He should have blocked Melter. Now he takes Melter, right? Well, he knows that it's not on the board. So, also a little bit dubious. Both players are in the fort. We've got the fort with portable shield on the far right for Godius Prime. Also kind of confused why Tala is not going for Vulcan plus Melter instead of Vulcan plus Fort, but we'll see. Godius Prime adds a pair of outside crawlers to try and draw, and that's one of those where I'd love to see that just a little bit further forward, and that way he can drop something behind it to clear up the chaff that's going to get drawn out there.
Okay.
Tala adds a 3rd Vulcan, and here's the advantage of being in a giant with the 300 range instead of an arclight with the 300 range, right? You're throwing down a real chaff player unit. No disrespect for arclights, but
Well, they ain't nothing on the super range Vulcans.
yes. I'm so confused how a giant specialist passed that up. That really might be a forgot he was giant specialist for a moment. I think we've all been there and done that.
Tala has to. If Tala sells his shirt,
right?
It goes melt, and there's no way back. But I don't know.
We'll see if he makes that choice. Godius Prime wins round 6 and drops Tala to 2456. There's efficient giant manufacturing for both players. It's round 7. Surely you're going deep into this game. No, Godius Prime takes the nano repair kit. It's on the opposite side fort. And we're both just going to commit to the forts. Both players took
I don't
range.
like that.
They're in perfect mirror attacks on those. So we'll find out if 3 Vulcans and 2 level 1 forts beat a board with 2 level 2 forts, but the level 2 forts have items on them. And Torgun says, class versus maths. It's, well, now Godius Prime adds the 2 forts as well.
Yeah. It looks for all the world that Talos should get, has more units, has bigger units, should be winning the round. But actually, going to maybe it is the arc lights that are making it. But no.
Might actually be a chaff fort then, one of the
Yeah.
late,
Better chaff.
you can see the sledges are tanking for a while. The late fangs arrive. And we've got big, strong forts to muscle through things here. Healing through, dealing more damage per shot outbound. Once they start to win, it snowballs from there.
Yeah.
Vulcan has done nothing for about an hour. Ends up losing a round. Godius Prime is solidly in command now, with Tala down to 50 or 550 hit points. And you feel like there was an opportunity to go Vulcan Melter here that was completely missed, right? That was 2 rounds ago. Sell one of those forts, and then sell the other one this round, as you're going into... You'd have had 3 or 4 melters on the board with range instead of 4 forts on the board with range.
Well, even now, if you at least put down 4 missile turrets potentially, and he's gone heavier into his storm. He's upgraded his storm. So, maybe focus on the range enhancement. Possible, maybe even put the EMAG on them, so that the forts are then become outranged by his forts. It's possible to come back, but the obvious choice was Melter.
I'm not a believer in this Rhino Assault. Godius Prime adds Barrier for the fort's 500 hit points. Hello, thank you for the follow and comments. Much appreciated, Savage AT Stream.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone EMAG now with a sort of single shot EMAG. I don't think.
Right. At this point, they have to punch through the fort, and that's the fort shield. That's another thing that those melting points would have done very, very well.
On Marksman has landed its electromagnetic shot. Right, there we go, that was the first one.
Right, finally getting that to land.
All the while, the Stormcrawler is doing massive damage.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Yep. And Godius Prime gets the round win, round 8 knockout against Tala. So we can see a little bit of the strength that led him to beating Horrible Will in round 1. He's through to round 3 unbeaten. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
The Prince Boji match is still going, and Krakow's doing really well.
All right.
To quick look at that.
Certainly, we could take a look at Woot. He's in Where is this? There we go. Woot's comp basically got heavily neutered, let's say, in the most recent patch. The debuff to Chin Gun has just completely, I think, disabled what he was doing with those aggro boat positions. But he's forcing it anyways, and
Yes,
is
he is.
running it. Is running that Overlord artillery. So I haven't seen anybody else running Overlord artillery since this patch changed it. The previous version of it did 11,000 damage at a range of 120. Now it's a range of 140, but only 4,000 damage per level. And he's also running the Typhoons. He's given up on the Typhoon barrier, which was dropped from 10,000 to 8,000 points per level. Wait a minute. It's an aggro fort game at the end of the day.
Yeah, he needs boats. I'm just going to build forts now.
How many anti-missile barrages does it take to kill one wasp, Zach?
No, right? It's so annoying. Oh, come on. It's 2 forts. It's 2 forts, so there we go. They melted. Absolutely melted.
So, Prince Boji, Woot, the forts actually carry the day for him. He'd level those. He's at Krakow down to 2,300 hit points. Krakow in ranged anti-air wasps. Krakow has a portable shield and a barrier available for whatever ground giant defense he wants to run. Doesn't want to run a ground giant defense, he wants to run a Wraith. So that'll be a Wraith with portable shield. In theory, to tank the anti-air barrage from the forts, I would guess.
Yeah.
Woot takes 3 more Typhoons with anti-air. That's actually going to turn out to be pretty strong against the Wraith. The Wraith with D-Gen Beam.
He doesn't have Photon on his boat, so he can't. He hasn't
Right.
got any.
They can't turn the... can't just turn off the D-Gen easily, although you can, of course, drop EMP onto that Wraith because it's up front, relatively.
Surviving quite well. But
Takes it a while, but it does tank a couple of barrages. Enough to get the Wasps to engage a couple of boats. And you can see just how valuable the Wasps are there. They destroy a bunch of floating money in terms of Woot's board, but looks like we'll have 4 giants surviving at the end of this round, plus a whole bunch of Typhoons. Typhoons still do 300 hit points of damage on the bar, and that will be enough to drop Krakow to 49 hit points. Still alive. Staying alive.
You do. How do you close this out? I mean, is it? Do you just press ground specialization on the boss? Right?
Right. I've got to do something here.
Range.
Photon emission for Prince Boji, of course, completely negating the Wraith. We were just talking about that. Can't turn it off now. And now he takes the bubble. He's got so many Typhoons that even at 8,000 hit points, the bubble is well worth doing at 400 cost. And he has been, you heard it here, Prince Boji has been selling those beloved overlords. He's down to 2.
Of
course,
breaking news.
One of the 2 is his gold damage dealer from last round at 100,000 hit points. So,
there we go. He's hit it. He's hit the ground specialization. It's hit it and pray.
Hit it and pray. Jump drive them all together. No. They're all jump driven together. They can get missiled together.
Enhance range. Have to enhance range. Got no money left. What?
He could rapid resupply. Where's temp range, Krakow?
Please, temp range. There we go.
Oh,
there we
just
go.
in time.
Okay.
3 seconds left. But that huge pack of wasps is very, very missilable. I worry.
There are missiles. He needs his crawlers to get through first. That's for sure.
There's like 1 crawler left on the ground. Nope, there is the missile.
Yeah, it's got there. They're safe. They could. That's a lot of
That's a lot coming. I don't think it's going to work out.
Level.
We've got tower debuff, though. Tower debuff doesn't apply to shields. That's part of the strength of both points and typhoons. And sheer strength of numbers is the other part here.
Wow.
Everything is dead. Krakow is dead. And GG. Prince Boji, you know, has probably lost a bit of MMR with this patch, but still enough to handle a 1600 MMR. Nice effort by Krakow. Put Prince Boji under some pressure for sure. And this is not the board that Woot was running a couple of, well, you know, days ago. Thursday even. Wednesday for sure.
I'm just going to grab a coffee during our quick break.
I am actually going to do that as well. We'll run an ad real quick. Congrats to the 2 in 3 who had taken Tala. And we'll take a quick look at our top seeds now. Are the Conclusion, Sacco, Rooster, Mater Peters. Apooche gets by GCE. Let's see what our matches were. Conclusion, Sacco, Zillalag, Mater Peters, Apooche, Math is Might, and Galaxy Ends all getting wins, along with Bombarchik, Steel Sane, Shoe Booty, Rackelhan, Poncho Osan, Chemtrails, Dorgon, all sorts of good results for folks we know. We will actually have an interesting one in Zillalag against Prince Boji. In fact, that might be our... Oh, no, we have Apooche versus Cast. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Apooche versus Cast was the match in Mechabellum Advanced Group 1 this morning. That Apooche won in 5 rounds. I'll put this one up for you guys. Channel point prediction is up for this one. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. What you might have missed is the intro to this match, which is we have a rematch of Apooche versus Cast, 2 of the all-time money leaders in Mechabellum history. Apooche, winner of the Launch Clash tournament, Cast, the winner of the DreamHack tournament. Those are 2 of the biggest money tournaments that have been held in the history of Mechabellum. Apooche and Shoutcast met this morning in Advanced Group 1, Mechapellum Advanced Group 1 action, the $2,400 tourney that Yes Win Big is running. We have Cast and Nearside Blue, Aerial Specialist, Fortified, Sabretooth, or Giant, against Apooche, Farside Red, with his choice of Cost Control, Marksman, Fire Badger, or Elite. Welcome to round 3. The sharp end of the tournament as we start to get folks matched up to the minor points system. You start to get some really good MMR v MMR matches. Both of these players streaming it at the moment, so you can pick up either player's perspective. Apooche was the runner-up in this tournament last week, looking to, well, at the time he was looking to repeat. And Cast is going to start out, wow, there is one of the most missilable formations you're going to see. A Steel Ball Crawler and then Fang all packed together. Of course, the Steel Ball and Crawler will have moved slightly away from the Fang, so the missile would only pick up the first two, I think. But, wow, that is impressive. Apooche, Marksman Specialist with Stormcaller and Fang on the far side, is clearly expecting some kind of aggro from the aerial ball start, but goes ahead and takes a pair of crawlers for behind the towers. Apooche, of course, loves chaff, builds a really good chaff board, but the way that he beat Cast in the Mag 1 match today was as a Typhoon Specialist, used Typhoons on rounds 3, 4, and 5 to pretty much tempo out the game, using the hit point damage that they deal. So here he's got vertical fangs to try and clog up the steel balls, play some defense, and then these crawlers arrive. Everything should be in under the storm crawlers. The vertical storm crawlers is the last line of defense should they be needed. In round 1 they will not be needed. And it'll be a quick about 500 hit points of damage on Cast. Cast has 5,300 hit points to start, so can't afford a round 1 loss. Is not going to get quickly tempoed out. And is dropped to 47.54. Comment about Woot is that he was at 2.2k before the patch and was likely under 1850 by the time the tournament started. So that is how quickly that MMR has gone for Woot with the new unit. But of course, with the patch, new balance. But he's, of course, trying to learn how to play it, how to play the style that he wants to play anyways. And we'll see if he's stubborn enough to stay down at the 1850, or if he finds a way out of it, or if he switches strategies. Cast takes the Nano Repair Kit. Apooche always takes plenty of time thinking about this, does pick the haste module, which he was using speed very, very effectively in that Mag 1 match earlier today to get units that were flank screening up into the main fight pretty quickly. Cast tries a round 2 crawler. It's almost the exact same as... oh, nope. I was going to say, this is almost the exact same as he tried in the Mag 1 match, where he placed this crawler and wins round 2, but then lost rounds 3, 4, 5 by essentially having committed to that outside position. These fangs off the line won't protect the steel balls from a missile, so there's still a missile opportunity here. But crawlers up the middle are going to distract. They split really nicely for Cast as well.
Yeah.
And keep distracting for quite a while. Eventually, the Stormcallers get involved in the fight.
This is he's taking into full Fang. That's what he's to go to.
That's what the outside fangs are. Makes some better sense than the crawler on the line here.
Yeah.
Sure. But Apooche's won the first 2 rounds, cast down to 42.94. Now, of course, to make Fang Gaming work, one of the key early elements is picking up something like range. Elite Fang could be really helpful, but could be very dangerous if you can't afford to recruit them the way that you want, and you can't afford to tech them. So
I'm stunned.
he skips. He skips. If you are right, that would be to afford the 2 levels and the range, rather than being committed to buying 2 of them. What the correct defense to Fang Gaming, of course, is Mustangs, which Apooche buys. He's already got a Mustang item in the haste module, so he's going to drop those outside. It looks like Cast was trying to fake Fang Gaming to draw the Mustangs into a Wraith. Here we go. It's a Nano Repair Wraith.
Nice.
Going for the bait and switch, and Apooche has ranged Stangs. It has to respect, absolutely has to respect the Fang Gaming possibility. So can't afford not to take this.
You think it's an odd pick though, because he does have marksman on the field with aerial specialization. So again, is this another fake potentially?
Don't think so. I think it's the real. Real deal. I mean, he doesn't attack the Wraith, so he can always sell out of it to get into the, go out of the Nano Repair Kit, put that somewhere else. So it could be something like a transition to aggro fort, potentially.
Yeah. Because it would be nice if he faked out the anti-air on the mob and then sold it.
Well, there's certainly a risk of overreacting too quickly. But right now, the steel balls, you get that really nice pie wedge pull that he achieved with a crawler deep, and kind of ensured that he got through on tower with the Wraith and steel balls. But the level 3 marksman eventually handles things for Apooche. 3 rounds in a row, and Cast is on 3,800.
Okay, what do you go here?
Well, Typhoon for Apooche. I've seen him do very, very well with Typhoon. In fact, that's what he used to beat Cast a last time out. Oh, he's got this positioning perfect. Like, look at the positioning of the Fangs where they're splitting, and now he's dropping the Typhoons where they will split as well. So one goes forward, one goes back, and
that's really nice.
That's what he did against Cast in that Mag 1 game. It's really excellent positioning. Worth looking at from above, right? Cast loves this play where he's going to apply and then remove a whole bunch of mobile beacons just to change the facing of some of his units so that they engage in the directions he wants them to. Now he's gone to the Fang Gaming, adds the ranged Fangs with a pair of sledges up front on the line. Interesting. Where are you going with this, sir?
I know, he's not sold anything either. I don't understand. I really don't.
So the level 2 sledges can tank the Mustangs and the Typhoons, right? They won't take the level 3 Typhoon, but they would tank the 2 level 1s if he takes armor enhancement, which he does have on the bar. Of course, there are still marksmen that will eventually chew through things. And Apooche has 3 different directions worth of coverage with Typhoons.
Okay. My hand side is... has to crush this right hand side.
Right. Cast is not able to punch through on the right. Apooche winning on the left. Apooche's defense just so strong right now. And of course, if you love Apooche gaming, stay tuned on this channel between Europe and the Americas tournaments, because Apooche is on Team Melter, along with yours truly, Katsamu and Alpha Titan, and we are in the semifinals of Triple Threat Tricksters. So
Excellent.
the four of
Looking
us.
forward to that.
Well, thank you, appreciate it. The four of us will be operating together as a team. You get to hear some of the behind the scenes communication there. We're looking to repeat as TTT champions. Apooche takes the advanced missile device that can just missile out these two sledges on the line. There is no stopping it. 15,000 hit point missile will just pop those two, and now he's starting to really tempo this out, right?
Never felt like Cast is he. I don't know. I don't know whether he had a game plan or messed up by the props.
Well,
whether he's just slow to sell, I don't know.
It's really interesting to watch this in the context of that Mag 1 match as well, because it was a fairly similar attack, it was a fairly similar defense, and Apooche won that in 5 rounds. So you have to wonder if there's going to be a point at which this turns around, or if that ship has sailed. You can see
he's done nothing different.
Cast is dropping sledge in the back corner, so there's at least one that's going to survive and have some pullback there.
Yeah.
And adds the energy absorption. These level 2 steel balls did get a lock on the level 3 typhoons. That should be enough to leech themselves back up to full health.
Yep, fair enough. Certainly got 2 of them. Yeah. The other one. Again for the tower.
Gets all the way to tower. Gets the tower, but by then the left side has completely collapsed. The missiles as well have taken out these 2 packs of sledges, but the Wraith is leveled. If he wants to commit to it, he's but Apooche still hasn't lost a round yet, and doesn't look well. Maybe he will this time. I was gonna say it didn't look likely to. Now he's got things, the steel ball stuck on chaff, and wins round 5. Castle felt a lot closer to stabilizing there. It slows the bleeding at 2130.
I was about to say, Apooche surely goes Scorpion. That's beautiful for him.
That is exactly what he did in the Mag 1 match. It looks like it's like watching an instant replay.
Right, okay.
Faced with the same decision points, he's making similar decisions. Of course, this is very clever, the turn of these fangs. If there was a flanking unit back, those fangs go back and engage with it. If there's not, by the time the round starts, they have rotated back around to face the front. So he doesn't lose anything by that, other than, attention or actions per minute sort of thing. He just has to be able to cover it, make sure he gets all of those moves done, and still has time to do the real strategizing. He's got all of his monies to spend.
Okay, level 3 steel balls with suck. That's good. I mean, I guess you could say that Apooche is spending money on missiles every round, so he's losing at least 100 a round. Maybe that's good.
It's only good if you're not having that translated into hit points on the bar. That timing of that missile is great to hit this pack of steel balls. Left side seems to be winning even harder. Cast's right side has the level 2 fort with nano repair now, replacing the...
Oh, that's gonna go down to the Scorpion.
Oh
no,
so
it's got another hit in it. Yeah.
It's trying to heal through.
do enough damage. No.
Fort
Oof.
deleted. Cast down to 1020. Apooche still untouched at 4,500. His defense is just so strong, it looks like he's in complete command of this game.
Yeah. If he goes advanced defensive tactics, surely that's just GG.
I mean,
But he skips.
he skips
Maybe
it.
he doesn't value that.
It's 350. He rarely clicks the 300 to take the attack enhancement, so not a huge fan of strictly increasing attack value. You can argue it either way. It's plus 24 for 300 off the tower. It's plus 30 for 400 here. So,
Yeah.
you know. A little
But
bit.
then when you can stack them and you've got things like Mustangs and Typhoons on the field, isn't it like proportionally better? That's what the way it feels to me.
Right.
I mean, I've not done the math, and you know, it's more likely Apooche has. So whatever he does probably makes more sense. But
appreciate you trying to inject the drama of the discussion at least. It's great effort, man. It's great effort. For Cast, he has eventually wound up in Fang Fort Gaming, but is it just me, or does it feel like this is way too late? And it's going to be running through Apooche's oil. So
yeah. Look at that triple missile just deletes the donut, which is nice.
Right, that missile is 15,000 because it's the advanced missile device. Almost enough to one-shot that donut.
Oh, it's interesting that he went acid rather than range.
On the Scorpion?
Yeah, like I would have thought.
You're walking into it, right?
Yeah, I suppose, but you want to make sure it's still at the back, or then double shot, but maybe.
Well, maybe you don't if you want that Scorpion to tank.
Yeah. But then it did nothing. It did nothing, did it?
This could be the first crack in the armor. Has begun to stabilize. It's round 7. He takes his first 500 hit points off of Apooche. Drops Apooche to 3982.
Oh, I don't see what Apooche picked there because it's gone blank, but I'm guessing
it's a
melting point.
Melter point. Yeah, melting. Level 2 melter. If he picks so quickly that sometimes as a spectator, we see that he's picked before the card has even loaded in. So it never finishes loading. It gets abandoned. Like abandons the attempt to load the asset. Or maybe it's just that the hook isn't there. Maybe the hook isn't to the full size versus the small size. Kind of an odd one.
I mean, Apooche did commit quite a lot to missiles last round, but this feels like the missing piece.
Right. The 2 forts get out in front and tank, and now they get deleted by the melters.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, you'll be running into the Scorpion.
Yeah, and oil, and interestingly, Cast did not sell anything that game, right? He never sold anything.
Okay.
That for top level players, I find that really unusual.
It is unusual, but there's a theory there about that selling out of something is costing yourself tempo. It's costing hit point damage on the bar, and you can't necessarily afford that if you're trying to tempo somebody out. Apooche finally adds the backside crawlers to distract these guys. He knows those are going to lose, but they serve as a distraction for long enough to ensure that he's going to get melter locks on the things he needs melter locks on. These guys are going to get back to the fight way too late. The big fort is sitting in acid. Getting
Oh,
shot by
that
level
time.
2 or level 3 marksman there, and yeah, it is deleted. So is the other
Hardly needed
fort.
the melters.
The melters are now melting fangs, and I think that is gonna be GG.
Amrot, what's your, there's been a lot of debate, especially right now on oil, oil drops,
Ah,
and obviously it's showing up as a card, and obviously the ability to buy it. Um, and of course, aggro players are really against it. But what's your kind of general feeling about oil and its place in the game?
I think you do need something to slow this down. And like in real world, you look at something like, you know, anti-tank barricades and such, like trenches, etc. Like you do get to defend your territory, and there you need to figure out a way to overcome it. Your aggro can't just be as simplistic as rush. Let's go. I'll jump into the fun police match. So I think you need to be able to play around it, whether that's going over it with air, establish some air superiority and get over the oil, whether that's units that are tough enough to survive, units that are fast enough to get through it, units that are long range enough to shoot over it. Whatever it is, your plan for aggro needs to include a plan for oil. If you're just going to
Right.
count on rushing that tower every single time, that's too simplistic,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's
Good
just go, figure it out. And I know I jokingly asked Sacco that question in an interview today, and what would your one request to Bear like be? And he was like, get oil off the tower, right? It can, from Sacco's perspective, in his defense, he's not saying oil doesn't belong in the game. He's just saying he doesn't want it available on top. I
Yeah.
kind of agree with some of the things that Titan has said, where the part of the issue may be the fact that you can slow somebody down on one round and then slow them and light them on fire on the second round. So maybe if this were something more like mud, or more like those static defenses that I'm talking about, that's like concrete barricades, anti-tank barricades, concrete and iron, something like that just make it difficult to get through. That would be something. Earthworks,
Yeah.
whatever, might be better than something that you can light on fire like this. That, or just like, lore-wise, why are all of our mechs so vulnerable to fire? They're not organics. They shouldn't burn so easily.
Yeah, it's a good point. Really good point.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again with Vulcan has it, Vulcan's the only unit that can spew it out, isn't it? Do you give an oil thing to to Stormcallers, for instance?
Right. Replacing fire on storms with oil on storms would be an interesting one, right?
Yeah.
Like you're no longer lighting the ground on fire. You have to have a 2-unit combo to light the ground. I don't know. There could be some interesting ones, but I don't think it is as. I think it especially punishing to one-sided asymmetrical aggro, and I think if it weren't for things that punish one-sided asymmetrical aggro, one-sided asymmetrical aggro would be too strong. Right?
Yeah.
So we've got things, multiple things in the game that punish clumped units, right? We have nuke, we have storm, we have orbital bombardment, we have oil, right? There's all sorts of things. On this board in front of us, the conclusion is on 15 hit points, and I've calculated that to perfection as the war factories, the forts, the Phoenix drops Market Sniper down to 641. The conclusion, or the fun police here, is the number 1 seed now remaining in this tournament, and stabilized. He's been running this production war factory build on ladder a lot right now.
Okay, there's a lot of shields incoming, I suspect. Yeah.
One would hope with this much EMP coming. Market Sniper also has a underground threat, but I'm not sure where you put that to effectively slow things down here. Maybe you get that out in front of this this corner.
Oh, is he just covered his war factory on the left there? Is that
Yes.
just enough? The one at the back's caught.
Yeah,
Oh,
it should move in. It'll
he's not.
move. It's not perfectly covered right now. It'll move, and by the 5 seconds when that EMP actually arrives, it'll be in under the bubble. And
Okay, I'm betting it won't.
the bubbles are far enough back. Well, it wouldn't be if he mobile beaconed it. This mobile beacon's coming the other direction. No, it will be perfectly in there. Look, he's got high mobility. It'll be right there. I guarantee
Okay,
you that thing is
let's
safe.
have a look. Okay, well, I mean, it would be a big loss if it isn't, but yeah.
It's game losing if it's not, for sure.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he knows it's coming, so.
right. See, no problem. No problem.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Beautiful. And Market Sniper, again, why didn't he have more shields?
He does seem to be very... his shields seem to have been very penetrated. I'm almost thinking what he needs is the front line that would have tanked some of those initial volleys. And, just front line chaff to keep the volleys off the shields.
Yeah.
The shields were down by the time the EMP arrived. But with everything detect, it makes this game look a lot more lopsided than it was.
Yes, it does.
Market Sniper at 1500 MMR almost knocks off the conclusion at 2180. Well done. That is a great run. 15 hit points short. One tiny decision that led to, 6 fangs living or dying
Oh,
is
man.
the difference in this match. So you came really close, man. Although
That's rough. Well played.
maybe he's one of those players who has been recently nerfed by the avatar. All right, we've got another 30 seconds or so. Rooster did squeak it out against Shoe Booty. Godius Prime continues a great run. Look at this. Beats Masao. So through Horrible Will and Masao on the way up. Let's go. Steel Sane beats Flix. Fish Mob over Barchik. Zillalag we saw beat Woot. Mathers Might beats Skay. Galaxy Ends beats Reven. We saw Apooche beat Cast. Red Reapers over Racklehan. Chemtrails beat Arcadin. Dorgon beat Genetic. And up at the top of the group, Sacco beat Lion Spirit. So there you are. We're through to round 4. Apooche versus Zillalag. Godius Prime versus Mater Peters. Rooster versus Dorgon. Gosh, there's some good matches. Those are some really good matches. At the risk of jumping back into a Godius Prime game, let's take Godius Prime and Mater Peters.
Okay, nice.
I think the guy is on a tear right now.
Yeah.
And thank you to...
The intermediate tournament has...
I was going to say thank you to whichever mod snoozed ad late and then ran that during the break there. Much appreciated. Can't do this without you guys. We'll get a round 4 prediction up. During that Apooche match, Alpha Titan said that he had won a second match with the as a attack or a aggro defense with hackers, says he is converted to the dark side. He's now a fan of hackers. Love it. All right.
I was just checking the other groups. There's 110 in each group.
Right.
So yeah, we had
Very nice.
444 competitors, or 442, I think.
Very, very sweet. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 75. Godius Prime's run continues. Beat Horrible Will. Beat Masao. Let's see if he can beat Mater Peters. Mater Peters, of course, representing the 101, the French-speaking division in the Mag 1 tournament. And we'll take a Typhoon Specialist, Arclight, and Steel Ball as the far side red. 4,700 hit points. Godius Prime, these aren't the greatest packs, but took the 5,300 hit point Aerial Specialist with Arclight and Sledge. Arc Sledge, of course, very, very high hit point starting packs. So if you tend to get tempoed out early in your games and stabilize late, that can be a pack you look for, even though it is a no chaff start, and that's why it has more hit points, because you're going to be spending some of your early deploys purchasing chaff, right? You're probably going to buy 2 on round 1 and 3 more on round 2. Mater Peters comes out aggro. This looks a bit unlike my Typhoon aggro and a lot more like Sacco's.
Yeah. I much prefer Mater Peters' picks here. But we'll see whether he can make this work. Certainly used to be the number 1 on the French server until Orla joined for a while.
Right.
And displaced him for a little bit.
He is coming out all aggro on that right side, and Godius Prime had to defend both sides evenly. Does do the vertical steel balls that should buy a bunch of time, and that's crawlers rushing out into it. Now that he knows which side this attack is coming from, he'll be able to play some more nuanced defense, I think. But for now, he had to defend both towers relatively equally. That does mean that once he doesn't have enough on either side to defend the tower, and he loses during tower debuff in the middle. But it kind of minimizes the damage, is my thinking. Get as much of the fighting done before you lose the tower as possible.
Yeah. I see this formation quite a bit with, and particularly with Typhoon, and I think the Typhoons are coming in front of the steel balls with shields, so they end up coming first. So if I'm Godius Prime, that's what I'm expecting. And I'm looking at like the Scorpion and thinking, wow, that's just so good for me.
Right. Godius Prime does, in fact, take the Scorpion, and Mater Peters takes the Triple Fang. Now, if I'm Godius Prime, I might have thought of taking the Triple Fang and just creating the Tower of Power, 3 fangs in a row, right up the middle, and just slow this thing down.
Nice.
Right?
Yes.
Just stop this in its tracks so I can shoot it, and rely on the number of deploys. And Mater Peters did take the fangs, puts them, like, again, if I'm Mater Peters, I'm thinking of them as this tower defense, flank screening, prevent a Phoenix or Wasp cheese. That's exactly what he does.
Feels great for him.
He also picks up a Phoenix on the far side tower. Most people aren't going to reinforce that far side, and unless Godius Prime took the fangs and went for something like this, right, then that Phoenix was going to be relatively uncountered. Take out the Arclight, get in on tower, while the crawlers head off somewhere else.
I don't like those fangs, the sort of 1 pack of fangs next to the sledgehammers. I think he needs more room.
You would have left more room between things here.
Yeah.
There needs to be something for a giant. I kind of agree. I'd have liked to have seen those vertical further out in front. He does get one good shot off with the Scorpion, but then the Phoenix gets that far side tower, and now things are collapsing from left to right, and eventually lose his near side tower. And with the tower debuff, the Scorpion can't even kill a steel ball. And it's very, very sad.
And that's the thing, you want to create a funnel for the Scorpion, and he's effectively, with those fangs, he's effectively split
He did.
Mater Peter's army for him, which is like horrible.
Right. And what I was talking about with that Tower of Power, that's one of the strengths of it, is it pulls everything together and forces it into that funnel so that you can kill it with your Vulcan, with your Scorpion, whatever it is you're using to do the AoE damage.
If he puts the Scorpion right in front of the tower, and then he does the Tower of Power, everything gets dragged in, and the Scorpion's just sitting there firing and destroying everything in his path. Right. Sure, you need to get some support around it after the next couple of rounds, but yeah, it would have been. It's in an awful position right now.
Right. Mater Peters takes the redeploys that Phoenix from the far side back over to the near side, so it's in the V, and what we've talked about, that pie shape that will open up, is also added a Typhoon and a Crawler over here to ensure that we're tanking the first shots from the Scorpion with the Crawler Chaff. That'll let this pack of Crawlers get away from the Typhoon. That'll ensure that the Scorpion's not busting up the Typhoon. Later, they'll also have pulled this Crawler way out here, so this really, between, say, this group of units and tower, is one Fang and one Arclight. So that is what Mater Peters is relying on there.
Yeah, very scary.
See that gap opening? And the Scorpion is still out here dealing with things on the outside. Finally figures out, wait, I could actually come around and handle these steel balls. Now it is locked onto by Phoenix. This pull actually does, this time, work, I think, the way Godius Prime was imagining, where he pulls some of those units off into the middle and fight them, rather than facing letting them go after the tower. But again, it's leaving this opening, and eventually Mater Peters gets the tower, gets the units. Godius Prime's run in a whole lot of trouble. He's down to 4,300 hit points. Or, I'm sorry, just under 3,000 hit points. Mater Peters is on 4,300.
I guess he feels that comfortable that he can go for super supply, because it's not much of a tempo play, is it? But
no, it's not a tempo play at all.
He's just feeling that comfortable.
Yeah, Illuminati has this attitude as well. It's, if I am on full health, I just take super supply, and then I can't lose to it. Right. If I make the mistake of allowing opponent to stabilize, eventually my weight of money will overcome. I used to play it the other way around. Right, I'd see that come, and I would almost assume the opponent was going to take it. And at lower MMRs, that actually works pretty well. You can loan round 4, 5, and 6 and finish this game out before the top supply or super supply enhancement has ever paid out. It doesn't pay out until round 7.
Yeah. I'm still upset that he hasn't put a Scorpion in front of the tower and then put something in front. It really feels like it's a miss. But like, what is that gap for? What's he waiting to put there? If not a Scorpion.
Right.
Then again, you know, I suppose in the last round, he actually never got onto tower with the steel balls. So it actually had the impact of dragging his units away from the tower somehow.
Right, that's what this pack here is supposed to be doing. The vertical sledge and that pack of fangs is supposed to be pulling middle units outside of the tower.
Yeah.
And right into this Scorpion. And it is starting to work for Godius Prime.
Yeah.
It does look like it's stabilizing. He still needs to have some fangs survive to take out the Phoenix. He gets that, and Godius Prime stabilizes at least for round 4. Now, Mater Peters was willing to hemorrhage a whole bunch of tempo by taking the Super Supply enhancement. Godius Prime's board should have been better at this point, and he needs to... Right, Mater Peters is not going to follow that up with supply enhancement. That would just be silly. Takes haste module, and Godius Prime has this round and round 6 to continue to have an advantage. And from round 7, the Econ swings hard to Mater Peters. Note that Godius Prime last game took a long time before... Actually, did he ever use his Giant Specialist? He did. He just took the drops, right?
No, he unlocked the forts through the drop rather than unlocking
and still hasn't unlocked an air unit, right? So he could be doing things like preventing a Wraith drop or whatever by unlocking. Just a little
Makes
thing
no
he could
sense.
do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
They also don't... Tell me why the smoke? He's at point blank range anyway. Does it make that much of a difference?
Well, it drops the Typhoon from 100-meter range to 50-meter range, which will force it to advance on the Scorpions, and that might wreck some of the chaff clear.
Yeah.
It's a theory.
I mean, I do think... The thing is, also, Mater Peters knew that Scorpions were coming.
Right.
And his 2 big damage units on the field are the Steel Balls and the Typhoons. So... As we've just seen in that last round, as soon as the 2 Scorpions came up, the push is really struggling. So I'm glad he's kind of switched to air, but I did wonder why he committed to that extra Typhoon maybe on the side.
Well, that extra Typhoon on the side was for the pull, and then I think that was the round the Scorpion. No, the Scorpion dropped on round 2. Never mind. So he knew it was already there. He was just counting. Maybe he was counting on pulling that Scorpion wide and being able to delete it or get in on the tower with steel balls. Here, though, with Phoenix, which he did buy that same... Or he bought on round 2 also.
Yeah.
He has redeployed them back over here. So those have cleaned up the Scorpions. He comes back over, defends the tower, and Godius Prime still had the Econ advantage in round 5. And doesn't have the advantage on the board anymore. Godius Prime down to 1982. And
easy pick.
This is the round that Mater Peters breaks even. Godius Prime also takes the laser. Now, why? What are you putting that on? This is not a range war. Everything is charging you. Take the heavy armor, slow things down. Take the
Yeah, I don't know. Is he putting it on Mustangs, hoping that he's gonna kill the? It's not gonna kill the Wraiths.
The Wraiths now have range. Yeah. This one's got laser sights. It's up to 115 meters, and he still hasn't unlocked an air unit. We're not using our aerial specialist. You're making this game so much harder on yourself if you are not taking your advantage of your specialist. Don't have a plan to take advantage of your specialist.
Yeah.
At very least, use your specialist to deny your opponent the drops that could break you.
And, well, again, the Mustang is not the answer to the Wraith, right?
No.
There's no way that's the answer. So for me, he did nothing to address the Wraith.
Right. This is the Mustangs are an anti-air answer, but they are kind of contraindicated into an armor-enhanced field maintenance Wraith, right? This is the sort of thing that Mater Peters would love to know you were going to do, so that he could run all of his Wraiths out in front, set them up to tank your shots and heal. And at this point, Godius Prime is going to be in under 1,000 hit points. And if Mater Peters presses that armor enhancement button, it's basically just a win now button. On the other hand, 9, 11, 13, 15, 1800 It's almost a game. It is a game. GG. Mater Peters with the win. And Godius Prime beats Horrible Will and beats Masao. But we did not get to show either of those. We get to show the end of the Cinderella story. So congratulations. It's a heck of a run. You should be very, very proud. Despite the round, 6-round defeat and some of the criticism from commentators here. I think there are little things that you can do to improve the game there. And, that the decisions, some of the decisions made in terms of the, like going Mustang into the Wraith probably are contributors to that loss. But,
yeah. I don't want to feel like a negative Nancy because he's done really well. But
he's had a tremendous run.
Hey,
and props
part of
for that.
Job.
Props for that. But yes, it's for a why did we get knocked out at this stage? It's because we haven't made any use of our specialist. We haven't teched, right? We've only got one tech showing on the board, and we're just kind of there's a defense here, but it's not as concentrated as
two great rounds.
We had two good rounds.
Yeah.
But
and then all he has to deal with is the aerial, and it's like, well, and he's an aerial specialist,
right? Yep. Well, that is the way it goes sometimes. I've certainly been knocked out of my specialist a few times. I'm sure you have too. Yeah. Let's step into
Math is Might is a good game.
Math is Might against Galaxy Ends and Apooche versus Zillalag. So let's take a look at Math is Might and Galaxy Ends, because we haven't stepped into them in a while. Zach, you and I did a ton of work kind of deconstructing Galaxy Ends build back in the day. And you'll be unsurprised to see that build on the board.
Fire on the ground!
There's going to be fire on the ground, but wait for it. That build is on both sides. Math is Might is running basically the same thing with very, very similar positions. So it's very mirrored. Galaxy Ends running Phoenix, and Math is Might is running a Marksman with anti-air. Both sides have a worm, so they have activated the Void Your Worm Must Lose curse. So both players have to lose this one. I'm not sure how that works.
And to be fair to the Galaxy, it's slightly changed. It has slightly changed. Yeah, we had some fun, didn't we? We were like, he won that tournament. We were like, he did the exact same build every time.
Right.
And we played it, and it was really strong. We mirrored it, and it was really, really strong.
Well, and I've taught that build to people since then. Like, Yeswin Big recently made the journey from 1200 MMR to 2000 MMR, and learning that set of positions and why, was key to that element. So,
oh wow,
I still think of it, because of talking about the way that it cuts off all the different angles.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know you'd used it instead of coaching. That's interesting.
Yeah, use it in coaching, right? Because it's one to learn the fundamentals of the game, this formation, and let's take a look at it. Oh, apparently we're going to run around now. This match might even be ending. There's so much on the board. But this formation that Galaxy Ends on the far side is running, and of course Math is Might is running something very, very similar, but it's really built to counter all of the quick tower cheeses, all of the little things that annoy you and you feel like, oh, I lost that game because he did this stupid cheese. Like all those things get countered by this build, and it's really neat to watch it in action. So as soon as this match is over, we'll turn around and show that a little bit. We're just learning fundamental positions. If you're a new player, this is going to be so valuable.
Oof, does he get the tower? Get the tower, yeah. Okay. This is the point that you want your anti-air worms.
Right. Although you kind of also needed to take out the war factories, so, minor
I call them
details.
my insanity worms because I think it's
Void.
the stupidest tech, and it's only Void that ever runs them. But yeah.
Love it. Well, they're going to have unit reinforcements to consider. Sledge, Farseer, Scorpion, Melting Point.
Nice surprise there with the level 3 melting
Yeah,
point.
level 3 melter, very good. And with the 2 worms clumped together, I think that's the side to put it on. Although, looks like he has just sold it to take 2 more war factories. Which kind of
Yeah.
makes you hope Mathis Might is thinking melting point. It's
Please,
certainly
please.
not.
Oh my
It's
god,
certainly
he
not
didn't.
Farseer
What?
into the missile interceptor, is it?
Makes no sense. Okay, he's
Okay,
just.
it's Farseer with EMP, and the storms get EMP. So
I
we're going to
see the
try and
logic.
just
You
land.
need more Stormcallers, dude.
Well, that's why he bought the Farseers.
That's not enough Stormcallers. His board is completely wiped out. It's over.
Breaking news from chat. Void says, because ground cannon got nerfed, I no longer run AA on my worms.
Oh, no insanity worms anymore.
No.
Okay.
These are now producing Steel Ball and Sledge, and that will help to keep things aimed at not at the war factories themselves. That's going to help the anti-missile stay active. You can see not a single missile has landed yet to EMP these guys. They are
still not
advancing, they are pushing, they still aren't getting disabled, and now there are crawlers eating the artillery.
Oh god, it's horrible. It's absolutely.
It is gonna be carnage here.
I think Mathis Might is gonna regret that pick.
That is the galaxy is mightier than math. That is what we have just learned. 2,000 hit point players, or 2,000 MMR players. Mathis Might had a great tournament in the Lunch Prime, and Galaxy Ends, of course, multiple time tournament winner. And I do want to go show this board really quickly, because it is so instructive, and he has changed it a little bit. But looks, we're gonna be straight above it. We're just gonna have it this kind of standard for you. So he is running, and he'll run these fangs behind tower very early, runs his Stormcallers horizontal right on the tower line. It used to just take fire. Now he's committed to adding range to it. So rather than conceding the way that some people have to bringing the Stormcallers forward 20 meters so that they're engaging at the same range, he values this space. So he's going to go ahead and pay the price to take range enhancement. In the back, he's got, very classic crawlers in corner, crawlers behind tower, crawlers center, the way that Dachshund does. Basically 5 crawlers, but all of this chaff behind tower. And the point there is this fang will move up into this spot. It covers off those corners. This fang is covering off a push. This fang is covering, for example, if you had that rhino blender attacking from where this crawler is, trying to get to tower or trying to get in on the Stormcallers, it runs into the fang, gets stopped. Every part of this build, this is cutting off this corner. This guy is here to cut off this corner. Every part of this build is designed to stop an angle of attack. And if you try running an aggro into it, right, when Zach and I were learning it, we tried piloting it against various parts of aggro, and we were like, oh, this is completely vulnerable to aggro. And then we watched Galaxy Ends run it against aggro, and it was like, oh, no, it's not. It's that this is the framework that buys you around, right? Yeah. So go ahead, throw down something. I'm going to throw down wasps. Great. He ranges fangs, and now he's got so much anti-wasp already on the board, right? I'm going to throw down, loose crawlers. Great, the ground's not on fire, right? I'm going to throw down whichever giant I want. Okay, you've picked your giant. I'll pick the one that counters it.
Yeah,
And for a long time, he would run Vulcan. He would just put one Vulcan in front of each tower. But as you can see from this, and we've seen him run Melters in that position, we've seen him run Forts in that position. He will go to any giant, right? It's not about what you want. What it's not about forcing a single comp over and over. It's about running the best possible thing out of this framework of chaff, a chaff storm, and either Phoenix or Marksman as the long range single target. And he just relies on them in this. For a long time he was running Elite Marksman on them, so it was
right.
range,
Yeah, yeah,
EMP, Elite Marksman, and then one utility tech, your choice, to run it. It's
yeah. He's such a good regular player with this. If you're if you're an up and coming player or you're a new player, if you just watch some of his games or
mm-hmm.
look at the pod and see that for the first 4 to 5 rounds, he's just building out this comp, and then you just build around it with, as Amarok said, the different units that counter the opponents. Suddenly, you'll see yourself learning so much in that process.
Yeah.
Um,
Same thing goes for watching Apooche. You can watch an Apooche stream and learn a lot about chaff positioning as well. But Apooche's been
yeah,
toying with so much more aggro right now that it's not as instructive for learning the standard positions. There's just like I'm going to play from deep and play range war as it is to look at Galaxy Ends. Our round is complete. At the top of the division, a Rooster beats Dorgon, Sacco beats Fishmob, the Conclusion beats Red Reapers, Galaxy Ends beats Math is Might, we saw Mater Peters beat Godius Prime, Apooche beats Zillalag, and Steel Sane beats Chemtrails. So, with very few exceptions, the favorites are through. Zillalag will be in the spoiler role facing Sacco. You'll have the epic standard v standard of Galaxy Ends against Steel Sane. You'll have the streamer v streamer, Apooche versus Rooster, and Mater Peters against the Fun Police, or the Conclusion
oof,
is the
so many good
fourth match.
matches.
All four of those are fantastic matches. There's not an undeserving player in this final seven, final eight if you counted Zillalag. Um,
Which one
so
are you thinking?
Well, I know it's going to be on every channel, but I'm kind of thinking Rooster and Apooche sounds like the most fun to me. But it
Yeah.
could be talked into. Could be talked into one of the other ones.
Uh I I feel like Sacco is always an interesting game, but then it's the kind of spoiler game,
It
so I
is the
don't know
spoiler
whether.
game. Yep.
Yeah, I kind of think you're right. Rooster and Apooche is the premier match, but again,
I,
it's going to be on both their streams.
I,
But hey,
I mean, here we are. Let's cast it. We do put all of these onto YouTube, so there is
yeah,
value in casting it. I would like to run one more ad. I know you guys out there relatively just saw one, but if I can run one now, then that prevents you all from seeing one again during this match. So if the match goes long, hopefully we won't have one. So we'll do that. I'm gonna pour a coffee, and Zach, entertain us. Do the song and dance.
oh my
Uh,
god,
you got this. You got this.
no!
90 seconds or so.
I'm gonna give
Uh,
everybody a quick update on
what?
the intermediate group.
Oh,
That's what I'm
perfect.
gonna do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. In the intermediate, we are 4 games in, and there's 5 people left. So very good. Marchi is number 1. Wandering Eyes, Captain Mercia, Rita Lena, which is nice, and uh, St. Celtic, which is a great name. Um, and then we got 2 rookie groups, and in the rookie groups, uh, we got we got 7 people with 4 wins. Um, yeah, some interesting names. Frost Dragon, Rojo Bra, Nicola Dolce, Olron, 38 Xenos, Denix Shendon Ale Shendon. which I don't know what that is. And then the other rookie group, let's just have a look what we've got. I think they're into their fifth game. They're into their fifth game, so that's been marching along. And yeah, there's just 4 people left: Colin, Leno, the old number, and Chonis. So well done to you guys for heading up your groups. The Steel Zane again. Still, I feel like we're gonna get to see the Steel Zane Galaxy Ends game because I feel like that will go long. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with Rooster and Apooche and whether that goes the distance. 'Cause I reckon we'll get to see the Steel Zane Galaxy Ends game. I don't know what Rooster's running at the moment. I think Rooster above anyone has the ability to be really flexible, aggro to standard. Again, Apooche does too, but Apooche tends to play it a bit more standard, but just has amazing comp.
Nope, Apooche has been tending to play more aggro lately.
Right,
He
okay.
really has. He's
That's
been working on
amazing.
it, so it will be
Okay,
fun.
that's good.
I know he started that a little bit with the Triple Threat Tricksters group and really kind of committed into learning it and has been doing amazing with it. It carried us for sure in the first iteration of the tournament. It's doing very, very well here in the second. Guess when Big has
think
the
that's why-
popcorn ready?
I think Triple Threat Tricksters, that's one of the things that was so great about competing in that this time around.
Welcome to the quarterfinals. We've got a great one. Rooster against Apooche. With me in the booth, of course, Zach. Salt Monkey is Zach, the organizer of that Launch Clash tournament and expert player in his own right. Who do you like in this one?
Well, in terms of picks, cards,
Yep.
I'd have gone Fire Badger. I love Fire Badger now.
Well, Rooster is in a quick supply specialist with crawlers and mustangs. Apooche, Farside, the supply specialist in sledges and fangs. Rooster coming off of runner-up in this tournament and winner the previous week.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what's happening. Feels like a really weak start, Mustang crawlers, but then he has got the quick supply, so he can turn that around. So get a bit of beef on the field.
What do we have here? Just adding 2 more crawlers. So, if you had just added some arc lights, this comp just dies. Dies a horrible death. But for right now, it'll be horizontal crawlers and vertical things behind the tower for Apooche. Now, that is one of the things. This is the older version of the formation that we're talking about Galaxy Ends running. So it looks like you actually will get to study Apooche in standard instead of Apooche in aggro.
Yeah.
And again, this game, this board in particular, I expect is going to be just a masterclass in chaff placement from Apooche.
Yeah. I'm actually stunned that this take out as.
So, among other things, Apooche knows that crawlers are stronger into mustangs than fangs, and ensured that the fangs were behind the tower, right? And behind the sledges. And it's the crawlers that got out to tank first, And the Fangs were actually able to do some real damage, doing 4,000, 8,000, and 3,000 damage apiece, compared to, you know, the Crawlers doing a total of about 1,500, because they're just out front and dying. The Fangs were able to get some real work done. Rooster adds a Scorpion, so...
Why heavy armor instead of the laser sight? Tell me.
Both players took it, so clearly it's the right answer.
Yeah.
I'm always thinking of the laser sight in terms of a range war, and I think Apooche is not considering this a range war because he's in an aggro defense position, and Rooster likewise wants to pile on some aggro pressure, notices that Apooche doesn't have any good single target, and from Apooche's perspective, same thing. There is no good single target on the board for Rooster, so both of them have committed to taking the heavy armor as a tempo item rather than I'm going to win a range war. If both players were in this similar formation to what Apooche's in, then I think the laser sight is the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because that first shot of the Scorpion there, it just took 2 tanks and a few crawlers. I suspect if he'd have put the laser sight on it, it would have taken those entire 5 row of sledges.
It doesn't have that kind of splash. They have to have pumped up before you can hit that.
Right, okay, yeah. Maybe 1 extra sledge then. But yeah, I mean, look at surviving. He's got nothing that can actually take down the Scorpion. Or in the end, he won.
Yes, he does. under tower debuff, Apooche gets it done. Now, Apooche noticed that the weak side tower was relatively unprotected. Had just this one crawler, attacks that tower from this corner. Made use of having defense enhancement, which Rooster did not. So his crawlers win the head-to-head crawler war. You can see the difference here. 79 will kill a 292 hit point crawler in 4 shots. 79 kills a 335 hit point crawler in 5 shots. That's why Apooche wins this crawler v crawler out here. Why he wins both towers, and eventually why he's able to take down the 33,000 hit point Scorpion. With the unit drop, Rooster is going to give him some other problems to deal with. A Rhino in the back corner, a Rhino to answer this, and a Rhino to sell, I think, is the 3rd Rhino.
Yeah, sold it, yeah.
For Apooche, it'll be Overlord with range now. So first tech committed, and you can see he has taken the chin gun off entirely. But he just wants something up in the air that can't get shot by that Scorpion, and wants it on top of the Scorpion to just sit there and delete it. Oh, by the way, it will answer the Rhinos as well. And unless Rooster has done something clever, the only things that can really handle it is the Mustang.
Yeah. Talk to me about, your feeling on Missile Interceptor, on, stopping Overlords. Because, if you're trying to kill the Overlord with Mustangs, you don't really want the Missile Interceptor, but then you have enough, or you have then backed up by Marksman with anti-air, then presumably it should be quite good.
Well, the Missile Interceptor on the Mustang, of course, shoots down the primary gun from the Overlord.
That's what I'm saying.
The Overlord's main gun is a missile. And yeah, if needed, you certainly can take that as an approach. A lot of people would kind of look at that as it's a negative to the DPS to have them stop shooting and shoot at the anti-missile. Or play the anti-missile role, because it does take their main guns to do it. Now, Apooche has Mothership on the bar. He's already teched an Overlord. Could have picked up improved Wasps. skips it. Orbital is orbital. It's way too valuable to pass up. But that is one of those sneaky little plays that I like to be on the watch for.
Yeah.
Perhaps if Rooster were not already into Mustangs, Apooche might have gone for the improved Wasps at some point, or if Orbital weren't offered next to it. Apooche sells out of those heavy armor steel balls to put a heavy armor Vulcan next door. So it's got 70,000 hit points, and this fellow only does 20,000 damage per shot, so it's going to take him 4 shots to get through that. It'll be about 13.5 seconds after it starts shooting, unless there's assistance from the Mustangs, of course.
I don't know about you, but the Overlord with range feels odd.
I am going to agree with that. Overlord with range seems atypical from standard.
When you had 2 Mustangs on the field already.
I mean, it does give them a ton of range, right? It's at 150 meter range. It outranges the Mustangs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hoping that Vulcan can do enough damage, but yeah, it's not going to get near that Scorpion.
Left side, Rhino is going to get through onto tower. Apooche, very clever mobile beacon here to distract a whole bunch of Mustangs. But once the Scorpion takes down the tower, the Overlord goes down like paper. And Rooster is on 3,800 hit points. Apooche down to 2,260.
I feel like Apooche goes Arclight and Rooster goes Marksman, but I could be wrong. Or Phoenix.
I'm thinking, I know Apooche likes Phoenix. I think that's the right play here. It's 4 Phoenix for 50, as opposed to 4 Marksman for 100.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And Rooster, I think, guesses perfectly that he was going to do that, and gets the Marksman.
Has the Marksman with range and aerial specialization available.
Yeah.
And that is the play we would have expected Godius Prime to make in defense against those Wraiths, was Marksman with aerial specialization. Maybe he didn't go to that if he didn't have that aerial spec on the bar. Like if he's running a assault mode Marksman or some other build that doesn't have that available. But here, since Apooche's already in a tech to Overlord, Rooster doesn't even wait to see the Phoenix. He just instantly techs aerial specialization. If he's wrong about the Phoenix, then at least it's still good against the Overlord, which was Apooche's last surviving unit. If he's right about the Phoenix, then these guys also counter the Phoenix as well as the Overlord.
Surprised he didn't wait around. I thought he would have pressed range and waited around.
Well, you were right that he was hard reading it as Phoenix, and you've heard me say I was hard reading it as Phoenix. So Apooche does have some tendencies. They are tendencies because they are very good units, and he knows how to use them very well. But tendencies are still tendencies. Now, Apooche stacked them both on the same side, and maybe if he has them in a more standard position, this right-sided super heavy Scorpion is in trouble, but it is not. It's it's regular heavy. It keeps surviving. It keeps deleting that one heavy armored Vulcan, and that just keeps putting the pressure on Apooche. It's a round 2 buy, and there still hasn't been a great answer to it. The ranged Overlord was not it.
I don't know what Apooche does here now, but this is why he's so good, because he's got something he's thinking about. But for me, I'm looking at it going, oh, I'm in dire straits.
Deployment module. So he's deploying out here. where there
Right.
is a sentry missile. He's going to
Yeah.
mobile beacon along the outside edge of that missile and engage the tower from right here.
Okay. So does this buy him around? Okay, he's going hard into the Vulcans. That's interesting.
Range and scorching flames now.
Yeah. We had Scorching Flames last round. So was that missile there before, or was
Yes.
it okay, right. So he knows that.
Yeah.
That still looks like it's gonna hit.
It is so close, isn't it?
I'm really intrigued.
The anti-air marksman is coming. Anti-air marksman gets the job done. That was really well positioned.
Was he there the last round?
He was there last round, yes. But last round, Apooche had some crawlers up here that were distracting, and this round he had sold out of them, and that didn't distract the marksman long enough.
Vulcans get it done.
The Vulcans do get it done. Aren't you happy to see it? I know you love your Vulcans.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed. It's just like, what? Committing to the Vulcan, brilliant.
So Rooster on 2380. Apooche now a Vulcan enjoyer. Apooche is not a Vulcan enjoyer, I don't believe. He's just gone to it because it is the right choice. He's got heavy armor on both Vulcans that are level 2. Here comes Acid.
Question is, did that? I'm not even sure that Scorpion got a shot on the Vulcan.
Well, that is the genius of an Apooche chaff board, right? Is he's got these late arriving fangs, the different timings of arrival for the various crawlers, different timing of arrival for the various fangs, and he just will. You never get a shot off at the key units, right? If you're looking at Apooche's board, there's only 6 units that are not chaff. There are 2 Phoenix.
Yeah, it's incredible.
There are 4 Vulcans, and now he's taken Best Partner. So knowing that he had Best Partner on the board, I guess I am slightly surprised we didn't take the 4 Marksmen instead of the 4 Phoenix. He buys 1 Marksman in order to give it EMP and range. So all of these Vulcans are creating EMP ranged Marksmen. Of course, any tech that you have on the unit is also present on any unit that is summoned, by a call-in or created by another unit. So tech on your crawlers shows up on your mech div crawlers. Tech on your marksmen shows up on these marksmen here.
Yeah, I mean, on Rooster's side, we don't have a lot of chaff clear. I mean, we've only got we're relying on our Mustangs for chaff clear, which might be enough. Okay, the acid's making a big difference.
On the right side. And on the left, still hasn't stepped into the acid. Now it does. Now it's out of the acid. Now it's got some new acid.
Oh no, the tardy buff.
Tower timing perfect for Apooche. And a Rooster is down to 1880. 1880 versus 1762. Order your vintage here.
Yeah.
We have Sabertooth, Arclight, Farseer. They both took Farseer, I presume, for the ease of EMP.
I was about to say needs EMP. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Of course, EMP on the Farseer in this 1.0 patch, the 1.01 patch, is only 100. It strikes me as way too cheap, but it was not one of the balance changes here in 1.01, so it remains.
It needs range on it, though. It's going to die so quickly to those Vulcans.
It gets out in front of the Scorpions, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Gotta have range on it.
It's not EMP, it's Photon Farseer for Apooche.
Nice move. Nice. That's
Apooche,
so smart.
Apooche already had his EMP and knows there has to be an EMP delivery. Adds the Photon. The one thing the Photon does not touch is air units, which would be those two Phoenix. So it looks like he has sold out of one of them. Could redeploy this one if he wants to.
Can you remember what the other picks were? Because I would have liked to have seen Rooster use his marksman for the EMP. But I wonder what he could have got instead of the Farseer.
Steel Ball stands out to me from that pack. I'm not sure. I thought the others firm in memory.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phoenix Flight, very good point. It's the Photon, from Apooche's perspective, is not an instant counter to the EMP that he didn't know had been clicked. It's a strict counter to the acid to try and keep the Vulcans alive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And of course, he's got the EMP on his marksman, and that is enough to win another round. It's slow going, standard positionings from Apooche, and kind of a forward standard from Rooster. Rooster's down to 1400.
And the reason I like it on my marksman is they are always at the back because they end up being the highest range unit late game. So you can control units a long way off. Once they get EMP'd and they come slowly trundling towards you, you can kill them in that time. But
other reason to consider it is that they don't get anti-missiled. Farseer EMP can get anti-missiled. The orbital bombardments are back up, so you're going to see shields across Rooster's line and 3 shielded wasps. For Apooche, he's still thinking about what to buy. The buys are
Vulcans.
A pair of elite recruited Vulcans.
Ow! That's all he needs.
And Lone.
Yeah.
Tell me you're not mass recruiting one more of them. Please be shielding instead. Is not mass recruiting.
Does he care? Okay, there we go. There we go.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect.
Okay.
500 calculated to the calculated to perfection.
Oh man.
He's also sold out of that other Phoenix now that he has specs on the marksman, so he's able to just complete commit to this set. So again, it's gone from 6 units when we mentioned it to 9 units. The 6 Vulcans supported by 3 photon emission Farseers. Of course, yes, you're seeing leveled marksmen behind, but those are straight from the Vulcans. Everything else is chaff, but it's not, because it is contributing, has been contributing all game. These late arriving fangs just do so much work for Apooche. So I'm going to switch this board around and take a look at it from Apooche's perspective. We've seen it from Rooster's perspective all game. Here is what it looks like on Apooche's perspective. And remember how we pointed out that for Galaxy Ends there were 6 fangs behind tower. There is 1 out here to cover this flank. There's the 1 straight behind tower, 1 here, 1 here, here, here. It's no coincidence that it's 6 fangs behind tower for both players. Here's a 7th in the middle. And Apooche, now Galaxy Ends was running this set of 5 crawlers, right? It's very similar. Apooche's left some space for a Rhino in case somebody puts a Fire Badger flank, because 501 players do that in a way that 201 players don't do so often. One thing Apooche does a little bit differently, and he talked about this in the Triple Threat Tricksters, kind of some of the coaching that we did, is he has got this late mid or what he calls the early mid and late mid chaff.
Yeah.
And so his early mid chaff at this level is always really strong. And for me, the switch, it hasn't been paying out in the last 2 weeks or so, but the switch from thinking of chaff as having 3 layers, kind of early, middle, and late, to thinking of chaff having 4 layers across my board has actually really made a difference. And I can see specific engagements where units don't get the locks that they used to against me.
Right.
It's a really nice board from Apooche, and
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
can.
those late fangs. I never play more than two fangs behind the tower, but I'm looking at that. I mean, sometimes, but very rarely. I'm looking at that and thinking, yeah, that's something I have to incorporate in my own game.
Right. I routinely drop these two, but it's the other four that I'm not as good at getting out there.
Yeah,
Like I'll
I've
get
always got those two.
yeah, I've got these two, but it's this one, and then these two on the very back row that are
Yeah,
it's just so critical. And they're so far back, right? Why is it so valuable to have them, right? The question is, if the board is on fire, imagine that you're playing the Galaxy Ends and he's lit the whole board on fire from here to here, where you're just
yeah,
playing one of those players. Any crawler you have running up there to be chaff dies in that flames. Your fangs arrive in this slow trickle, just stepping out in front of your 150-meter range Vulcans with their 90 meters. They walk out in front. They don't go too far. They walk out in front. They tank one shot from the Scorpions, and they're gone. If you really needed them to tank a shot from the Scorpions, tank lots of shots from the Scorpions, you click Portable Shield in that end game, and you've got some chaff that's arriving super late, tanking shots from marksmen, Scorpions, other big long-range damage dealers. Also going to handle these wasps, right? Although I think those went down to the Farseers, honestly. But they're also good against the wasps that a lot of people will throw down late game as well. And it's just such a strong, strong late chaff board. And that's why you see it run from two different champions here, Apooche and the Galaxy
yeah.
Ends.
Really good. He really kind of just, it really felt like he was on the ropes, and as
I,
is so often in Gucci games, he just kind of like, no, I was never in trouble. I'm
I,
just going to buy a couple more.
I was
And now
never
away
in
we go.
danger. No sweat. Well, across the board here, Sacco does beat the spoiler Zillilag. Rough go for Zillilag to get drawn into Sacco, but there you go. He puts up his best effort. That is one of the things that I admire about the game community at the high level. Obviously, the player in the spoiler role putting up the best effort before necessarily abandoning the tournament or whatever. This is Zillilag not giving Sacco a free pass, dropped him to 900 hit points. Sacco does get the job done. Apooche, we saw beat Rooster. Mater Peters knocks off the Conclusion, who was the #1 ranked player a little bit earlier. And Galaxy Ends beats Steel Sane in that long, what we imagine was a long-range standard v standard. That leaves us with 4 unbeaten. We have just shown you Apooche twice. Let's go for how does Sacco fare against the Galaxy Ends. That
Yeah, nice.
should be epic.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that Steel Zane game, I think, or the ending, but
Mm-hmm.
obviously that it.
Well,
I think just because we again, the Galaxy Ends is kind of back now, and
mm-hmm.
obviously firing on all cylinders, and we know Steel Zane is such an incredible standard player, so for him to roll him, 2000 to 2000 is amazing.
Right. Well, this is the this is one of those you can always download that match off of the
Yeah, good point. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to do exactly that while we're waiting.
fair enough.
I've completely forgotten about that. I'm going to exactly do that.
Void says, I'm seeing this behind the tower fang stuff makes me almost want to take a vacation to the surface to slap around some 2K faces. Well, good luck with that, sir.
Yeah.
Alpha Titan
Yeah.
says, I lost a match. I absolutely should have won. I had chemtrails down to 200 with the superior scaling comp, and he just got me on the details. I'm pretty sure with slightly better choices, I win all 4 of the last rounds of the game. It'll be one to look back
Oh,
over for learning. I'm disappointed in myself.
yeah.
Well, That is absolutely, I'm going to point this out for the more junior players, that is the match to save. There's one, and like I'm guilty of this, I will rage quit out of that match and not click save. And if you're that kind of guy, you know, set it up to autosave, because one of the things that I've done for myself is going back and look at some of my losses, and studying my losses, especially from my opponent's perspective, really, really helps. Welcome to the semifinals of Weekend Tournament European number 75. We've got 4 unbeaten left. Sacco and Galaxy Ends here will face the winner of Apooche versus Mater Peters on the other side of the match. As C. Mully points out on that topic I was just talking about, use autosave if you're the guy that rage quits out of a match. So it will definitely save those matches for you. Sacco with the big wave, the what is that? The league awards, the season progression award from this round. Sacco, a speed specialist, and with ball crawl. Now, some people really don't like speed specialist. I love it. Sacco likes it a lot. He's going to hit you from both sides. So if you are at all asymmetrical, like if you came out and headbutted him, you would be in for steel balls getting in on one tower really quickly while you were headbutting and causing that debuff to happen. So he's going to go for straight aggro, right up on the line, classic Sacco style. Has, again, we talked about the early mid chaff. Here it is in the aggro. You've got your early chaff, you've got your early mid chaff, and Galaxy Ends checking out some of the recommended formations. I actually liked what he had a minute ago a little bit better with those vertical sledges, but
Get the sledges on the tower though. That's where you want them, or just or just outside the tower in a vertical line is really nice.
I know
when you've got
Alpha Titan likes that just outside the tower line as well. I like to put them just inside the tower, very much what Galaxy's doing, where I can call on them to draw. Oops, I apologize for ruining everybody's eardrums there. Where you get this draw, but he doesn't have anything in front of the tower to draw. So the steel balls are locked straight, and Sacco using this middle crawler to pull as much stuff to the middle as he possibly can, and gets units straight in on tower, instant lock with that speed specialist. Now the whole rest of the fight happens during tower debuff, as he gets the other side, 18 seconds of debuff, and it'll be all over before those debuffs are worn off.
That's why you put them on the outsides, by the way. I mean,
well, my version of this would have had a set of fangs vertical straight in front of the tower, rather than crawlers behind.
Yeah, fair enough. And I'm sure he does that now.
Yeah, one hopes. Unit drop this early. That could change things. Sacco, I imagine, is looking at that Wraith and feeling very tempted. I am right.
I think Galaxy Ends must be as well. That or the Mustang. It's got to be one or the other.
So I would think he could consider the Fire Badger for lighting the crawlers on fire, or the Sabertooth for deleting the steel balls and forcing a pivot.
Yeah, I suppose the Sabertooth, because he has a Typhoon landing next round, so he's not too worried about the chaff, maybe.
Right, and this is one of the kind of beauties. People joke about it being, the RNG, the prey to bear like, but here you are. We've got 4 units, and you and I disagreed about which ones Galaxy should take. Galaxy has taken more than 50 seconds deciding. It is not always the most easy thing. He does, in fact, follow your advice and takes the Wraith, puts the Wraith on the same side as Sacco's Wraith, except it's going to be in a flank screen position, and that is going to get it screening this crawler rather than engaging with the main fight. He does take a Wraith for the other side as well, so forgoes a deploy to get 2 Wraiths out.
I hate the sledges. Delete the sledges. They did nothing last round, and all they're doing is they're just fodder the steel balls once they take the tower.
They are feeding XP to steel balls right now.
Oh, it's so painful.
No, this is one of the things we did notice about Galaxy. He very rarely unlocks the sell button. He will just leave a unit on and not, not tech it, rather than selling and trying to convert it.
Yeah, sure.
So his Wraiths have held the ground, but Sacco's Wraith wins the air war, and Sacco drops Galaxy to 3156. Sacco's still at 4800. Absorption module, I presume, for the Wraith, but we'll see. Could be for a steel ball. No, it's for the new Wraith on the other side.
That or the laser sight, it wasn't. Both for the
Wraith. For the Wraith, right?
Yeah.
Imagine it's the same choice for Galaxy. It is. Wraith gets the laser sight. The Typhoon will be out on this side. Now, remember the way that Apooche was running those vertically? So that one would go back and one would come forward. Galaxy not going for that. Goes for, Cody said this, I would argue add more sledges. Well, here it is. He's added the 2 vertical sledges outside the towers. So, going for slow that push down. And it's a little un-Galaxy-like. He has very little chaff on the board at all. Does unlock Mass Recruit to give himself one more crawler. That crawler will be up front, or it'll get deleted, but at least prevents some of those early insta-locks onto sledges.
Sold the Typhoon. I guess he feels like it's gonna be. But Typhoons are pretty good versus level 1 Wraiths.
Yeah, I think it's the idea is the marksmen get to work on the Wraiths, but they don't, because there's just chaff coming all day long here from Sacco. It's that early mid chaff that's really causing him problems right now. On the other hand, he's successfully held on the left, not on the right. Now those level 2 steel balls get to the tower. They have successfully fed off of tanks for a while, and one of them still alive gets all the way across to the left side tower eventually. This is pretty terrible tower timing. No, everything's going to turn, right? Oh, goodness. It is pretty bad tower timing for Galaxy. Oh, for Sacco even.
He's got the absorption though. That's like gonna really tell later on.
Yep, healing absorption module gets the job done for Sacco. He has a 1 every round so far. Takes the advanced power system almost before the card's even finished loading. There's also extended range steel ball. Goodness, I know he loves his speed, but
yeah, I guess he feels like maybe he's coming out of the steel at some point.
I mean, this is the card that is when you should decide you're committing into them, in my opinion. He's going to mobile beacon right up the middle, so get in between those 2 packs of sledges. Have a pack of steel balls up the middle to distract and slow sledges, along with a Wraith coming. So that's going to kind of ensure that there's always something that he doesn't care quite as much about for this set of units to target, while these folks going after the tower.
I'd love to see a level 2 Wraith recruited on the Galaxy side on the inside of the tower to stop this push right onto his tower. But
do you mean it in the center?
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
Up this,
just
straight up this mobile beacon, or between the
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, straight up the mobile beacon.
Yeah. You know, sell one of those sledgehammers that do nothing.
well, they were perfectly positioned last round. But yeah, they're again. You
They
can
just
see
let
all
everything
those,
just
everything
runs
just ran
past
right
them.
through them. Yes,
It's
and
just like seldom they're doing nothing.
right.
Ugh. A terrible chaff clear. They're just
There is no part of Galaxy's board includes the various chaff that we've talked about either. Like he's just Sacco has put him so completely off of his game.
yeah, he has. He has. He has.
The Galaxy down to 1332. Come on, Sacco, you couldn't have left him 5 more hit points. Really?
Oh man.
Nano repair kit, elite collar, shield
Another
airdrop.
one shows up. Unbelievable.
Yeah, would you like another self-healing
Right.
level 2 Wraith? Yes, please.
He's not even put any text on the Wraith yet. He's just relying on his speed, which is so awesome. No wonder he picked that, the speed up again.
Yeah. Everything moves quickly. The Wraiths are going 18 meters per second. They can run Galaxy's crawlers down from behind. Literally.
Wow. Insane. And a Galaxy went range on his Wraiths. Why didn't he go maybe degen beam at least? And he doesn't have 8 guns, so he can't do that. But
well, it'll be 8 gun, or it'll be degen Wraith for Sacco against the ranged Wraith and launcher overlords.
going for the kill, isn't he?
Galaxy, like so many others, no longer running chin gun. Trying to position to handle that flank and then get involved, rather than positioning them to be involved from the very get-go. Of course, degen is going to help ensure that all of this damage is doing less. Everything moving is moving slowly, and every shot that Sacco does more damage. I mean,
Jeez.
There's not much left for not much left, and there's more than 1332 showing. In fact, dare I say it, I think Sacco might have had, oh, it's a little more than 1337. If he'd left him on -5, that was going to be amazing. Almost. So Sacco showing quickly how to run into this kind of board, but again, he knocked Galaxy ends out of their standard, or out of Galaxy's standard defensive formations so quickly, and that Galaxy never got into having those late arriving fangs, doesn't have the time to bring those late arriving fangs into the game. He's trying to pivot late to get to having some chaff up front, and I think a lot of this board started going wrong for Galaxy on round 1 with the decision to, you talked about the decision to put the sledges between towers, which, if you know Sacco likes these outside positions, sure, you might want to be on the outside with sledges, but it was the missing a critical component of that defense, which is a vertical fang right here. And Galaxy used to run that in front of his Vulcan. The decision to go with the crawlers behind allowed steel balls to get in on tower on that first round, and then the whole tempo is different. If he has vertical fangs here instead of these horizontal crawlers behind tower, the crawlers aren't getting pulled by these fellows. These guys aren't getting pulled out of position. Like, even on that round 1, these guys were pulled out of position by Sacco's brilliant positioning of this front crawler, front and central. If you replayed round 1 of this match, every crawler from this corner came out here, and none of it aggroed onto this pack that's just a little bit off the line because this guy's closer. And because everything was pulled out of the way, the outermost steel balls from each pack got in on tower, and then the whole thing starts to snowball from there. Right, there were immediate problems for Galaxy to address. If he'd had that horizontal fang up front, that first round, it pulls everything over, pulls them over to the vertical sledges, and he might have had enough time for the marksman to handle it.
Yeah.
But because he didn't, the whole round goes poor. So, and then it snowballs into around 5 defeat, right? But it all stemmed from this opening positioning.
Isn't right at all.
Yeah, that's the TLDR, right? Amarok just said a lot, but let me just put it simple for you guys at home. It was not great at all.
Well, I mean, we talked about it all through the match, but yeah, I mean, look, the sledges, you know, there's all sorts of things when those sledges go on the corners that, like, you know, one of them gets pulled back to deal with the crawlers, then it becomes late arriving. You know, the balls take so much longer to latch on.
Mm-hmm.
You think the fangs in front are great, but then when the wraith hits, suddenly he probably didn't want to put the fangs in front. He's like, well, these are just chaff for the wraith, so
Right.
you know, it's just going to help level up the wraith. So that drop definitely did change things, and it just, as you said, it just snowballed from there.
Right. So Apooche has dispatched Mater Peters with almost equal efficiency. Lost a few more hit points, but done in about the same amount of actual time. So we're going to have a fair amount of time before our next match. Is there somebody you would like to go spectate? Maybe the...
Well, Dionys and Sweet and Sour would be nice. They're on a similar hit points.
All right. Similar hit points, similar level. The
Yeah.
one I was looking at might have been Cast versus Chemtrails, but I think Cast is the prohibitive favorite there.
Avoid this game's how a lot of your games look.
And those over and done in 5 rounds, one way or the other, I think is a little bit of what he's talking about. Of course, since he's pushing from all corners, players who are not creative enough to handle a void push. It's almost like to handle the kind of stuff that Void and Dionys, Void and Diana, we are in a Dionys match, not to be confused, very different players. To handle the sort of things that Void, Diana, Sacco do in 1v1, you know, you have to be able to think as creatively as they do, and that involves seeing a whole lot of angles that are not necessarily obvious, right? You're looking for, you know, this is the spot that you could possibly hurt me, therefore this is the spot that Void is looking to hurt me, or Sacco, or, you know, Forgotten Arbiter style players. They'll be hitting you from those angles and trying to really take advantage of whatever, you know, because any decision you're making in this game, there is a counter weakness to, right? That's one of the beauties of it is, you know, whatever unit it is, whatever positioning you've got, there is something that counters it. There is no perfect, you know, the game is not solved, right? It's no perfect solved state.
Yeah. I think also, I mean, I have found, and obviously I've played Void a fair bit, and he's beaten me a fair bit, but I've also beaten him. I have found the ability to know that I'm going to lose 4 or 5 rounds, but it will not prevent me from building out a balanced, nice board where I don't overcommit too much to any units, where I have good chaff. And I'm absolutely not going to get worried about losing 5 rounds on the trot, even 6 rounds, 7 rounds on the trot, because I know eventually I will overcome the push. And sometimes it doesn't happen, sometimes it does.
Right. How did Suri put it? There's it doesn't matter if you win round 1 or round 2. The only round that you care about winning is the last one.
It's the last, yeah. So true. Yeah, and that definitely took a shift in my thinking for a while, because I honestly got irritated when I would lose even 1 round.
Right.
And that's how I was, because I would get frustrated.
There's something so egotistical about that too, right? Like I should be so good that I'm winning every single round. Like no, not
Yeah.
necessarily, right?
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, the aggro players in your face. They're causing you all these problems. They're tearing your units from left to right. They're changing the angles on you, and you're just like, oh god! And if you let that get the better of you, and I think Apooche is an amazing example of never panics, always got it under control,
Right,
always thinking a couple of rounds ahead, really calm. And
right.
you've interviewed Apooche actually recently, and
Yep,
just how calm is he, and the way he
yes,
talks about the game. It's
yep.
just that's who he is.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and you just get the sense that he is somebody who is not at all rattled. And to his credit, that's part of why he's been playing so many tournaments. He's played so many tournament games now where, no single tournament match is going to over concern him or get him out of his rhythm, etc.
Mm.
And it did feel
Yeah,
like, to me, at least in that match, and I can't speak for them, of course, but it did feel to me like Galaxians got shook a bit in that match. Might have been a little bit tilted or whatever, and that's different, right? When we've seen Galaxians in top form, they're a player who grinds out a build, right? Like they're
yeah,
very patient. So
incredibly patient.
seeing them get rattled and driven out of that, and maybe um, tempoed out of a game, and tempoed out of their own choices, their own strategy.
Yeah,
Really interesting.
you could argue there that you know everything went wrong for the Galaxians from the
Yes.
very beginning.
Yep.
And that is kind of what led to the round 5 defeat. But
Right.
yeah, yeah, it was surprising. And actually, Sweet and Sour, he's got a fairly standard kind of. He kind of, for a while, was not a top player, and then it wasn't. It was around that time that this kind of template of this is how you run normal
This is the standard
Galaxy
template.
Ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sweet and Sour kind of adopted that. I think he's a more creative player now, but he definitely came from that position,
Right.
and that's what elevated. Suddenly, he was a 1900, 2000 player, having been more at my sort of a little bit lower down.
Right. I do love that Susar has been a long-time viewer, so I wonder how much watching our streams influenced that progression for him.
I hope so. I hope so. I'd love him to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, I remember that," and that definitely impacted me. I definitely felt that was around that sort of time.
Yep. And whether it was, running into it on ladder and developing it, or
Sure,
developing it from
exactly.
stream, or developing it independently is a little bit less important. But
Wow, we
so
have a potential for a level 6 melting point there.
it has
Oh,
also got the elite hacker game. Age of Alpha Titan is happy. He has won 3 matches this tournament with aggro defense hacker. So
oh really?
our hacker convert is delighted to see
Oh,
the elite hacker. Now, with 500 hit points left, is it bait? Is it too late? Or is it exactly the right time? 1, 2, 3 of them with range.
oh man. I really hate hackers. They can be so sweet when you play them but yeah, when you're playing against them and they work, it's just oof.
I mean, kind of love the idea as a software developer and a security guy. I just love
Yeah,
the idea of yep,
hackers.
I'm hacking opponent units. I just want there to be some depth to it. I want it to be like missile, anti-missile. It just needs to be some anti-hack.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like these aren't going to succeed because of the Stormcrawlers. I feel like you struggle into the Stormcrawlers, but then
The whole board is on fire. There shouldn't be any chaff to interfere with them. Right?
true. True.
They are hacking the Vulcan. They've got the Vulcan.
Yeah, that is annoying.
They've got both the Vulcans. Of course.
Yeah, Vulcans go down so quickly to hackers. They're just like, they are the worst unit to have on the field.
And that is a level 3
out of
fort
steam.
with a
Four
laser
hackers.
sight.
There's one down. There's two down.
We've
There's
hacked the
three.
melter.
Oh,
Let's go.
not the big boy melter though. Not the Goober
no.
melter. It's the other one. But yeah, that fort. Come on, is it going to lock on that fort?
Tower?
Yeah, there it goes. Boom.
And down goes the
Oh,
big
it's going to be a
fort.
level 7 melter. Oh, or is it enough?
It is.
No.
It is not enough.
You get another
the
round.
melter does 350 points. There was a surviving Stormcaller, Dionys staying alive at round timeout. So HD Susar at 2350, Dionys at 184. And did you say level 7? Or did you mean level 8?
Oh, wow.
Of course, HD Susar cannot resist that.
Oh no, he should go EMAG though. He shouldn't. He should surely go EMAG.
Nah, if I was in contention to win the tourney, I'd go EMAG. But at this point, I would do a level 8 melter too, just to have done it.
Why not? Because it's awesome. Look at it, 284,000.
Exactly.
With the laser sight. Just, oh, that's just awesome.
Right, what's your best Kobrak impression?
Kobrak?
Kobrak? You know what? Look at this nerd. It's got 250,000 hit points. I can't do a Kobrak. I'm sorry, guys.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It is quad tech storms. The
answer.
We're not committing more to the hackers.
We have Century, high explosive, EMAG, and ranged. Wow.
Now,
Okay.
HE increases the splash, which increases the EMP. It does not increase the radius of
Fire.
incendiary bomb.
Right, okay.
Importance to know at home. So that's why that pot there looks a little bit small. This pot, of course, is huge, but that is coming from the War Crimes Vulcans, not from the
All right, Vulcans, right.
not
Love
from
it.
the
Love it. Oh, that one's landed. That one's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, yes.
hack one, hack the other.
It just goes down so quickly. Level 8 melter. Come on, lock onto something. Do damage.
Regular melter locked
Oh,
on.
he's been
That is
EMP'd.
GG's.
Ah, okay.
And there we go. Yes, imagine if those Vulcans had torched his own board. It could have been a little different. But HD Susauer getting the job done with, you know, the casual, your run-of-the-mill, bog standard melting point over here. We got to see it do 2/3 damage, and that was just in a couple of rounds we were here. Imagine how much it did to get to that point. That might be a
wow. That was
if you're
brilliant.
a caster, if you wanted to stream a fun game or make some YouTube content, this would be the game for you. Didn't quite get to level 9 though, so you don't get the headline grab. All right, we've got about 2 minutes until Sacco versus Apooche, our final.
Oh, that's a good game.
We'll of course get you your channel points. Channel point prediction up. There you guys go. You have 5 minutes to get your pick in. Looks like Rooster is in the driver's seat for runner-up if he can win his last match, which is against Galaxy. No, it's not. It's not Galaxy. Galaxy's facing Cast. All right. Sacco against Apooche. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Where's your money?
Well, I am not betting against my teammate, but Sacco is
Yeah.
very, very good. If I'm betting rocks, I'm
I
putting it
think
on
my
Apooche.
money's on Apooche.
Yeah.
My money's on Apooche because I just feel like, as you said, for all the reasons we've already talked about, he's just so calm under intense pressure. Let's see. I feel like at this level with these players that are the really strong players, it's so minutiae that makes the difference in these.
It is. It's
Certain.
tiny positioning issues are going to make the difference in this one, or big variance drops, right? That heavily favor one unit or the one player or the other.
Yeah.
So. Of course, if you are enjoying tournament action, our Saturdays are jam-packed with tournaments. We start at about 4:45 in the morning my time with Asia. We will be casting Mag 1, taking a break, and then coming back to cast Europe, Triple Threat Tricksters, and Americas every Saturday until all of those tournaments are complete.
Incredible.
And here we go. Welcome to the final. The final we have wanted to see for so long. Your Mag 1 501 Captain Sacco, famous streamer on the near side blue. Your Launch Clash Tournament Champion Apooche, famous streamer, red on the far side. Apooche relatively quickly took the Sabertooth Specialist with Tarantula and Crawler. Sacco, giving it a bit more thought, takes the Typhoon Specialist. Nerf be damned. I'm taking my Typhoons. Crawler and Sledge for Sacco.
She's gonna like that.
Apooche with the Saber coming. And Saber, of course, pretty strong into the Typhoon. We know Tarantula is strong into the Sledge. And Sacco, who presumably would prefer to play some aggro, is playing pretty deep. Apooche with aggro position, but kind of call it mid-aggro Tarantulas. They're certainly not right up on the line the way that some people will. They are pretty close, though.
I feel like the picks, I don't know about you, but I feel like the picks are massively few wrong.
Nope. And Sacco takes a similar positioning to the one that just failed against him. Crawler's behind towers, but Sledgehammer's vertical. But there are two differences. His sledges are only 20 meters inside of tower, and his crawlers are positioned wide enough that some of them would pull outside. Whereas for Galaxy, the crawlers were all the way inside, and the sledges were 10 meters over. Note, of course, Apooche is not running the kind of aggro that Sacco did. He's coming straight up the middle, so it's kind of a middle push aggro.
And I like the vertical sledges here because they do a lot better on the chaff clear. Vertical. So this is a good round.
Apooche did not put any chaff in front, so the marksman had instant lock. It's not enough on Apooche's strong side, where he had one extra crawler. Well, one fewer marksman, I think, on Tarantula. Led to more crawlers surviving. And Apooche's drill puppies carry the day. 3 survivors. I believe. Nope.
Nice.
Is that 5 survivors in there? Anyways, Sacco down to 3872. Apooche on 3900. Decisive round 1 victory. That was not decisive. Okay.
I'd expect Sacco deployment module. I don't know.
Anti-interference for Apooche. So no hacker defense, among other things. Also no paralysis effect from the core building explosion. And also no EMP. So that's a often overlooked aspect of this one. Asako taking his time thinking about it. You could certainly argue for skip. You could argue for either the deployment module or the anti-interference module. Anti-interference module will be on the Sabertooth for Apooche, and he picks up a second saber. Saber here gets to line up straight on the sledgehammer. Here it's pretty darn close, but not quite. There is a little bit of a gap. And Sako takes 2 more sledges vertical. Are you going to show us the defense that Galaxy could have done? Is that the idea here?
A little bit different with those Sabertooths now on the front line. I mean,
yes,
those are
very different
super
attack.
scary.
Very different attack.
I mean,
and of course, this one crawler in the middle to distract marksman for long enough.
Yeah.
They wind up onto crawlers on one side that is targeted onto the Sabertooth on the other side. And Apooche has leveled the backside crawlers, the ones that did so much work last round. They're level 2 now.
Yeah, I like that.
Here. Not worried about losing experience if I can get some round wins. Put some tempo pressure on early. And of course, this is one thing, you know, the rule is don't level chaff. These are not chaff if they're surviving until the end of the round. So you could almost think of it as level the units that survive. It's not a bad rule. Apooche...
Oh, he doesn't go anti-interference again.
Apooche
he goes
takes
heavy armor.
Heavy armor. Sako, again, similar options, but Wasp Swarm... Apooche's crawlers should distract a Wasp Swarm, but a Wasp Swarm out deep might get in on tower for Sako. With Sako having the Typhoon, Apooche skipped the Wasp Swarm. Don't know where that Typhoon might be or if there might be more of them. So, no sense in rushing into something there.
What are you thinking damage-wise here for Sako? I mean, Scorpion has to be on his mind. You can't trust the marksman to do... They simply can't get through the Sabertooth and the Tarantulas quick enough.
Right.
Okay, see. Phoenix.
So, yeah, single target Phoenix. They fly, these 2 units don't shoot it. We've also taken the Typhoon and put the Typhoon flank with the Wasp flank, the Wasp Swarm in front of it. A lot of times you can get this kind of, you can get a, how to describe it? You can establish your flank using a call-in, right?
Yeah.
So,
I think that was a great read by Apooche, wasn't it? Because he picks up the Mustangs,
right.
And there's no obvious, reason to pick them up.
The reason to pick them up was the Wasp Swarm, I think. So having them on the flank to defend against the Wasp Swarm. And then they also will suffice against the Phoenix, assuming you can keep enough of them alive.
Oof, there's a Scorpion. Will he take it?
I
Would he go fast here?
Expect so.
Yeah, you'd think. Farsi is an option. Oh, okay. They both like the fire badges. That's why they're Apooche and Sako, and we're Moroccan.
They do have the saying "See Badger, take Badger." And for Sako in particular, those level 2 crawlers have been a big problem. So I think it's a reasonable choice. Now, I love Sako using the deployment module to teleport the Typhoon from right side to left side. So Apooche drops a Sabertooth back there in defense, and
Yeah, nice. Nice. He lights the oil first time. You know, normally you see people delay, have it for 2 rounds, but he's straight up lighting it this time. Mech Rage on the sledge?
Mech Rage on the sledge, trying to clean up chaff. As the Phoenix, they will answer the... pretty much answer the Fire Badgers. So Apooche kind of knew that and played into it.
Yeah. Is that to stay ahead of the Phoenix, maybe? Is that why he's doing that? I just thought that was pretty odd.
I thought that was a little bit odd as well. Like, why are we there? Keeping the Phoenix maybe off of the Sabertooth?
Yeah. The only reason I can think of is it's that they make sure they stay ahead of the Phoenix.
Right.
For chaff clear, we've just picked up one of the best chaff clear units in the game in the Fire Badger. So if we really bothered about, those crawlers coming through, we put more Fire Badgers in behind the sledgehammers, but or we use our Typhoons.
We used the Badger to light the front and middle on fire last round. We've sold out of it this round, so not keeping the Fire Badger. We're relying on the sledges to be the damage dealer, and we're going with the Typhoon and Mustang in the middle. And actually, Mustang's on the back line, so...
Yeah.
And he's drawn some flank screening Sabres to go with the flank screening Mustangs.
Yeah. No longer wants that Typhoon in any kind of danger, but...
Yeah, both players...
Again, it feels like he's been sucked into that.
Both players took Improved War Factory. Look at that. It was amazing. Could be epic ending here. If they both take it at the same time on opposite sides.
They've both got plenty of room, haven't they?
Well, they both do think about War Factory all through their positioning. Yeah. So, lots of 7x7 gaps visible.
Oh, that Typhoon in the middle is just doing so much work.
Feast. Oh my goodness. Happy Typhoon. I'd like my level, please.
Wow.
Eventually it gets deleted by Sabertooth.
Yeah.
Sabertooth.
So strong.
And eventually Apooche does get in on tower. Mustangs take out the Phoenix. Apooche on 2500 drops Sacco to 2402. We're through round 5. This is tight. Balanced on a knife's edge. Extended range Vulcan offered, but neither player is going to take that, I would think. Redeployment for Apooche to pull the... Yeah, he's got the better version of...
Yeah, bring him on the front line.
Better version of the redeploy item. Sacco has sold out of the Typhoon to afford the Improved War Factory. Costs 200 to unlock, 1,000 to buy, and has 40% extra hit point, 10% extra attack, 10 extra range, and a reduced attack interval, which with launcher overload means this War Factory is attacking every 0.8 seconds for 9,000 damage, times a potential of 4 guns if you make the mistake of surrounding it.
Dang.
Yeah, that is... That is something like 40,000 DPS. Am I getting... I'm not getting that wrong, right? Oh, well, I'm sorry. He has fixed this by giving it attack enhancement to bump it up to 9,000 per shot. Times 4 is... Yeah. It's a lot.
See what it does.
What is that in British? I think it's something that Void would label as unprintable. Get Void in trouble with Automod.
Oh, look at it go.
Yeah,
Look at it go.
Nobody has scratched the paint on it yet. Apooche has gotten all the way into tower on the other side, and that's letting them scratch the paint now. There we go.
It's
Dinged the paint job. There is,
yeah.
He's doing it with honest damage, guys. The Saber-Tooth comes in clutch at the end, gets deleted, but the level 1 Saber, this is the Saber that got redeployed off the line, or the far deep one from the far right side that survived that round. It's probably the far deep one, honestly.
Double shot me up. Double shot me sabers now.
Well, and Apooche, of course, has the same option. Sacco takes the level 6 Rhino. I'm selling this to fund another one, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, or what? No, I'm not. I am Sacco. I am Deployment Module Crawler, Rhino, level 6 Rhino, and Wasp Swarm above it into the corner that Apooche just vacated with the redeploy. Apooche goes for a pair of Overlords. Sacco adds range to the Ranged Launcher Overload level 2 War Factory. I was very much expecting both players to take the level 6 Rhino, sell it, and fund War Factories with it. But Sacco is going to force Apooche to respond to it before he sells it.
There we go.
Apooche does take his own War Factory, but it's down a level and 2 techs. Of course, Apooche is down 200 because of the support costs.
I'm sorry, how has Apooche got so much money? He buys a War Factory, he gets 2 Overlords, and adds range to it. I mean, it feels...
He sold the Tarantula to... Sold the level Tarantula. He has... been steadily and slowly selling.
Oh, he's not going to like that flank now.
So that flank goes very well for Sacco, I think.
Yeah.
The question is, does the other side do enough quickly enough?
Yeah, he doesn't care. He just switched into, I'm going to take your right-hand side, Sacco, before you can do anything.
He has pushed all the way through to that tower before Sacco gets to that left side tower, but that's actually bad news, because it means we're going to be fighting War Factory v War Factory at the worst possible time. No, they're still fighting Chaff v Chaff. Level 6 Rhino goes down.
It's War Factory on War Factory.
War Factory on War Factory violence here. It's epic. The big War Factory wins over its little brother. And those 2 Mustangs will be the actual heroes of this round. Yes, the War Factories get the headlines. You two are the heroes. Congratulations,
Thank me up,
there, guys. Well played. You earn your zoom in here. Well done.
Me and you,
well done, guys. Okay.
Sitting in our little Mustangs.
Yeah, let's just sit here in the back. We'll let you guys do the fighting. Sacco skips. There is not much here that would help you, but Improved Scorpion, it was a possibility if you wanted to drop past it on the floor. It's not time to pivot at this point of a match, I don't think. And Apooche is not going to. There's the oil off the tower. Sacco, oil abuser. Report him. Is going to get that oil lit on fire by jump crawler into it. So trying to get that. Well, it does, right? Like, they'll come over this way? I think they come over this way. I actually wonder if that gets deleted before the oil gets lit on fire or not.
Right.
We will see.
Oh, he's brought back the fire badges to go for it.
Yeah, he's bringing his own fire badger back to make sure it happens. And these crawlers now prevent the fire badger from getting instantly targeted. So
like it.
That's a better play, I think. There's the redeploy.
Was there not a world
Apooche is abandoning this side completely to come play on the other side. Wait for it. It is Mirror Oil. We've each taken a level. Apooche is going to Mobile Beacon the Stangs over. This is the Backside Mustangs and level 2 War Factory. So he's managing to avoid the oil with some key units here.
He's just broadsiding. He's like
Yep.
the ultimate battleship broadsides.
Right, he's got his 2 guns facing this way. He hasn't brought the other guns to bear, but when it rotates, it actually will bring all 3 guns to bear in a way that is pretty clever. But, that said, it's going to be fighting from a level down, and he allowed Sacco's chap to run into the fire.
No,
He's outgunned and didn't have temp range. That's a fatal mistake for the War Factory. Not a fatal mistake for Apooche. He's down to 1,047 hit points, but having temp range from tower allowed Sacco to get the locks there. He had
gotta do it, Sacco.
He had 100.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, they each had 130 meter range, and with the temp range on tower, Sacco had 15 extra meters, and that mobile beacon just kept Apooche in under the guns.
Range acid, there we go. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, sell the previous War Factory and just go mass Scorpion range acid, but he didn't do that. But now he's got got the card pickup.
Yeah, now the card he'll add range and acid. So we're gonna try and drop acid in front of the War Factory, let it advance onto it. I don't care how much hit points you have. If I'm doing percentage damage, I'm doing 3% of the damage per round. Also 2.5 times the damage from units that are shooting it. Sacco adds steel ball production, so getting it playing some defense, also dropping his purchased Vulcan in the far corner. So his steel balls are going to mech div, using buys one steel ball and techs mech div on it. You can now sell back out of that to fund something else later.
Ugh. Level 4 steel balls getting produced. That is sick as well.
Yes, it is level 4. That's pretty gross.
They're just going to be like really hard to deal with, especially for those Scorpions. I think Sacco knew the Scorpions were getting picked.
Yeah, this is why the right answer to Production War Factory was never just Scorpion. Scorpion is labeled an anti-swarm robot. It's supposed to delete the big swarm of produced units. You can kind of see that swarm developing because they'll have the same ranges. They'll all kind of get in the same spot. They're turning into... You can see this is a swarm of units, and with 15 meter splash, it's actually pretty useful into it. But, yes, that's a lot. Now, Apooche does get to tower first. He had leveled the far side up tower up to level 3. So it does play defense at the right time. This is also a 9-second debuff for Sacco's units, a 5-second debuff for
it's got him!
He's got acid on it. With acid on it, Apooche's War Factory survives. Sacco is down to 113 hit points. Let's go! This is epic. Smoke bomb. Quick cooldown would not have brought anything back. Assault Scorpion, possible for Apooche, decreases the attack interval. It does make them go run out in front.
He doesn't want that, does he? Yeah. He doesn't want that. He's better off going improved firepower control or smoke.
They both smoke. Look at the smoke placement from Apooche. Deep. Trying to force units to come out in front of that tower. And Sacco trying to force units to close with that tower. Sacco adds a level 1 War Factory to the level 4, so we're getting more of them. They are multiplying. Not exactly multiplying. For Apooche, his War Factory is up to level 3, thanks to killing the big fellow. Big fellow did 500,000 damage last round, 2 million damage total. Apooche's did 800,000. That is the difference the acid made, but it's only done 1.2 million total. Of course, it's working to catch up.
Yeah, but that one Scorpion just oof.
Yeah,
Round.
putting them into acid was the key play there. Somebody over here,
Yeah.
I think it's, I'm not sure which of the two, is the MVP. And of course, both players at this juncture are taking temp range, temp speed. Sacco has leveled this up to level 4. Apooche left his on level 3. Is that going to be the difference? We've got the Civil War battlefield of smoke on the right side. Welcome to 1864.
Feels like the towers might not matter. It's just about who gets the lock first.
Sacco gets the tower first. It'll be a 5-second debuff. Now it's over, but it's going to take forever to work through.
Like one shot in
130,000 hit
Okay, there we
points.
go.
Apooche's War Factory is down. There's still more than 1,000 on the board, showing when the Overlord goes down. Sacco is your champion. Sacco beats Launch Clash Tournament champion Apooche to show why he is the 501 captain in the Mag 1. Congratulations, Sacco, our weekend tournament 75 European champion. Congratulations, that was epic. Everything we could have hoped for from this one and more. Yeah. Sabertooth Specialist versus Typhoon Specialist, Improved War Factory versus Improved War Factory, Legendary Streamer versus Legendary Streamer. Thank you guys. It's been a privilege to cast this one. That was fun.
What a game! What a game! Oh.
Epic. Yeah, that's all I can say. I am pumped.
So good.
Look at this board.
It's I mean, that game has everything that we love about Mechabellum. Obviously, card drop, picking the card drop, then using it, both players using it, you know, abandoning one tower and then going asymmetrical and reinforcing a tower. You know, it's got every facet of Mechabellum being used in the final game of the European. I mean, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
There were great mobile beacons in offense, in defense. There were really clever call-in plays. You know, take a drop Fire Badger to light the center of the board on fire. And like, think back to that play. There's no war factories on the board or anything. That is a play that wins Sacco the game because, you know, if he hemorrhages more hit points on that round, he's knocked out before this final 10th round, right? So that play where he dropped the Fire Badger and the oil here, also the round where he dropped the level 6 Rhino out here. Just so many really good plays from both players. Just an epic. And of course, it is the person who hit the Improved War Factory button first goes on to win it.
Yeah. And he you know, to be fair, Apooche wasn't far behind with his War Factory, but again, they also, Apooche less so, but Sacco was prepared to get out of Typhoons, even though he was a Typhoon specialist, because he said, look, my board is not, it doesn't matter, there's no point having Typhoon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Apooche kind of, you know, again with the Sabertooths, he made no investment into them. They were useful early game, but after that they were, well, I'm not going to invest any tech in them.
Yeah, they're hit point buffers, but not teched. That is a good point. Yeah. You do kind of wonder if they would have been a little bit more valuable, especially in this late game against these war factories, if they had been able to get a little bit more done, get a little bit more levels into them, and do some real damage to these boys. But by the end, this war factory, level 4, had more than 1 million hit points, had done 1 million hit points in a round, had done 3 million hit points damage total. Improved War Factory is scary. You see Improved War Factory, it is one of your endgame win conditions. They both knew it, they both took it, they both knew the other one had taken it, and Sacco played it better by 113 hit points. Congratulations, Sacco. You deserve this one. Well done, buddy.
Ah,
And that is our tournament complete. Three of the great streamers, 1, 2, 3 in this tournament. Sacco, your champion. Apooche, your runner-up. Rooster, your third place finisher. Congratulations, all three of you. Well deserved. HD Susauer, Galaxy Ends, and Mater Peters round out the top 6. Math is Might, Cast. There's 8 greats across the top 8. Fishmob and Rockelhan round out the top 10. With a field this stacked, this good, we're going to show you all the way down to 40th. So congratulations to those of you having your best ever finish. Well done. Nice. Oh, I see some names I recognize. Very nicely done there, guys. Godius Prime, after that great start, beats Horrible Will, beats Masao, and or Masao, and winds up 30th. Finishes out at 3-3 after a brilliant 3-0 start. There you go. That is your tournament complete. Zach, thank you so much for joining me. Anything else you want to say about this?
no, that was incredible. I really enjoyed that one. I remember a tournament as good, and a final game as good.
That was
I'm sure we've had them, but
we've had some good ones, but that was epic, and I'm so glad to have you back in the booth with me. I really appreciate it. I know you had to take a good month off there for arranging the Launch Clash tournament. I know that was a ton of work, and it's really nice to have you back, my friend.
Yeah.
You did really well in that.
Well, looking forward to your. So what are you doing next? You're going to be streaming some Mag or Triple Tricksters?
I've got so Mag 1 was this morning. That has completed.
Okay.
Well, next ones are to next Saturday at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, and then I don't know what time that is for you guys. What are you, 8 hours off of me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 3 p.m. you guys time. But that is the time that works for Americas, for China, and for Europe. So that is the best time, it looks like. So yeah, I'm doing some Triple Threat Tricksters. We have the semifinals coming up. In fact, thank you for reminding me. I should switch the title here.
Well, all the best in that. I'm going to go and just turn on Twitch and watch you play. All the best. I unfortunately crashed out with my team. We only really got going towards the end. But yeah, to the next.
All right. Well, I'm glad you guys had fun at it. Like you were saying at one point in the tournament, it's really, as a tournament, it's a great way to study aggro defense, learn a whole lot of things, and because of the way that people will sign up with mismatched or sign up solo, you get things like Teddy had the opportunity to study under Coach Zemp, and I've had the chance to work with Apooche and Cat Same You, and that has really elevated my game. To get to play with those folks, see what they're thinking in terms of positioning, see what they're thinking my choices should be, or sometimes just nudging me out of the wrong choice. Nope, that's not the choice. Just do the other thing you were thinking of. Is a lot of times really what you need to hear, and it's been a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Good luck this evening. I look forward to you bringing it home again.
All right, thank you very much. Well,
all right, take care.
We will see. Cheers.
Ciao.
Now let me check in with the rest of the group there. What is going on today at now? We are checking in with opponents. 2 out of 3 are ready. I'm ready. That's very unfortunate. One of the One of the teams is unable to field the third player this week, so no, it said they can't play before because they wouldn't be a 3-player team. I think they are going to be up after, so I think both sides will be playing after. I think both sides will have their full 3. I am ready to join a Melter chat. Let's jump on over there. Hello, hello. With me here in Melter is Alpha Titan. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm ready for this.
I am too. I am stoked.
Gonna be a lot of fun.
Yo, yo, yo.
That sounds like an Apooche.
The gang's all here.
Yep. And
so,
go ahead.
You go ahead. I was just gonna say, Rooster relayed to me via general chat that he and Clint are ready and they are trying to get a hold of Stony.
Yeah, saw that.
All right. So in this one, we play all 3 matches regardless.
That is correct.
Yes.
And it is just whoever has more trickster points at the end is the winner.
Okay.
That is also correct.
I see.
It's
obviously
spicy.
winning.
Oh,
is
this
a
is
part of
also
that.
in the announcements. So
Yes, it is.
Yep.
All right. Well, I am. I sat out last round, and I would be happy to jump in this round. I'm feeling good.
Good. I am.
All right.
Apooche is on fire.
Yes, Apooche is in full form. How are you feeling? Are anything off with being up so early this morning? Or are you good and ready to go?
No, I'm good and ready. I mean, I pretty much woke up at my normal work day wake up time.
So just not getting the early morning sleeping on in.
Yeah. I mean, often I'm actually awake at that time. I'm just have Twitch open on my phone in bed, or I'm just reading.
Yep.
Right. Oops. I meant to say a message in Melter chat.
Yeah.
And I said it generally. Okay, so a question for you, Apooche.
Mm-hmm.
While we wait, what would you say is the best response to a hacker board that is developing if you are behind?
So you're behind. Probably fort bubbles.
Okay.
If you're ahead and they're desperation hackering you, it's often the case that you can go replicate crawler and get a lot of crawlers. Right. Yeah, War Factory, if you're behind, can do pretty well. War Factory will kill every hacked unit instantly and is very difficult to hack.
Right, just because of its
It also
raw
depends
HP.
on what your other problems are. If your other problem is that you're struggling with crawlers, you might just be dead. If you still haven't answered crawlers and you're getting hacked, you're in trouble.
Right.
But in that case, it's answer crawlers. Just number one problem, always answer crawlers.
Right. Because crawlers are just obnoxious always.
Yeah, fort bubbles work pretty well because hackers have trouble with them. So it's does their comp break bubbles well? If they're Hacker Mustang, maybe you go bubbles. If they're Hacker Storm, maybe you go crawlers. Or maybe you go War Factory. War Factory, if the storms are a big problem, you can even anti-missile. But yeah, it can deal pretty well with hackers.
Fair enough.
And then the other answer is air. Sometimes you just go for an air board.
Right.
Boats can be pretty good.
Right, just get where they can't hack, kind of like how you counter storms by not being on the ground.
Yeah, especially if someone goes elite hacker, the elite hacker card.
Mm-hmm.
you maybe it may be a losing proposition to try to counter them on the ground.
Because I mean, at that point, even the hackers are now having 60,000 HP bubbles.
Yeah, and they have more potential to hack a unit like War Factory.
Right. That damage really compounds on itself. Especially.
Yeah, especially if they get an item or something.
Exactly.
Is Kat Samu around? Is Kat joining us today?
Kat said hello in chat.
In yours. Okay, perfect.
No, in the Melter chat.
Is in Melter chat. Perfect. Perfect.
Said
So
up
he
to
is
play,
here.
but will reiterate my rustiness.
Right. I still suspect, at a minimum, fielding Cat and Apooche is probably our
I agree.
go-to.
I think that's the strong lineup.
Yes.
I'm not
Yeah,
offended
last
at that
time
one.
Kat said he was rusty, he got a trickster score of like 2. So
I remember.
mean,
Yeah, I know.
To be
It's
fair,
kind of
so
like
did I,
Soja.
but you know.
yeah, true.
We had a lot of fun that match. Opponent is Clint, Stony, and Rooster, right?
Yeah,
we are-
they sometimes had someone else besides Stony.
Yes. But I think they are just about.
Yeah, they have Yes Win Big on certain
Standby.
On
weeks.
standby.
Yeah.
That said, Yes Win Big usually goes to bed by now as well.
Chemtrails group is starting now. That's their matches. We are still
Nice.
waiting on Stony. I did ping Stony on Discord, but I don't have him on Steam, I don't think. Maybe I do. Let's find out. Oh, we do. Hold on.
I'm surprised that Clint doesn't have Stony on Steam.
After they're putting together the
Right.
Dev Pro, right? Weren't they?
Yeah, well, and they cast together so much, like
Yeah.
Right, they're kind of
Yeah.
a dynamic duo.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Amarok, Apooche, you can lead off on our 1v1s. Cat and I will
Sure.
pair up on 2v2, and then we'll rotate around the carousel
All right.
after we
Yeah.
get 2 wins. and
I would
score
say
2.
they might predict it, but if I'm being honest, I have paid zero attention to what order other teams have been leading out. So
We're so
Right.
confident we don't change. We force them to adapt to us, right?
yeah.
I'm just hoping I don't draw Rooster on the 1v1.
Ooh,
I think I have a real shot against anyone
Yes
else.
Win
I still
Big will
could.
be replacing Stony in the opposition lineup. So it'll be
All right.
Rooster, Yes Win Big, and Clint Leetwood.
Okay. And
All right, Kat, where do you? Well, Apooche maybe. Where do you want me? Want me in your ear in the 1v1, or do you want me with the 2v2s?
Either way, I think you should broadcast the 2v2 since I'm streaming the
You're streaming
1v1.
Okay,
So we'll
I'll-
get them both on record.
Right, I will cast whatever game you are not casting. So every group from the every game from the group is here. In which case, I'm gonna wish you luck.
All right.
Well, hello, Sir Elix.
Oh, now Clint has disappeared.
yeah.
Do I need
Oh, boy.
a secondary voice channel? We have my group or my guild spot, so it'll be fine. We've got 2 voice channels if needed. Appreciate the offer there, Cody.
Believe I have
Oh.
Clint.
Yeah, you can go ahead and start your
Load.
1v1 with Clint.
Well, Clint does not seem to be online.
I see.
Right. We're going to
Yeah, I do have him followed.
We're going to run a quick ad and load ourselves back up with fresh fresh restart of client here.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna restart clan as well.
Yeah, let's just all do that.
Yeah. I mean, no point in sitting through this, right?
So, Kat, I've played Yes Win Big and have a reasonably decent track record, so I think it's better for us if you are the one who pairs against Rooster, if you're good with that. I make no promises on my end, but I've definitely played Yes Win Big before and have a better sense of their strat.
Wait, Yes Win Big is inviting me to 2v2, but I'm in the 1v1.
Yeah, you are in the 1v1. Tell him no. Or I guess we can't
Okay.
tell him no.
Right.
Well, you guys, when you're invited, you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
Ah, there he is. What? But I can't invite him. Oh, wait, no, he's not. I think he just came online.
It is what it is. I have Rooster and I have Yes Win, so I can invite everyone.
They have created a room. Yes, Win Big is inviting folks. Yes, Win Big has left the room.
Okay. Do you want me to make the invites for the 4?
I mean, if they make me the room captain,
The host,
I
you
can
can do
this.
it too.
Yeah.
I literally have all 3 of you ready to go,
Stony,
and I know you do too.
Stony is away on Discord, but like appears to be logged into some other game, but probably just connected to the internet. Yeah, I don't see Clint.
Who is room captain for you there, Amarok?
Right now, Rooster is.
Gotcha. I'm following Rooster. I don't know if Rooster follows me.
Yeah.
He is. Okay, so he should be able to give me an invite.
Oh my god. These guys are killing me.
Yeah, right? We've had audiences, Apooche. They're gone now. They all went to Rooster's stream to watch him fall. Wait, no, they didn't.
Yeah, everyone in chat is just like confused. We're not talking.
What is going on?
Yeah, what is going on?
I'm gonna go ahead and invite everybody for our 2v2 Amarok real quick and just see who wants to join because I've got everyone.
Right.
Okay.
Wavik, let's go, and we'll start the 2v2. There we go. Now it's looking promising.
There we go, and you can, Kat.
And you're straight
here
off.
you are.
You are up on Yes Win Big. You've got us on a daylight map. I appreciate that. You need to tick spectator delay so that I cannot cheat for you. And then I guess that leaves me either you stream to Melter voice chat and I spectate there to coach you guys, or I just cat on I just follow from delayed here.
Okay.
Do you want coaching and advice?
I'm perfectly, I'll go ahead and stream, and you can kind of be my eyes and kind of keep an eye on the battlefield, keep me a little bit appraised of what Kat's doing, because obviously you can't in verbal. And I'll stream to you.
Perfect. What's happening now? Both Clint and Stony said they could play and are both MIA. It looked.
Wait, is Clint not here either?
Clint
No, Clint is not here. I'm that's why I'm just sitting around waiting.
Clint was ready.
Oh, I see him online Discord now.
Yeah, but I mean he's like he and I talked about it this morning. I know he was ready this morning.
Right.
He was looking forward to it. We were joking about teasing each other for the outcome. Yeah.
Anyway, I guess we can go ahead and start our 2v2 for now, just to be time efficient.
Yes, provisionally this is
And,
the 2v2, and if not, it's a fun 2v2. If they have to,
Right.
if they have to forfeit.
Ostensibly, if we can't get our last man, then we'll just we'll play it out for fun.
Yep. To recap for the audience, Triple Threat Tricksters is a very fun tournament. It's a little bit complicated to explain, but you basically award points for winning the match, towers taken divided by possible towers taken, and flank deployment cost divided by main unit cost, effectively.
Yes,
So
when Big just left.
When Big left?
Yes, he did.
Isn't he supposed to be playing?
I think so.
thought he was. He had said he had saluted and popcorned the
Right.
the main chat.
He's like, I'm gonna watch. I'm excited to watch this
I'm
match.
excited
It's
to
like,
know
no.
if somebody else shows up. So essentially, you are, you could play this Zemp style. I'm going to play from deep.
Oh,
I'm going to win the match and score a relatively low. I'm going to win the game and score a relatively low. Oh, all right then. There will be.
looks like they are calling it.
There will be no Triple Threat Tricksters today. That is very sad. Yep. Yeah, I was excited for it. That is all right.
Mm-hmm.
Things happen.
Well.
It's been a full day of tournament action. I know folks have been up since butt crack of dawn. But appreciate you guys' patience with us. We will switch around and find some matches to play. We've also got a kiddo.
Hey.
What's up?
Hello, kiddo.
Hey, how
Do we wanna-
many people do you have?
We could just
currently talking
2v2
to both my
amongst
stream
ourselves.
and
That's what I was gonna
Apooche's
say. We could get some
Ooh.
practice for next
Hello,
week.
Apooche stream.
Yeah.
Hey, kiddo. Oh. Emrock, are you interested in some Yumi Cat Apooche 2v2ing?
Amrock is sending out invites. Alpha
Yep.
Titan's also
see.
sending out invites. Everyone's confused.
Reminds me of the cyber.
It is. It's a Cyberman one.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right,
I've got
that is
3 out of the
joined
4.
ours.
I've got 3 out of the 4. Titan, you have to join us.
I see. I abandoned me because I also had half and you had half.
Oh, I see.
Are these our teams?
Betrayed.
Betrayed.
Yeah, we can switch around if we want.
I think this is reasonably fair teams, I
I
guess.
think this
Yeah.
is probably fair. Yeah.
Anyways, disappearing now.
Okay.
All right. Ciao, kiddo.
Are we all just in each other's ear?
Yeah.
That could be fun.
I mean, we could go to different channels if you want, but I think it's fine to all be discussing.
Well,
I'm just
Cat never
not gonna
says
reveal
anything.
my
So.
plays. Yeah.
Cat doesn't say anything. I mean, you and I can move to my broadcast booth if you want, Apooche.
I think it's more fun just having everyone.
All right, so we can smack talk.
Actually agree.
Let's go. Smack
And
talk enabled.
if we're trying to teach each other stuff, then we can also kind of
True.
share glimpses.
True.
Oh my gosh,
Mhm.
my MMR climbed to 1900 after this.
Wow.
Oh no, it's a 2v2
This is
MMR.
2v2
Never
indeed.
mind.
MMR,
Yeah.
yes. You and
I was
I,
like, wait a minute.
you and I did climb to 1900. You're not
We
wrong.
did climb. I'm like 1812 at the moment though, which is what I thought I was at the end of the most recent tourney.
That's a.
Oh.
I do like Tchaikovsky. so
Ooh,
it's a pretty good MMR.
specialists. We're on the full map, which is the map we would have played.
Right, this is by design. At least I hope it was.
Probably. I'll claim it was by design.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, double speed.
Well, this is Triple
Tricky.
Threat Trickster, right? So we've got we've got Badger and Rhino.
It is, but it isn't.
Right.
Triple Threat Trickster practice, right?
Cat does love to go fast.
Gotta go
Apooche
fast.
seems borderline unbeatable
Yeah.
these days.
Rooster with the raid. Welcome, Rooster viewers. Sorry about all that.
It does.
You got
happen.
abandoned by your teammates. But I watched some of your cast of the Mag 1. Was good fun. I don't know if you casted my game or
No,
I think you casted Arbiter's game.
yeah, I had the. I got to draw your game for the.
Oh, you had my game. Okay. We're just playing some twos amongst our team now. Cat has a very hinged round 1 setup. All right.
As opposed
spooky.
to an
Cat
unhinged
doing
one?
cat things.
Oh,
I know. I was gonna say.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, as opposed to unhinged. It's sort of like how people now say chalant as opposed to nonchalant, you know?
It's very hipstery, like
yes.
dropping the inverse.
Yeah, dropping un and non from words that you like normally don't say it without that.
All right, there you guys go. You have predictions up. You can bet on Team Melter or Team Melter. Good luck, have fun. You've got 5 minutes. I will award it appropriately once they are distinguishable. One's blue, one's red.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see. So blue melter and red melter.
Blue Melter and Red Melter.
Oh wait, who's blue? Because y'all are blue for you.
But we're the streamers.
I think-
so. Both
I
chats
think we
are
were-
seeing us as blue.
Yeah, yeah. I think we were blue for the
see.
start. Oh, those are my crawlers.
We were technically blue on the startup set as well.
Looks like my deploy won.
You beat the hinged deploy.
Yeah, it was just like storms and crawlers, and the crawlers were coming every which way. But they ended up splitting, so like each of my Fang packs had to fight half a crawler pack and was able to therefore win.
Fair enough. I had all of one chaff and cleared chaff better.
Ooh,
Well, that's spicy.
units.
These are units.
I guess Saber is like the best one at killing all the other ones.
Yeah, Saber does win the face-off.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here too.
I mean, balls can kill the Saber. I don't know. Oh, I
Okay,
have
I see
made
you.
my selection.
Okay.
Oh, I'm too poor. I like tried to recruit a unit, and then it was just like giving me the error, and I'm like, I swear I have deploys. Literally can't afford.
I literally don't have money. Well, welcome in to all of you who have joined after Rooster's stream ended. I appreciate y'all piling in here. We are partners with Apooche, as I'm pretty sure you figured out from joining Apooche's stream when Rooster raided that direction. We're facing Cat Samu and Alpha Titan in what would have been a
Indeed.
Triple Threat Tricksters tournament match against Rooster's team, but since there was default, we will be we'll be practicing.
Cat, I
amongst
had it on
ourselves.
the other side at first and moved it.
I also guessed wrong, Cat, so no worries.
He tried to storm cheese me,
Oh,
as he just wants to do.
he does
Yes.
like the storm cheese. In fact, I
That is a cat
deployed,
thing.
I deployed a storm chease one day and told stream I was doing it for Cat, and then remembered it was not streaming. Told chat, like, I'm doing this for Cat. Wait, no. I'm just playing on a Tuesday. There's nobody
As soon as
here.
Australia gets its own team, we're doomed. We actually have an Australian on our team in Mag 1.
Dillo, yeah.
Dillo,
Dillo?
is, yeah. Yeah, we
not
were
a-
chatting with him on voice, and he's very Australian.
I see one of
He's
those
not just
things.
Australian for
you
show.
can't hide.
Oh, get it? Yes. Okay. I got us a triple threat trickster point. There we go. Or, you know, a tower. Ooh.
OnlyFans is also Aussie. Wow.
That could be fun.
Okay.
OnlyFans, Dillo. Who else can we add to that? I'm thinking of a certain streamer I raided to one day and was impressed to discover they were already drunk. You know, since I'm raiding out at my evening, it's their morning. I was like,
Yeah.
all right then.
Maybe they just had a really long night.
It could have been. It could have been.
Need to protect that.
Chat says, yeah, that sounds Australian to me. Fair enough.
All right, let's see how that does. Alpha Titan is a reasonably normal looking board of chaff. It's kind of a like defensive board with the forward things.
That looks like
Oh god, I'm getting missile striked. But at least that means there's no efficient giant.
Okay. Both Titan and I took the ER marksman instead of the efficient giant.
I took the portable shield for my level 2 Sabretooth.
Rude.
Because he's a monster.
Value for me. Should have thought of that.
Note that there is a lack of marksman on your board after taking the ER marksman. At least yet.
It might appear that way.
Oh, there is one tucked away in the middle of La La Land that I did not see.
He is pretending to be a Stormcaller. He's so
Yeah,
sufficiently cleverly hidden that you didn't even notice him.
Dude, my fire badgers are cooking. They're just coming in here going like, don't mind me.
Fire Badger's coming in hot.
Yeah, I'm the specialist. Mass Fortress, it wanted us to take the thing.
It really did. It's upset.
There's
that we
also
didn't. There's also improved
a
warfare.
battleship.
Well, I know what Titan's gonna take.
Cat is like giga open to battleship, but it's probably too early. I don't know.
Well, Titan's gonna take the improved war factory. Do you want that one?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you want the Caddy Corner improved war factory, Apooche, or should
It's
I
up
take
to you. It's up to you. I'm deciding.
Okay, if you take,
But I'm unlikely to take it.
okay, then I will take it. So we have the mirror going. And of course you don't know what I'm talking about, Titan.
No, of course not. Have no idea.
No.
No clue.
He would never. He would never know what you're talking about.
Not like we played together 100 times.
Is that all?
Right, you know, or 2 or 3. Apparently Stoney had to stop by the hospital.
Ooh.
That's what he's saying in general chat.
Dang.
Prefer not.
I'm getting replicated on. I got him to take the cast beacon.
Yeah, Kat says that's not good.
Yeah, well, he replicated the turn I ranged my badgers, and he's getting pretty cooked.
Suspect that was in reference to Stony.
Yeah, that is also not good.
I hope everything is okay for Stony.
Yeah.
Right, I'm asking.
He says it was in reference to Stony, but it was also about badger range. Love it.
There's a lot of Apooche board coming to play at the party, and when I should be getting tower, I'm not.
Mm. We're here for some grilling.
So my Amarok mirror here is a little bit of bonus Apooche on the side.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I am the Fire Badger spec.
You are Fire Badger specking.
And my upshoot right now is like 3 fangs. Technically 5 fangs.
This is not how you want to see it done.
Wait, he tried to storm cheese me on the other side. Oh my god, this guy.
He's a menace.
He really is.
But we love him. Opportunities for other people.
Love it.
I have.
Give me a temp speed. I'm just noticing that you're like scamming his his Sabertooth too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Titan, you gotta flank to protect your buddy's flank. Or tell him to get out.
Yeah.
Oh, anti-missile.
Alright, comes the War Factory. Shocking.
In 2v1, I'm kind of
Yeah, you're forced into
forced into it a little earlier than I'd have liked, so
Yep.
it is what it is.
Not
And I knew you were going to take the Scorpion.
it. Not sad to see it. Yeah, you know my defense to War Factory. And
Well, getting a double Scorpion drop was like the opposite of what I wanted to see. I am winning our board hard, though.
right. I
At
did
least for now.
did commit to bringing more of Apooche over.
Yeah. Yeah, I clicked
Oh, and you
speed
have
so I can
birds.
hopefully get there a little faster. Yeah, I do have birds.
Wow. Jeez.
And I ranged him too. I guess you do have the extended range marks.
Yeah, but you're going to get to pound on me during debuff.
Yeah, I also have a big boy coming in here.
Is that even enough to go for another? No, that's just game. And I even loaned to try and make. Because I did. Well, I feel proud of how I handled my side of the board.
Yeah.
Cat was, as he said, not entirely hinged. He was trying to cheese me with storms. And
You
Fire
just had
Badger
a
was
super tempoed, like you just completely had high volume deploy units that weren't dying.
If you
Right.
look, I'm funneling 4 packs of crawlers into this center Badger.
Oh,
So it's just
brutal.
all coming in, and this guy has 163 chaff clears, and he's not even number 1 on the team. Oh, probably the guy that, yeah, the guy that like
kept farming my
the
board.
guy that
Okay.
farms your board is number 1 chaff clear. He's also number 2 damage. Good job,
Well, I mean, he
Mr.
just-
Fire Badger.
I mean, you just
Yeah.
torch my tower, and then you get to cook all of my units on their way to the
Yeah.
tower, and then I don't get my tower debuff, so Amarok wins his strong side.
Right. And
Because the tower debuff would have swung my other side of the engagement.
Yeah, 69 KHP.
yeah, Cat says Apooche is so incredibly stable, and I really agree. It's
The
just
true
such a
story.
it's such a pleasure to look at the way that you build a board and how much you control of your opponent's movement. Right, you're talking about funneling all of that into one spot, and it's just one big
Yeah,
kill zone for cooking with Fire Badgers, killing with Phoenix, dropping Stormcallers on it, and oh, by the way, double shotting with the Sabertooth. It's just rough.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and this
think,
double shot is so efficient.
Yeah, it is. I wanted range 2, but I decided it makes more sense to range the Phoenixes.
And
Ooh.
Titan, I don't mean to burst your bubble, but I figured you were going to take the War Factory this round and rush it, so I floated 400.
Yeah, I figured.
And you
because you also have it,
yeah, so you're down.
Because your board didn't change very much between rounds.
Yes, you're down 500, and I'm up 400 for the coming round. So economically, I was counting on winning it in round 6 if we didn't win it in round 5.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful with that's sort of what got me in that finals versus Sacco is like he played his Improved War Factory first and got a level on it, and then I just was always behind levels. But yeah,
and this War Factory did end up leveling for the record. But
yeah. But you can always sometimes if you have enough floated, you can elite recruit and just catch up.
Yep, I'm on 1700, so
the
option for me right here.
Yeah, I think you would want to elite recruit and just buy range first or something.
Right, elite recruit, sell something, pick up range.
And that's also part of why. I mean, obviously, I was selling out of the Scorpions instead of attacking them to try and get on board.
Yeah,
I was expecting you to go aggro though, and when you didn't, I mean, obviously, I'm comfortable playing standard, but I was looking forward to rebuffing an Emerald aggro push.
Yeah, none of the cards I had really lent to it.
I know you would have if they did, because you love your steel balls right now.
I do. And then they dropped and I was already committed to a standard position. It was sad.
I had Saber Ball Crawl on offer.
Oh, wow.
But I decided to take the Fire Badger spec with Fang Storm. I don't know. Something struck me.
Well, if you leave that combat, we can set up another one.
Yes.
Congratulations to those of you that chose Team Melter over Team Melter. Well played.
Melter OP.
Yeah, Team Melter OP there. Unbeaten today.
And yeah, Fire Badger spec is pretty good against crawler pushes. That is a true statement.
Apooche, you want to slot over on my side of the board?
Oh, sure.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, you want to be against Apooche?
Wait. Okay, yeah.
It'll be good for me to play against Cat.
This way we're switching up the matchup, because otherwise I'd just be against Cat twice in a row.
Right. This is
That's true.
We have an official. It predates that Macabellum guild, guys. We have an official 4-player in-house 2v2 rotation, and it involves being everybody's partner and being opposed to each player exactly once. So next matchup, Titan and I are partners. You guys face the one player you haven't placed. You haven't faced, and we are set to go.
So we would each face our current teammate.
Yeah, winner is whoever.
The winningest record.
Yeah, whoever goes 3-0 is the winner. Otherwise, if everybody goes 2-1, we just don't mention who went 0-3.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I think I did this with GCU Arbiter and Pants one time, and
nice.
GCU went 3-0 and was just carrying every game.
I love that format made it all the way to you guys. That's amazing. So
yeah, I don't think we were I don't know if we aimed to have the same opponents, but yeah, it just makes sense, right?
Right. Yeah, it's the
sort
logical
of natural.
way to go. Do you want to give some shout-outs? Thank you for the follows, Tacklin and JKY.
I have the dude. I found the guy.
Typhoon is the guy.
He's the man.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know what I want here. I think I'm gonna this, I guess.
Amrock is Farseer, Cat is Supply, Titan is Rhino, and I am Typhoon. Who?
That has the monies, and
it's. Wow, this is an ancient Arbiter formation. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a cute Sacco formation I could run. I don't like it.
Oh, y'all are looking at the recommendeds?
Yes. They didn't like.
Yeah, they're all kind of old.
They're very old. Yeah.
So interesting. Earlier on, when you were looking at my board, Apooche, you said it was a defensive formation. So do you view any fangs in front of the towers as defensive by definition?
Yeah, you kind of. They often like die for free in standard. Sometimes you want like 1 or 2 up there.
Gotcha. You just need to make sure you have crawlers parallel with your towers to get ahead of your forward units before their forward units get locks.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not where I expected Cat to be.
This is a little Pyrrhic with our steel
No,
balls.
what the heck is
Ow.
this?
You got scammed.
I got RNG'd on 3 out of 3 balls. This Arclight's gonna juice though.
Amazingly bad. Yes, would you like that Arclight level instead of a steel ball level?
Oh, maybe your fangs got like pot shots off.
Right. They had a couple of shots. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they're in the middle there. And do just enough to
Okay.
I
damage.
really expected Cat to be in the middle with his storms, and he overloaded the outside.
I scammed Apooche out of most of his steel balls, and he still wins the headbutt. That's the power of chat
Yeah,
player.
well, it's the power of crawlers as well.
Cheating. Absolute cheating with this.
Although I guess it
Using
was the
arc
power
lights.
of fangs that scammed me, so.
It was the power of fangs that scammed you. It was the arc lights that got me. Come on, Arclight, pay him back. Good work.
That's true, Cat. You just happen to do it after I've been used to you doing the same thing like a gazillion times. Oh, great. So now Cat takes the Wraith and puts it somewhere. Got some there for us.
Was the arc not leveled? That's a good question. Didn't even get that close. I think it died before killing the last one.
That's where it is.
Mustangs, sure.
Oh, sad.
Did it work? Yes.
Your crawlers are gonna. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Your crawlers are gonna get pulled to Cat,
The
and your towers
coordinated
wide open.
play. Yeah.
Teamwork, baby. It's triple threat tricksters. You got to do this kind of stuff.
But I've
would've
like
liked-
won most of the headbutt by the
I would
time
have
it
liked to.
happens.
If I could have afforded speed, I'd have done it. I knew I needed to. On the other hand, you won most of the
Looks
headbutt.
like the
but not
Mustangs are
all of
juicing.
it.
Yeah. Like three crawlers get to tower. Yeah, I was thinking about putting a crawler to run up to your tower there, but
That
I was
would've
like,
been
my
amazing.
late crawler already sort of does that.
That would have been amazing. The little crawler headbutt over there.
I mean, you say you're helping, but you're just winning your side, Cat.
No T left. All right, tempo turn. Ooh. All right, how do we deal with underground everywhere?
Right. Oh. Yeah, I figured Cat would push the button too.
Alright, Cat takes underground, but Amarok also takes intensive, so we both took intensive.
Mm-hmm.
His Wasp is coming to your tower.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, you intensived at the balls. Interesting.
You intensived the Typhoon? Yeah.
The Typhoon, yeah.
Makes sense.
I mean, I just sort of love to see intensive drop on that turn as the Typhoon spec.
I thought about putting it on the Farseer for similar.
Okay. When do I expect you back? When do I expect you back? Okay. That's me.
Was able to get crawlers in on Cat's
that-
storms.
Nice.
Replicate.
The debuff lasted just long enough for me to die.
Oh, die. Okay. Well, I win my side this time, although there's wasps over there that
You
maybe
have
I get to farm.
Mustangs.
A few.
Yeah, the question is, how well can you kill a level 3 ball? That might
I've
soon
got
turn into a
replicate
level 4
crawlers.
ball. Oh, nice. Yeah, replicate should do it. Juice for stings. Oh, replicate does not do it.
It
Hello.
almost did it.
Hello.
That was very
Yeah.
close.
Ball levels.
Ball is having a day.
I get my specialist online finally.
Hmm.
Oh my.
Hmm.
More buttons.
Oh, Amarok also went replicate.
That was why my replicate didn't quite pop off, although it still
Right.
did. I had more, so I had more on the outcome, but it wasn't a full replicate off. I've got a
Right, well,
Rhino
now it
charging
isn't-
the tower with heavy armor.
An ER
blue
ball
rhino.
battle.
Oh, he gets stopped. You get to juice my Mustangs.
Nice.
I'm winning the replicate war.
I have lost the ER ball war this round, which is really unfortunate.
Oh,
'cause
wow.
There's a lot of levels.
I had a
on both
tragic
of that.
beacon where my Rhino decided to look at the tower but not actually kill it because of positioning.
Yeah. That's
But I
another.
hit both of his sentry missiles because of it.
You also came very close to doing that in your round 1 match of Europe.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's another good thing to, if you guys haven't seen it, Suri's video on the mobile beacon
Mm-hmm.
explains all of those mechanics.
I know how it works. It's a pay attention to it problem, I think.
Yep.
At least for the most part, I think that's the case.
So insane. Mm. $600. I don't want to loan.
If it makes you feel better, I'm arguing the same decision.
Oh, my arc light
No!
is a badass.
Arc light
He
is terrible.
distracted the fortified lock.
No!
Get in on tower this time.
Disaster.
Boom. Oh, Mr. Blue Rhino. One more punch. Yes. My 0 HP Rhino lives.
Nice.
And my blue Mustangs get to eat the wasps. Except some of them are focused on a scorpion.
Wait a minute, did I win this?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have like an answer to the crawlers, but I have to
Yeah.
make all of those plays or I just like die to the balls.
Right.
So.
Right. And you saw all the plays coming. That was amazing.
Well,
Yeah, I was thinking about beaconing my weak balls backwards to
Uh-huh.
break the lock, but I didn't even realize the arc light would do that.
Arc light
But I just didn't have the money for
Epic
it.
for you. Oh god. Would you like them to have more range? Oh god.
Yeah, advanced aiming system. I don't think
That
they
would be-
need it.
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure
that
they
would be
do.
expensive.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Apooche, is there an acid play that I'm not seeing? I know that it's...
Not really.
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm getting acided. Oh, that didn't work.
I think I'm getting... Oh, there's another missile. Oh, my Rhino almost made it.
Oh,
I mean,
man,
one
we
of the
can't
most
kill like 5
awkward
crawlers.
battles. I mean, one of the most awkward battles I've ever played. But this is Cat, so that kind of checks.
Yeah.
I saved my anti-missile devices, though.
Nice.
Is that Amarok Scorpion that's chasing me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Or is
yeah,
that yours?
I'm dead. The Scorp took
Okay.
out my ER balls before they could kill. I need like I need so many deploys right now.
It's the lesson you taught me. Cause more problems than the guy can answer in one turn.
Yeah. Hmm. It's so weird, like, balancing your healths. It's like, well, I don't want this to be my highest health guy.
New problems.
I think I'm just... Forget temp range.
Right.
It does seem to matter just a little bit in our battle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just
if you don't take temp range, you're just dead immediately.
Done. And we both skipped that 10 extra range that might have been similar.
I know.
Oh, great, I'm out of time.
Ah, the drill match, of course.
It almost gets that second shot off. Not quite.
I never go into crawler wars. I don't run mech rage.
Mmm.
I run loose and I run acid.
No, but you have... There's so many text crawlers all over this battlefield.
This is the most unhinged battlefield ever.
And, I mean, extended range ball with Typhoon is, like, pretty toxic.
It's pretty bad.
But
I'm pleased
since
every
you're
time I
able to
can take
mash
a
it,
round
it
off
can
of you.
even... Yeah, it's also good, like, into ball Typhoon, so I guess it's... Like, the Typhoon is less of an advantage, at least how I've been positioned.
Oh, these are yours coming in now. I was like, oh great, it's Amarok coming in again.
You never know.
They're running the same I can't tell
Yeah.
who's coming. My side of the board. Oh my gosh.
Dear Lord. Cat? Opinion?
way off.
I didn't click it in time. Haha.
What didn't you click?
I clicked Master Creep, but then didn't actually click the unit.
I see.
I clicked the unit, got it on the board, failed to deploy it into your nuke.
Mm.
I mean, I
I
guess
also slowed down your beacon too much. I knew where you would beacon, but I slowed it down too much for you to beacon into the
into
nuke.
the nuke, yes. You got me anyways. Nicely done.
What are those? Those are level 3 fangs, really? Well, I'm losing the replicate war now, so I'm doing my best. I put Degen Wraith in the air.
Well, my crawlers are down a tech, but they're up quite a few levels.
Cat is out of
Okay.
upshoot, but I've actually taken care of the birds.
Yeah, you nuked
I
my
nuked
Phoenix.
the only air in the entire game. It comes down to this.
Well, double tap scorps are gonna go off here.
Somehow these typhoons are that far away.
They were just too slow.
Yeah.
This chaos.
Higher Bashers, that's just wrong, bro. Like, you can't do this.
The entire board gets to be flames now.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, I mean, we can't buy any of these high health units.
You're right. And
Right.
Napalm
Everything's
reduces
just
the
dead.
health of the badger, keeping them alive.
Oh,
Well,
it
I mean,
allows
if you're
them
doing-
to survive. Yeah.
If you're doing beam damage, then it might not even matter.
Oh, I would protect your flank rhino from the heavy target balls, but I actually can't.
Oh,
I can't put something closer to them.
that's a good call out at least, so I can move them.
Oh, I was gonna do a
I lost
beacon.
my beacon. I didn't get the beacon placed in time.
Well, here come the demons.
Demons.
Actually, a lot of them are dead.
Losing the crawler war put me just in a really bad spot. I did actually
yeah.
kill all the boats.
No,
There's
one
a
over
boat.
here. And some
Oh,
wasps.
okay. One of the boats wandered.
Your boat decided to come visit the other board.
That's a cat scorp too. That's not quite it.
Not dead.
I don't know that I can do much over here. I'm in a bit of a pickle.
Amarok has Acid Blast right now, by the way.
What does that mean? Oh, gotcha.
Just warning you, I guess.
Right. I didn't know what you meant by that, but you mean that the drop.
Yes, the Blast of Acid. Is available. this Arclight still higher health than my other units? No, so he's not actually useful. I don't even know.
Done what I think is my only hope.
It didn't even let me place it. Oh, but the unplaced might actually be good. The Phoenix, the helipad Phoenix turns to the boat. No, but it...
We both boat dropped his corner to get his tower, and I took launcher overload on my boat. Just took 3
Why
boats.
is it not dying? Kill it! What is happening? Okay, what's happening in the actual battle? I don't...
Regen.
I
just for
can't
the
click
drop.
it.
It's got
I
regen.
can't click it for some reason.
Just
I'm
for the
on my
drop.
side.
Nice, nice.
I'm on your side this time. This is our chance to win. 'Cause
Nope.
I couldn't kill the regen, but I can't even click the regen, but I can't click anything.
Oh, that's sad.
I think I got flamed. I didn't even see what happened. Why is it unclickable? It's so frustrating.
Cat, we did it!
GG.
We beat Apooche and Titan! Wow, that is
Oh, I see. It was photon and regen.
that is one of the most crazy maps you will ever see. Triple tacked carry crawlers over here.
Oh.
The double call in nukes his towers. He's got photon emission and field maintenance just to keep the one boat call in behind Apooche's towers alive. We've got EMP Farseer at the very end of the battle to just drop some things on top of steel balls and turn off whatever we can. If we can get them to lose a lock just for a second, it makes a huge difference. And of course, the oil in my own half, the Phoenix down style, let's just burn as much of the crawlers as we can. So Apooche's triple teched crawlers are getting pinged by Mustangs and eaten. And we've... I mean, it's just an unhinged map. It's crazy.
Yeah. You're like Napalm Fire Badger level 3 is still like slightly higher health than the ER Ball level 3 because they both lose so much HP.
Right.
That it actually does protect from the lock.
It was preventing these guys from getting the insta-lock. That's letting these guys delete the two
There's a lot of
high-level
orange on this
typhoons.
board.
Well,
Yeah, it scaled out of control.
both sides
Yeah, I'm kinda
of our
I was
board
kinda just
scaled
dead
out
to
of
fire.
control.
There's so many turns of just like crawlers fighting. It's the intensive training, right?
Yeah, there's
It's an
also been the
absolutely
intensive training
ridiculous
going
match.
crazy for us. But yeah, I have level 6 steel ball on one side, level 7 on the other. The level 7 has to run away from level 4s because otherwise they get
Because they
insta-locked
lose
and
the
killed.
lock.
Yes.
Yeah, you're beaconing these level 7 balls back, right?
Right, yeah, every round. Just run them away and rely on range. You want to know the dumbest thing? I missed and didn't hit ER or high mobility on that last round.
Oh, whoops.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't take your temps.
I didn't take my temps, and it meant that my crawlers didn't run forward into the fire as quickly. So accidental brilliance.
Oh, but you did have the advanced targeting system, so you still have the range into
'cause I
my
took
balls.
the advanced targeting system at the very end. So
Oh, did it show up a second time? Okay, I was like, I could have
Yes.
sworn you acid over
I
it.
did past it. You guys took the
Yeah.
you guys took the boat drop over the advanced targeting system.
Oh,
All three
it
of
was
you.
on the final round.
Cat shows up to say that game was a bit insane. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy one.
Yeah, I think this might be the YouTube content of the day. What do you think, Apooche?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
How
So
do you
maybe
even
we
cast
shouldn't.
this in retrospect?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just hand this off to, some perfectly sane caster and ask Rooster or Stony to cast it.
You're right. Hey guys,
Yeah.
your penance for missing Trickster is you get to
You
parse this mess.
You have
Yeah.
to double cast this. Make sure you don't miss anything,
I need
and you're not
to-
allowed to slow down.
Need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh. Okay, I just have one question for you guys. Do I get to count that as I finally beat Apooche? I'm really not sure. This was definitely a team effort.
You can say we beat
we
Apooche
beat
when you classify the partner in that.
Yes, fair enough.
Well, I was beating Cat in a replicate war for 3 rounds,
Goodness, that's
and then I
impressive.
also and I stabilized to win my side in the end. And yes, Apooche's boat was back there, but my boat was back there as well, and neither of them died. So I think I win this without Apooche's boat, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I
say.
just-
I'm just gonna say. Apooche went in on a heavy targeting lock against the one guy who kept practicing it when it was useless.
Right. I am curious, Kat, what you have to say
Yes, what is Cat's? Don't forget
about
to
my
save
side of the
replay.
board and how
Yeah.
I played.
Yeah, Cat, what are your comments? Let's get some Cat insight here.
Cat commentary.
Mm-hmm. You were intentionally trying to bait more crawlers.
All right, I am
Does
back.
the
Actually,
crawler
I'm gonna
text
refill my
mean
tea
you
first,
win
though.
late? Oh, I see, because you had the... he doesn't have the mech rage. And it's a massive swing.
Yeah, it was a massive swing.
And same is
So it was
true on this.
intentional.
Same is true on this board, right? Where Apooche has the crawler mech rage. Oh, sorry, guys. Move you over a little.
Right. You and I are running the acid for the utility,
Right.
and it does mean that I never replicate war.
Yep. So it does mean we lose the replicate war if it gets this insane.
Right.
All right, let us queue up the finals of this one. Mini tournament final.
Oh boy.
I believe that is you and me against Cat and Apooche. And you are up
Indeed.
against Apooche. You need three techs if you want to
All
go,
right, I
go
am
into the
back.
Repla fight. But you are back.
Interesting point, Kat. One pack of crawlers being acid could giga farm things to let them do super damage.
What do you even do besides crawlers in the heavy target lock ball mirror? Because it's not like you can play a tank.
No, you
Like
can't.
it just
Right.
dies.
loses.
I guess you like buy things that are long range behind the balls, but I
Right.
don't know.
For me, it was letting the Farseers run in at shorter range with the EMP because you're not targeting the Farseers.
Yeah.
So I don't have to win the range war. I don't have to spend techs on range.
I wonder if that's a Arclight EMP moment.
Could have been. Phoenix EMP could have been good. Oh.
Wasp
EMP
EMP
for-
was super tech.
EMP for what?
For the
Turn it-
balls, so
turn
that
off
way
the
they
steel
lose all of their
balls.
targeting priority. So
Yeah,
that way you
but
win the
the-
targeting lock.
The targeting priority happens off rip, and chaff
Mhm.
is not clear at that time, so you
Right.
can't really EMP them.
Yeah. That,
Gotcha.
that rip is the problem. The rip is all
Yeah.
positioning. Right. I think you needed to sell out of that far right or your far left Typhoon.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. So the second Typhoon was always doing really well.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a pack of one Typhoon.
Right.
And it was supporting the ball. So
doing
yeah,
Maybe
I
the
don't
secret
know.
is don't take levels, so that way you don't have high HP.
Go broad instead of high.
Yeah, well, I almost thought about like heavy armoring my arc light so that everything targets it.
Oh God.
Right.
That would be silly.
All bait.
Mm. All right, we are double elite into double Typhoon. Spooky.
Yeah, kind of spooky on both sides, honestly.
All right, channel point prediction is up. Congrats to everybody who picked Team Melter last time. You guys get one last chance here. Looks like we will be running an ad. If you're not a subscriber, it looks like we'll be running an ad about 3 rounds into this. So hopefully it's not the dramatic conclusion. All right. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Yeah, there's more thinking now probably than less drama. That seems reasonable.
Cat is Crawler staying into your tarantula.
Yeah, so I went ahead and picked up.
Nom nom.
I went ahead and picked up the third tarantula.
Oh, the third. You're spreading them out.
2 spread?
Worry that they may get overloaded.
They might.
Oh, triple tarantula. Yeah, the blue marks should do pretty well into those. I of course
They both go blue marksman.
The no chaff into the ultimate chaff clear board.
Yeah, nice.
Right.
So I do have kind of low health. The marksman died somehow.
I did better than I expected to, given what I was up against.
Yeah, you kind of got splashed. Still takes a while to clear sledges.
Right, sledges are not terrible unless you're trying to like head to head with tarantula, and then it's just you cry in the corner because
Yeah.
you lose your damage over time, and there's nothing you can do. Hello. There are so many options here.
They both went intensive? Or wait. Yeah, double intensive on that side. And then we both took unit modifiers.
Oh, the rate of fire just barely got off on the wrong rotation there.
Hmm.
Markson.
Huh? One of my storms did like 1 billion damage, the other one just did nothing. You just like... Yeah, my board is weird. I will admit that much.
This is not the Apooche I'm used to playing.
That is not an Apooche
Well,
board.
they're used to seeing, I should say.
What have you done to... Wait, what did that last match do to Apooche's brain? Alright, Cat has clicked Assault Mode Marksman.
Nice. Cat's crawlers help deal with that flank.
Yeah, but I know what your plan is, and I don't know that I can do anything to stop it.
Yeah, you were a little clustered for that orbital. Not... Get the triple threat trickster point by taking the tower before I leave the assault mode marksman alive. Hold on a sec. I get another point. Oh, good. My team totally planned that for the double tower take.
Hmm.
I misclicked. That was not the button I meant to press.
How bad is it,
Okay.
partner?
Not the end of the world, but not ideal.
Okay.
I can't move that unit. There we go. Changed my mind.
Hit it? Okay. That was a helpful drop.
Yeah, I got nothing out of that drop.
I knew exactly what you were doing, and I was like, oh, thank God, I have something to play. Oh my gosh, I've never seen that before, but when a fast-moving unit is approaching, the double shot of the Sabertooth actually hit one steel ball, and the second shot hit the other steel ball behind it.
Because it is fired at the same spot, even if that steel ball has been deleted. Yep.
Right, and the other one drove into it.
Drove into the spot. Yep.
That was really cool to see.
Maybe I should have taken additional deploy. Oof. These side crawlers are distracting one of the team.
Sorry, partner. Went down pretty hard over here.
Oh no. I don't think I'm winning, but I'm actually doing rather decently. Maybe I am winning now. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I have hyperscaling Mustangs as a problem to deal with.
Oh no.
And they're gonna get some more juice.
Yep. Classic problem we've had before.
Yep.
Ooh, that might get him in enough. Oh wait, no, there's this bug right now. I forgot about that.
Yeah, where the bubbles don't matter.
Yeah.
Minor detail. So I went with the classic solution to hyperscaling Mustangs. Fortified target. Fixes all
Oh.
problems. What? I'm on my way.
Oh, he finished grilling him at the last second. Did get the experience.
Oh, but did it sound to you like
Like what?
like Alpha Titan didn't
Yeah, that was.
believe me that was the solution there?
Oh, about
That
the
the
heavy
solution
target.
was yes, I did not believe you that the classic solution to Mustangs is heavy target lock. If his Mustangs have the highest health on board, that's a problem.
Well, I mean, you can look at it in different ways.
I maybe. You're rocking elite Fang Congo line.
Yeah. It's grilling time. Yeah, we're dead.
Yep, I am pushing Apooche, thank you.
Very nice. Let's go. The hyperscaling
How is it going
Mustang
on your
problem is
side?
back. There were some boats. They
No.
deleted my answers. It's okay. I knew there were going to be boats, so it was a
I'm
calculated
like
decision to
winning.
allow.
I feel so proud of myself for hard winning on my side.
You are hard winning on your side. You're buying me the time to stabilize this. It'll be fine.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Like your optimism. I think every Mustang on his board leveled.
Probably yes.
Hmm. Must be grilled.
That was not a happy spell.
No. Just the slow effect from it alone.
I know.
It was a bold attempt to try and shield it, Cat, but Orbital plus Storm plus heavy target lock that brings the shield down. Yeah.
They still got some high-level stings off on this side.
I do, yeah.
And I have the Grill Master.
Wait. Don't bring me the Grill Master. Hold up. I do not need to... I finally win my side. Curses.
The spell that was able to turn your side.
Turn to your side.
Yeah,
too.
also
Yes, yes.
also turned to my side, yeah.
Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. GG's.
Well, I totally improv'd this push out of
Yeah.
And,
fear of your Vulcan.
I am sorry I couldn't
Yeah,
carry
it
it
was
for
a-
you in 7
a good
rounds every
move.
year. I was playing desperation defense.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
probably supposed to mirror the saber.
Right.
I don't
that
know
way
why
you
I took the
can't
balls.
fall behind. Also,
Yeah.
I went from
Oh.
level 2 to level 4.
Yeah,
With the
I
intensive.
you see, the balls were 50 cheaper than the saber. That was the logic.
Right.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad you
It's
have
just pure
$50?
greed. Even though I had even though I had my entire starting board to still sell off, I still have one random Arclight hanging out.
I will say,
Okay, yeah.
the game gave me the sabers I needed, and the game gave me the Botan I needed, and then the game, like,
Yeah.
so I was trying to make lemonade out of lemons.
Hmm.
And,
Yeah.
I got all the sweetener I needed,
Yep.
but I couldn't also beat a Mustang board and a giant board with the same comp.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always the tough thing about twos.
Yeah. The Mustang board was rough. I needed to get into the HE storms, I think, a round or two earlier than I did, but I was still trying to answer the marksman. So it was the...
Yeah.
You never did get a stang item, it's true.
There was an
No
amp core
amp
early
core?
on.
Yeah. He didn't take it.
I had an amp core on a Typhoon because my on round 3
Yeah,
I had intensive for my Typhoon, and then round
got it on my
5
big
I went to an
Vulcan.
immediate level 4 Sabertooth.
Hmm.
And that was all of my push.
Right. Yeah.
And you get chin gun off my boats.
Oh, that was the additional deploy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the...
Now I think I'm still probably happy with amp core over additional deploy.
It was 100% the right play on my board.
Yeah.
We both took the additional deploy, and that was part of how this board was swing left, swing right, depending on who countered correctly or teched correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think once I stabilize my board, it should be quite capable of beating Amaroks just because I have like the Giga range Vulcans.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, once you get into the Exodia comp, which is the Vulcan Melter,
Yeah,
and Vulcans
yeah.
and Melters survive, and you have long range EMP,
Yeah.
back it up, you basically can beat anything.
Yeah.
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 At that point, we are done for.
It's like I would lose to a Wasp board. That's the only thing that beats me right now. But like
And
you're
you
not running a
even run
Wasp board
diffraction.
into what a cat has.
No.
Right.
No, it was Crawler's
actually interesting.
Mustang
So
from round 1.
So
Yeah.
a Mustang board and Exodia pair exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
You should bear that in mind as a like 2v2 comp
Right.
mentality.
Yeah, so a Mustang Giant, Mustang on one side, Giant on the other.
Right.
In this case, Elite.
And ideally, the Mustang board is tempo, so they can start to gain levels.
Early.
And even if they fall behind mid, the Giant board stabilizes, and then, of course, the Mustang board comes back online late game.
Right.
In theory, unless you both just win both sides.
Right.
So that's interesting. It's painful as Elite to have to put forward sacrificial level 2 shaft, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know. But if this guy doesn't have anyone in front of him, he just
Yes, he
gets
just dies.
insta-popped, and then if it's only one guy in front, you just missile it, so...
Right, it was a
And having,
necessary
like,
evil.
The Fang Conga plus, like, the Crawler...
Crawler Congo. Yeah, it was very obnoxious. I almost wanted to have, like, something with range and shaft clear, like a Vulcan, to just shoot a line of fire straight up the middle, but... Yeah. I knew that since I was Typhoon, I wanted to do, what you're doing with the Vulcan, but I figured that since I was Typhoon spec, I would not be playing to Typhoon strengths.
Yeah, you had started out as kind of a standard board and developed into this push.
Yes, this was entirely based on, I knew that by the time round 4 came around and Vulcan, that was ER, was coming online, everything was going to get scorched.
What were you selling this
had-
game? Because you still have your arcs and your sledges that are like way behind your push.
I was reluctant to sell just because I didn't want to get pushed these like intercept things that come in other than an air intercept, I suppose. Which could have happened from your front left. But I guess I probably should have been selling out of more. There was a deployment module, but I think that was the same round that the portable shield popped up, and portable shield was really important.
Yeah, you sold out of like a flank chaff.
Yes, the one that was just level 1 crawler into level 2 crawler.
Yeah.
Because that was no value, and then you obviously put one on the other side. But I could have more aggressively sold, but...
Yeah, like all the arcs. You have an arc in the back that's like 5 kills, 13k damage for the game, and like that's just $100 that you could have.
Right. So that could have... Honestly, that probably should have just been into like leveling the tower money. Because I never actually forted my tower. I wasn't an aggro build, and then I became one, so my tower was just like eminently abusable.
Yeah.
Well, we've got about 35 minutes till tourney, which is time for one more 2v2, or I don't know, Apooche, if you want to warm yourself up with a 1v1, if you need to take a quick dinner break, anything like that. I don't know what your timing needs are.
I'm down for one more 2v2.
All right.
Okay.
Before tourney, what's up, Chemtrails? Welcome.
Well, let's see.
So
I went 2-1. I'm on the winning team, whatever that was.
Back to round 1 teams.
Looks like round 1 teams. Although that was Titan against me, so this is different.
Yeah, we
different match
swapped
from
this.
what we've just done, so it's perfect.
oh boy, I get to hit Apooche again.
Yeah, I get count again. All right.
Wait, are we running back the same matchups we just had, just on different teams?
Yes, it's we've only got 40 minutes, so we're not going to do all
Yeah,
of them,
yeah.
right?
No, but I just mean compared to the last game, we're
it's the same. Yes,
sort of all
it's
rematches.
every player is facing the person they just played. With a different...
The health differences are so funny sometimes.
Right.
I think I'm taking the speed arc sledge. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're going for one last matchup of Team Melter versus Team Melter. You've got channel point predictions open. Congratulations to those of you that correctly predicted Team Melter would win last time. Casimir and Alpha Titan are on Fire Badger, Sabretooth, far side. Apooche and I near side as Fire Badger and Speed.
Suddenly it is really quiet. I think.
Yes, all the thinking. Oh goodness. And Cat
Yeah.
and I are headbutting again. Brilliant.
Yeah, not direct headbutt.
Right, you're playing like forward aggro. Or forward standard, I mean.
Yeah, forward standard is a fair term for it.
Yeah, forward standard. Actually, I'm pretty much deep standard at the moment. Does get a round at the moment.
My Stormcaller.
Like it's on the 6.2 of
Yeah.
the 6.3 rate of fire.
Oh god,
Yeah, well, it
moves
just
up.
like
It moves up and doesn't...
shot a volley.
Oh, it's inching.
Just short.
This is the step. It just steps out of range.
I do wish they would, you know, it's so frustrating watching like a Phoenix do that. There's one little
Or the
thing I'd like
wasp,
to see
where they
them
like scoot.
scoot. Yeah, when
Yeah.
chasing a unit that's going to move out of the firing animation. Maybe it should just be like a, you know, your firing
This
animation
Arclight is
starts.
off and off. Yeah. But they should be allowed to like keep moving during that
during
shot
their
or something.
firing animation if it's necessary. Yeah, let's see that.
That's not what I want to see.
This guy has 0 kills.
Oh, did you have somebody? Yep, I see him. He just.
How did you achieve 0 kills with an Arclight?
I know.
I mean, mine did like 2 and 5 because they never got to hit anything but chaff, or anything
Yeah.
plus chaff.
That's not good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Roller's eating fire badgers. Let's go.
Pat, you're on my team, right? Trying to
It is
remember
on-
how. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, I got flanked.
Being scammed by residual crawlers from Amarok's board.
Mm.
Get in there. Those are,
Yeah, I don't have any crawlers, huh?
those are fire badger eating
Yeah.
crawlers. They're coming for your tower. Oh, they don't exist. Never mind.
Did everyone take the marksman?
Yes.
Yes.
Funny. I feel like no one takes the marksman if Wraith isn't also there.
Yes. I was thinking
I
Cat
would,
takes the raid.
actually.
And I'm also looking at a
I
Fire
thought
Badger
you
specialist.
you wouldn't scorp me.
Or, I mean, you had a fire badger coming down, I guess, but I had saber, so it's redundant. As
Oh yeah, true.
I thought you were gonna scorp me.
I thought about it, but then I was like, but
sledge and
yeah, I would have, except that the Wraith was there, and I'm like, oh, I just lose to the Wraith.
right. Yeah, I take marksman there specifically because I'm saber. Otherwise, I would have taken the scorp.
I'm a little bit worried about this round, partner. I don't think it goes well for me. I've done the answering last round's problems, not answering this round's problems, or creating new problems thing.
Always a spooky place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
Well, I'm proud of myself.
Yeah.
Oh, it moved the warp in time. I put a saber
Yeah.
to anchor my crawlers. I mean, it'll still get the fire badgers, but it was supposed to lock the aggro for me.
Yeah.
I have a bit of a problem where the sledges tried to handle the Fire Badger while the marksman tried to handle the crawlers. That could have gone better. I mean, I admire their bravery, but
Yeah.
it might have been suboptimal. He's trying his best, okay? It's true. It's true.
There's already Mustangs.
Oh, there's so many options here. Decide on how to play the board.
How am I killing that though?
Oh, we have a spectator that has some opinions. Okay, so Scorching Badger. Are you a believer?
Well, we'll find out.
I see.
Do you often get to run games that are off ladder for experimentation, Apooche, or do you do most of your experimentation on ladder?
I mostly just play on ladder.
Yep.
The AM Saber did not protect flank from the missile.
And yeah, that wasn't specifically what it was
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
But I did notice that.
Handy to know for sure.
Right, it takes more than one, I think.
Yeah. All these missile units.
Well, I mean, that cuts both ways.
Yeah. Saber levels available. Ooh, that's a big typhoon. Which just dies though.
Get a level 3 Typhoon coming with missiles now. A bunch of steel balls as well. You did work very hard to take that tower, sir.
Do you elite recruit that boat?
No, the boat was the drop. I elite recruited 2 Fire Badgers.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Okay. I was like, there was a lot of blue, and I couldn't quite place what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, these missile Typhoons kind of caught me by surprise, to be fair. Looks like you've got it covered. Scale, boat, scale. All by
Big
yourself.
boat. Rhino drop, eh? Ain't covered for no rhino drop. The heck am I supposed to do?
I don't have an answer for that one for you. Apologies. I don't think I can even send help, particularly.
Like,
20 minutes till turning. So that is your no new matches warning. For those of you that rely on me for that. Why you guys rely on my phone for this, I don't know, but you know. Do know that you guys exist. Good late night.
Oh, my boat kind of died.
I handled the rhino. And
Nice.
Kind of most of the board.
I just Goomba stomped the flank against me.
Nice.
I was wondering what happened
I'm
over
dead.
there because everything died. I didn't actually see how you did that.
Yeah, I just Rhino dropped on your Typhoon, and then the Fire Badger cleaned up the rest.
I seem to be
Right.
losing to carry arc. When did you go carry arc, Cat?
Those are pretty big.
How did I not notice that?
Pat just casually scaling a carry arc board on the left.
Yeah, didn't like that. Not
Oh, I
a
see
fan.
it. Anti-air mark. The EMP was kind of bad for me.
Kind of had to.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wish we could mute this one person who thinks that we want their opinion on our game.
You can block them.
I
That's
see.
about
That's a
it.
very- Yeah,
Do you not have spectator chat turned off during combat?
I don't.
Oh.
People come in and say hey at times, so I guess I'm.
A beacon. What am I doing with a beacon?
I seem to have lost to carry arc Typhoon. Oh, there's good.
It's all right.
Coming.
I got some big boats coming in.
These arcs do not yet shoot up.
Don't run up shoot arcs, yeah.
Whoops. Well, that'll be a problem then. Thanks for letting me know. Shoot.
Indeed, as we all ponder.
We all I guess I can't really wasp into Mr. Typhoon.
No.
It is tempting.
Your invitation is more than welcome. Join us.
My marksmen are still doing stuff. I don't really have anything I want to sell.
Can you sell one of my units? I've got a useless unit over here. No? That's not how this works. Shoot. Already used myself.
Oh, I misclicked.
Oh.
Well, I miscounted. I was like, I have 300, so that means I can mass recruit, right? Sorry, marksman, you're being converted into a crawler.
Rude.
Welcome to your new life. Please enjoy.
You have been deconstructed into your constituent parts. Good luck. Okay, it turns out those badgers are a lot less scary without without the attacks.
Yeah.
The rest of the board's still pretty darn good, though.
One thing that I'm not a fan of is when there's so much fire on the ground. Like, with just firing, it's hard to, like, see
Yeah.
who's shooting who under all of the particle effects.
Yeah, the particle effects do become a bit much, I think. I mean, I know they're part of the draw for a new
Cool.
player, and they're cool.
Right.
You know, I just wish I could turn them down a bit. For,
Yeah.
I actually need to see all that's going on underneath. Smoke is kind of the same way. It's like, I get it. It's some striking view, but
Yeah, it's like, not only can the units not see, but I also cannot see.
Right. Too much immersion.
it's a realism. Hey, gotta rely on the report from the front when they come back out of the smoke.
Javelin, that's illegal. Oh, Big Boat doesn't even die.
That-
Neither does the 100,000 hit point Typhoon over here. No wonder I've been having trouble.
Yeah.
I will be having some problems. Areas, I think.
E-Mag.
It happened last time. It's my shot.
Thought I was getting Jow, and my new Mustangs just die in the...
Mm-hmm. Your techs that were the problem.
Yeah.
I was afraid you were going to click Photon.
Hmm. I was a little too focused on like lining up the jab and stuff.
Oops.
I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted you focused on Javelin because I was not Javelin.
That hurts.
GG.
Oh, GG, guys. Well played.
Thank you for that oil from Cat was a nice assist.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Well
this
played,
was the
guys.
turn to win it.
Well played, guys. 10 minutes to turn it.
Right.
So,
We won with just about every combination, so I guess
yeah,
we're a fighting fit team.
I think somebody has to have gone 3-1 out of all of that. I do believe.
I think Cat did.
Well done, Cat.
Well,
That is...
yeah, 3-1.
I think Apooche might have as well.
No, I'm 2-2
I'm 2
because I
and 2.
lost this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well done, Cat, and nice job on the finish there, Titan. Well played.
Thank you. Yes, you as well. I didn't actually see much of what was going on your side of the board this time.
Carry arcs snuck up on me, and I was taken horribly by surprise by the missile Typhoon. Just scaled
There's
ridiculously.
also some nasty marksmen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
we jabbed out the marksman this round.
Okay.
So they didn't do anything, but The big
Typhoon for
typhoon. The
bubbles.
big typhoon was too big to jav. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess we could
I
have double
see.
javed it, but
Oh, that's true. I bought the melter for it. The melter took care of it eventually, but the rest of the board handled it while I
Super
was
heavy typhoon. That's
investing
gross.
900 in melting it. I didn't have a great answer to the wasps and couldn't do both at the same round. So,
Well, that one person who was obnoxious in chat, apparently still bet on the person who won, but he just felt like his commentary was all that in a bag of chips.
I was not paying attention to what they were saying.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess the Scorps long term weren't good for me, and I should have sold out of that drop instead of going into it. Just go more boats or something.
Right.
I never take Saber anti-missile. I couldn't tell. It was hard to watch. I'm actually going to save a replay. From what you could see, Apooche, were those Sabers doing much of anything to mitigate your boats?
Not the boats, not really. It does
Okay.
mitigate
But the storms on
the
ground.
storms a bit, but a lot of the targets the boats were shooting, like, it didn't need all 4 missiles to hit to kill
Right.
anyways.
Although that's partly because it's a level 5 boat. Yeah.
True.
I wonder. I know that the boat missiles are hard to intercept, and that Saber anti-missile is not great, and so those combined means that it's like a meme to anti-missile Saber into boat. But the Sabers were there to kill the Badgers, obviously.
Yeah, I guess it just needed to be Photon and another boat. No more Scorps.
Photon would have meant that all of your techs were online, because when your Sabers, your Fire Badgers lose half their damage and their range.
And the range, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then they just turn off. And I was actually able to hit, I think, every unit on your board with a tech between the 2 spells.
Right. Yeah, I forgot the second one was coming back.
Well, congratulations to everybody who correctly predicted Team Melter would win that one too. I'm pretty sure you guys are 4-0 over there. I notice no discrepancies.
I was afraid of the EMP myself with all my Boon bubbles.
Yeah, I thought about a big
Yeah,
EMP.
I thought about EMP, but I wanted to jav Cat's board.
Yep.
Right. I was spared the spells and was
I
able to
just
use
dropped
3
something.
spells to tilt my board side. Gotcha.
Well, we've got about
Okay.
6 or 7 minutes. Titan, are you planning on joining me for cast?
Yes, I have done a lot of playing and I've done well, and I would enjoy on the commentary side of things.
Excellent. Well,
I'm gonna hop off the call. I'll
thanks
catch you
very
guys
much for the
later.
games.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, and
GG's.
good luck in the tournament. We'll
All right.
we'll cast you when you're deep in it, I hope.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. Cheers.
I want to hop over to your booth.
Yep. We'll move on over.
I'm gonna get a drink for a minute, use the restroom, so I'll be joining you momentarily.
Fair enough. We are going to take the moment real quickly to, reset game client, run a ad, put up our, wait a sec, we even have attorney starts soon. Not Europe, Americas. There we go. And wait, if we put this border up instead of that one, I think. Okay, there we go. We'll put that up. We'll run an ad. We will be back with a tournament in a couple of minutes. And stick with us. Weekend Tournament Americas number 75 coming right up. Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum for Weekend Tournament Americas number 75. We've got about 2 minutes left till tournament start. There we go. With 197 already signed up. Of course, we know that this list is no longer perfect, so it's not going to be... there are more players than this. I'm pretty sure Apooche is in it, which we could find by scrolling down. We'll do all of the usual things. We're going to hide chat window and all of that. Soft Boy Dream got some airtime in the Weekend Tournament European. If you guys haven't been following Mechabellum action all weekend, or all day long, included a phenomenal set of matches in a Mag 1, which we saw here. We cast these earlier today. This was the tournament outcomes, including we cast Apooche beating Cast, amongst others. The headline news there was the 301 team, the German team, being disqualified for having all 4 players lose on the same day. So that was tremendous fun. We've also cast a Weekend Tournament Asia, a Weekend Tournament European, and, well, we were supposed to have some Triple Threat Tricksters. Instead, we wound up with some entertainment, some practice matches for Team Melter on the 2v2 board that we'll be playing the final time. We have advanced through to the finals of that. That should be next weekend. And here we are. We're 20 seconds away. Joining me in the booth is Alpha Titan, who is currently muted, I think, getting a drink and all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We have 234. That's going to be 2 groups of 118. Forgotten Arbiter is in a tournament. I love it. I almost just want to go cast Forgotten Arbiter in round 1, although them against the 60th seed might not be the most fair match to cast. I'm just excited to see it. We've also got, well, a fair number of decent matches down through the group. Oh, Teddy versus Whooped GG, Mike Tyson versus Sparty, those will be fun. Goff the Great has reached the 14th seed. He is, you guys know, I've called him out. He is no longer the underdog, no longer the big shock. He's up to 14th in the seedings. That's incredible to see. You know what? F it. I'm doing it. We are going to cast Forgotten Arbiter in round 1. Let's see what Arbiter is running. And don't forget to ready up if you're in a match. You know, I'm not even sure I remember the name of opponent here. Oh, well, that's why I don't remember name of opponent. Is that is Life in Hands in Chinese. So, Forgotten Arbiter versus 201 player Life in Hands. That's the match coming up. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament Americas number 75. We've had a great run of tournament action. We've seen Forgotten Arbiter in action in the Mag 1 tournament. Forgotten Arbiter is playing a weekend tournament. Near side blue, Sabertooth Specialist. Far side red, Life in Hands. Forgotten Arbiter, the number 1 seed. Life in Hands is the number 60 seed. So it would be a major upset. Joining me in the booth is Alpha Titan. Let's go. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello.
How are you, my friend?
This is an exciting... I'm good. This is an exciting kicker.
Yep.
And Forgotten Arbiter doing a rare standard deploy.
This is true. Forgotten Arbiter is not the standard deployment player. Does not sit back in depth or at depth.
We got some Storm Mirror going on, chaff heavy on red side. And the classic crawler starting option, which you really need if you're going to go into the storms. Otherwise, your slow Arclight and storms just walk into range and get shot.
Right.
So it's kind of a non-optional chaff to add here.
I do wonder
Saber
if
spec.
Forgotten Arbiter is the type that might play a little bit differently against a lower ranked player, or if he'll come out with the exact same sort of things he would do normally.
Right. I imagine he might experiment, but at the same time, even when experimenting, like, he just doesn't enjoy standard. So maybe he just had terrible aggro packs? Question mark. I don't know. Right. I'm really quite surprised.
Right. No starting pack suited me, maybe, or I want to show standard and to deviate into something else.
Sure. And I mean, when you have Sabretooth, that can always pivot aggro.
Right.
And his storms are, in front of tower, barely. Right. So this could transform into a forward standard and inch forward little by little. Rat does that a lot as well. Even if he deploys standard, she migrates to the line.
Yeah, that's true.
Gotta go to towers.
Gotta go fast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a decisive round 1.
Indeed.
No player taking any damage because there are no units left. Arbiter on 4,600, Life in Hands on 4,200. We get a unit drop, both players right into level 2 Marksman. It's looking
classic standard.
Classic standard at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Forgotten Arbiter being Sabretooth is actually one of the specs that I most enjoy when I'm up against Farseer, because even though you have to put your Sabretooth down first, head-to-head, the Saber strongly wins that matchup. And you always have the option of adding a Sabretooth to mirror their Farseer positioning.
Right.
So these are actually two of the strongest. I think both of these, I would say, are A+ to S tier of these specialists of what you can get.
Yeah, I think of Sabretooth and Typhoon, even after the nerfs, as being the S tier right now. And
yeah, I agree with that.
Farseer, I really want to make work, but it just does not pop off the way that Typhoon or Saber can.
Right, it does specific things. It's great for covering early Wasp. If you win the chaff, it's actually great at popping marks at range. If you win the chaff war, it is fast, and it does just enough damage, and it has a fast rate of fire, and its missile turret has no spin time.
Speaking of winning the chaff war, Forgotten Arbiter is eating Stormcallers with crawlers. Nom 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 nom. Very nice.
That's what happens when you add 4 marksmen on round 2 when you don't have chaff clear.
Wasp
call in.
Passing up the econ of subsidized Stormcaller. Passing up the underground threat because, of course, Forgotten Arbiter is well positioned back there. But the Wasp Swarm over this crawler call-in is going to follow the crawlers for a ways. And eventually, I think it engages with the level 3 or the level 2 marksman over there. In a painful way for the marksman, but
I actually wonder if the marksman is going to get to plink them off one by one as they chase crawlers.
Yeah, you do see that sometimes. I think eventually they will stop and turn towards the marksman because he won't have cleared up. But yeah, sometimes that marksman will just win that engagement. Here's Arbiter with the classic. This is one of the reasons why you play that Fang behind tower, that first 2 we've talked about, and it's going to just ensure that this is not a loss. Between them and the marksman, it would have it covered. Now, a single pack of Fangs by itself with nothing else back here would lose to that Wasp call-in, but in this configuration, Forgotten Arbiter is covered. No problema.
The crawlers distract, the Fangs will shoot, and the marksman will help to clear.
The Farseers are back in flank screening positions for Life in Hands, and that does take care of the Underground Threat call-in. Would have also have taken care of the Wasp call-in, so that is one of the great things about both Mustangs and Farseers. And this mobile beacon has brought all the crawlers in the game into Life in Hands marksman. So I'm not sure that was the intent. But it is, if there had been something in the middle to farm those, you know, a Vulcan, a Tarantula, something like that, it could have been really useful.
Now that said, this Farseer did actually get to pop the level 2 marksman like I'd mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I've noticed about Farseer is its missile turret has like a 0 delay on its pivot, so it doesn't have to make the unit turn and face. Its missile pod can turn and face.
Right.
So it's actually very quick at redirecting its aggro.
Right. That's what I want Sledgehammer to do.
Oh my gosh, that would be spooky.
Yes. It's already good at lower levels, Bear Lake said. That's why they haven't improved it to the point that it's competent at competitive levels. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. It's why it becomes the unit everybody falls in love with, and then is sad that they cannot keep running. No, this game is about mechs, not about tanks. If you want a tank war, go play a different game.
That said, tanks can still work at the highest level if you're dedicated and know how to max them out.
Well, I mean, I'll agree with that once I've seen Xiaobu win a tournament with them, or when Apooche and Dachshund run them to tourney titles.
Touché. So in early Ion Beam, round 4, this game is definitely going to go the distance where it comes back. So if I'm expecting Arbiter will want to try and win the game when this Ion Beam comes back.
Yeah, that'll be the timing there. Is that positioned to catch the Farseer?
It'll clip it. I don't know if it'll kill it. It depends on the speed, but I do think that the Farseer being fast enough will get mostly damaged, and I do think it dies, if I was having to guess. So we immediately have the Vulcans, which, honestly, the board for red player is in a really strong position, and Arbiter is taking and ranging his arcs, so he plans to beat Vulcan in standard with arcs. Yep, and it does just plow through that Farseer. And the storms stop right in the path, and you have to know that Arbiter has seen that line on round 2 and round 3, and just has played the game enough to know exactly where to put it. And these ranged arcs have yet to be scratched. The marksmen on opponent's side, by the way, have yet to be ranged, and the blue marksmen were ranged on round 3. So they are in a range war. This is going to be about who can scale their marksmen as one of the key differences. And if you can get your marksmen scaled up first and faster, you may just tempo your opponent out, even in standard.
Now that Ion Beam came through clutch for Forgotten Arbiter, dropping Life in Hands down to about half hit points at, what was it, 2100 there?
Yep. ER Vulcan. And he's going to take Incendiary. So we're looking at a Scorched Earth approach from red player. Obviously one of these will be jabbed out before anything comes in range. Now it is worth noting these Vulcans are now made of paper.
Yeah, they've lost a bunch of
only 23,000. So these marksmen will be able to get dangerously close to 1 or 2 tapping them once they get elite on the board. Actually, it's really interesting. If you click on Forgotten Arbiter's marksman, he's not running assault mode, so maybe he plans to run this tournament from standard. Because he always has assault mode marksman on the bar, and he is not running it. So this tells me that he prepped his techs to play standard.
Yep. Maybe wanting to get a little bit of standard practice in before the Mag 1 tournament is too deep.
That makes some sense, for sure, as something to practice his less favorable, less played style.
Right.
And we have 4 Stormcallers, and Storms, by the way, can do an absolutely huge amount of damage to ER Vulcan due to its more fragile state.
I'm realized here Vulcan got all the way down to 23,000 hit points with his recent
Yeah.
reduction. Hell, they are just not giants anymore.
Right, they're almost just like a 20,000 HP level, like a level 2 Tarantula has more
level 2
health.
Tarantula literally has more health, exactly.
Fire on the ground is strong, and so that will carry the round. But that's also easily manipulatable by Arbiter in the following rounds to actually backfire potentially.
Yeah, and Arbiter is one of the people who really can make that manipulation happen.
Yes. Interesting. 2 phenomenal Vulcan items, passing up both of them and not taking Orbital.
Forgotten Arbiter takes Orbital.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play for Arbiter. He doesn't have a key unit for either of those items per se, no giant for it.
And that shield
That
airdrop will
last-
come back not on the Ion Blast, but on the Orbital Javelin. So that's not what Life Enhance was thinking.
And honestly, this is with all of the spells, so while Arbiter is in theory down on investment into the board, Arbiter's also ahead in health, and these return rounds for these spells are going to be absolutely massive.
Arbiter going to
Of course, Arbiter.
HE on them, the Stormcallers.
And the bubbles to respect the orbital potential. Curious if he takes these bubbles. First going HE does mean you do less damage, so he is in fact using these as clear, more than he is planning to use them as burst damage.
Right, the Marksman will be my single target damage. These guys are my clear. Is running fire as
All
well.
the chat. Interesting, because most are running one or the other.
I mean, I ran this layout for a little while, and eventually decided I had to pick one or the other in order to be able to drop EMP on it, or EMP versus melters, or other long-range engagements.
Not running EMP on storms is honestly very surprising. I will say, I have not seen a convincing answer to fire from the Vulcans here. Distraction helps for sure, but we're not killing these Vulcans, and if they get to fire off their second round of fire missiles, that's always dangerous.
And so Forgotten Arbiter just under 3,500 hit points, Life in Hands on 2,100. We get the unit drop for rounds 5, 6, and 7. And Rhino, Fortress Fire.
I feel like it's Fortress for Arbiter.
I kind of agree. We need something in the tankiness role. You could certainly tank the
Fire Barrage.
right. Silverfall with a, or Silverfall, sorry, Silverfall with a question from chat. Would improved shield improve all shields? The answer is just the things. It's pretty explicit. It is just the shield generators. So if you look at this guy, that drops a energy shield, not a shield generator. And Fortress Bubbles are a shield dome, not a shield generator. So it's very explicit in the wording. That was something that got improved when the final translation team took over. Made that a lot more clear than it had been.
Specifically, the card, I believe, is called Shield Device Specialist, and devices are the shield generator, the Sentry missile, and the missile interceptor. So those are the devices, and so since it is a shield device specialist, it is only the shield device that's approved.
Right.
We did end up getting boards with bubbles.
Yep.
And we have the chaff arriving. These Rhinos get EMP'd, presumed by the marksman. Yes, Mark's gonna have EMP to slow them down, or to eat them up.
You are welcome,
Wasps.
Silverfall. The Wasps are doing great work. This Rhino up the middle, actually getting in on Arbiter's main formation. And the Wasps are distracting the Marksmen. The Marksmen haven't actually done their role as the single target damage. And, yeah, that's actually looks like a solid round win for Life in Hands. Drops Forgotten Arbiter down to just under 1,100 hit points. Cannot afford another round like that.
No. And I've not been impressed with the response to the Vulcan. I mean, more giants will help. But now you're torn between, do you add range on your forts? Do you add anti-air on your forts? Because you've definitely got to answer the Wasps. This positioning for these will absolutely answer the Rhinos.
Right.
The Ion Beam is up.
Right, we have the Ion Beam, and we've got opponent. That's an interesting place for a second bubble.
Right. Yeah, that to me says, I know there's an Ion Beam and I don't want to die to it, and I don't know what to do exactly. Kind of play.
Well, we'll answer one question for me over here, which is whether or not an Ion Beam will hit both shields at once. It looks... Oh, now it's not going to answer that question.
I was going to say.
Put it back.
This is part of what I was wondering, if the intent was, if you layer shields enough, it can actually eat the beam. We end up taking AA on the forts. We take more forts.
It is hitting both shields perfectly. Look at that. Both shields
So it's not
down.
actually... It's not actually hitting one and then the other. It is splashing both.
It has some
So the
splash
overlap
damage,
was...
but the fact that it was coming along the seam, I think, is what allows that.
Yeah. Or within a certain proximity of both shields' curvature.
Right.
Now these forts are going to be able to bum rush the Vulcan. It's turned off.
And, right, with the anti-air for the Wasps, as you called out, and the Ion Beam on the board, Life in Hands is down to 672. And it's the Javelin turn.
Interesting drop options. Tarantulas don't really do anything here. I could see Sandworm in particular. The War Factory is huge for the opponent being able to have a fortress answer. And you just have to know that Arbiter is loving life. Unfortunately, seeing the anti-missile come out for both his storms and his fortress is going to be really painful. Taking boats, interestingly enough.
2 boats for Arbiter, 2 War Factories for Life.
I can't help but wonder if Life has this. The War Factory is such a huge tempo drop here. I really feel like the Rhinos should be sold as opposed to being teched, though.
Right?
They are just running in and dying to the fortress.
I mean, it did 322 hit points. It's not getting to Wreckage Recycle anything.
Right. The good news is that tech is very cheap, so you don't really lose much by selling it, having already teched it. But at the moment, that's, $800 just sitting on your board. Not taking temp range for red player is astonishing.
Right. Life in Hands takes their life in their hands by not taking temp range. Let's see how it pans out.
That lets the War Factory be outranged by the fort.
In the weekend tournament European, we saw Horrible Will, the number 1 seed, knocked out in the first round. Here in the weekend tournament Americans, Forgotten Arbiter on the near side is your number 1 seed. It's come down to this round. Will he be able to finish this out? It's close, but it looks like that War Factory is going down. And
Okay.
with it, Life in Hands. Whoosh.
That got very close.
That felt a lot closer than it should have been. But Forgotten Arbiter ekes it out. It did make me wonder if they were, if Forgotten Arbiter was playing this from standard, in, as we said, to get some familiarity with the standard positionings, to kind of, but also to play around the various possible drops. Right? Let me be
Right.
thinking these through. Let me be not vulnerable to anything particularly over the top. But I really do wonder if Life in Hands wins that, if they take the enhanced range. Of course, one of the things you can do, you can always download a weekend tournament, any weekend tournament match. If you've seen one on a cast or something, you can download it from the tournament itself. You can save replay, and you can actually play out round 9, see what would have happened. Is there a way to win it as Life in Hands? I mean,
Interestingly, if you click on the War Factory, I was thinking the best play, obviously, in addition to taking temp range, was sell a Rhino to get range on the factory.
mhm.
He doesn't run range on
Doesn't
the factory.
have range. My goodness.
So with range and temp range, you can't test it because he doesn't even have it on the bar, but I would wager that he wins this.
Doesn't have range launcher overload. This is a full production War Factory with Sledge, Steel Ball, and Phoenix.
And then with Interceptor armor and maintenance as his secondaries. But yeah, literally this is the I don't battle factory build.
Right. Thank you very much for the raid, Starbright. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We are casting Weekend Tournament Americas number 75, where we've just seen Forgotten Arbiter beat Life in Hands. Zillalag, B-Man, Kanako, all with wins. Vigo von Hornberg beats Mumbo Jumbo. Press F for Boats gets the win. Not sure I recognize this fella. Nor do I see my phone. Curses. Softboy Dream beats Dane. Fedez beats Cursed. Cursed had a bit of an unlucky run in Europe as well. Kebab Sniffer had a non-match. Bellicose Drake beat 91 Varist. Antares beats Cheeseburger. Blood gets a first round win. Belief beat Mamaro. ZFT over Bobbler. Bohun over Twopence. Whooped GG beats Teddy. And 38 degrees Celsius. Mike Tyson beats Sparty. TNT over Mr. Pink. Peugeot. Ava Stigma. And now we start getting into the favorites, where Mualani Codafly failed to ready up against Parabellum. Skynin, now, I said Goff the Great was suddenly the favorite. Skynin upsets Goff the Great. So Goff the Great had a great set of runs as the underdog. Turns out to flop round 1 as the favorite. Odd. Inconsistent player at the moment. Press F for Boats was named No GG for Boats before the patch. Love it. Thank you, Insane Scientist, and welcome to chat. Krog, T-Man both getting wins. Dolmont is in a close one against Spice and Wolf. What's a Woman, Harbinger, and Apooche all get the round 1 wins. Further on down, give me Apooche or give me death, says Blood. Further on down, E66 gets a win. Poeli, our 5th place finisher from the intermediate group in Asia this morning. Ganj Wizard, Typo Monkey, and Boga against Poet Brigand is going on. We might join in to that one to finish out. Court beats Billy the Kid. Savage Dad Gaming over Little Yoshi. Antarius, Nikhil, Pierogi Boy, Cyroviz, Classic Aria, Moustrix, Glacier Frost, Nameless, I Shall Be Nameless, T-Dunk, Dark, Emperor Neo, Raw, Chillax, DT Bizarro, Derek, Kanan, Semtex, and Blissbatch all getting the wins. We'll step into that Poet Brigand match. And I'm going to finish up dinner. Alpha Titan, you got this? Oh, he says back in 30 seconds. Well, we'll get into the match in about
And
30
seconds
seconds.
is up.
Perfect. Thank you, thank you. And I have found the phone. I can do translation. I'm going to finish out dinner real quick so I can be fully focused on this for the rest of the tournament.
Right.
So you got this.
Okay. Well, immediately I'm seeing a level 3 production factory with balls and birds with no efficient maintenance on 2 factories, so expensive but powerful. That means Poet Grand is going to be down on Econ. Iboga, at the moment, has Scorpions on board, but doesn't have Acid. Takes the melting point, but Steel Ball production with Mech Div is the way to beat melting point. So without Acid, I very strongly think that these war factories have what it takes to just kind of steamroll around. And there is fire with the storms, and there's going to be oil to torch things. But there's a decent number of sledgehammers, so there's good melter chaff. And with these levels and the birds that are coming out, I really think that there's a very strong chance that Poet Grand is able to close this out. This flank is getting shut down by Mustangs. Looks like a cheeky beacon is trying to get in, but the Mustangs are going to be there. And these steel balls are exploding into crawlers. Now, once they're off the fire, those crawlers are going to be 5 more chaff, and these war factories are just going to run right over the enemy board. I mean, even level 3 steel balls may kill the melters before the fortresses or the war factories even get there. So, yeah. The way you beat war factory is acid and EMP applied through non-missile means. And it does not look like they have that at their disposal, and you are not killing a level 3 war factory with honest damage with level 1s and 2 scorpions. Oh. He doesn't run acid on his scorpions, other than having an... Yeah, you clicked on his scorpions and he didn't have acid on the bar.
Sir? Sir, have you heard about the War Factory? I wonder if Poet Brigand baited out the scorpions earlier with the sledgehammers. You can see he's got leveled sledges on the board. He was in sledge and mech rage. Maybe he baits out the scorpions, sees that they don't have acid, and that sells him on this I'm going War Factory idea. If so, that is brilliant play from Poet Brigand.
Well, I mean, everybody runs acid, so in reality that backfires in 99% of cases, so I don't even know if that's strategically sound, but if you play sledges and they play scorpion, and there isn't acid, that is your golden ticket to then have the War Factory punish, 100%. Now these wasps are jumped out of the flank, and there's not very much anti-air.
And replaced with level 4 boom rhinos. Don't those just die before they summon all the way in, so they don't the tech doesn't fire off?
Level 4 might not. That's 50,000 HP you have to chew through, so it definitely won't get to tower, but it will probably get to spawn in, is my guess, because there's no steel balls on that side, and Mustangs I don't think are going to be able to kill those before they spawn. I do think, though, that these ground spec wasps that are all level 3 over here are going to have a field day. There are 2 packs of unleveled Mustangs with this main push. That's all. And I think, did we see EMP missiles on those? We do. And there currently is not anti-missile on the war factories, so that will turn them off.
So the answer to the Rhino question was because of the way that partial hit points work there. The Rhino, first one of the 2 Rhinos died, the second one died while pinned in place by crawlers, so it never did blow up anywhere that was going to be useful. So one of the lessons for Iboga from this match should be don't waste your time adding into a flank late game when you're in this, like, I need to win this round now. You just cannot afford the 10-second summoning sickness when the board is fully built like this.
What tech has he got on his Phoenixes right now?
Right now, just range, elite, and shield was available, along with the kind of long-term cheese of the, Phoenix
with Quantum
reassembly. So Poet Brigand does finish this out in 11 rounds with the win over Iboga. And I do think this is exactly how this went. I think Poet Brigand saw the lack of acid on the Scorpion, sees the lack of crawlers on this board, and it's just like, there is no source of acid right now. I can bring out the War Factories to close this out. And in the event, that turns out to be a good decision. He's through to round 2.
Melters do not beat War Factory with Steel Ball Prod.
That is the
Unless you
lesson to
support
take.
them with the secret weapon of hackers. If you hack the Steel Ball, then the 5 crawlers become your chaff and the War Factory never moves.
Right. And that's
So
a different
that
game.
is the secret tech to accompany with Melting Point so that you can shut down a Steel Ball producing War Factory. Although Acid is still your tried and true option.
Acid for deleting the War Factory if that's your goal, and Hacker was going to hack the Mech Div Steel Balls so that those turn around and become your opponent's problem instead of yours. We've got round 2, where, you know, we're going to have some pretty one-sided matches, I think.
Yeah, we will.
So I'm going to scroll down and look at the middle here, see if we recognize any names at the center.
Intermediary level.
Savage Dad Gaming against Whooped could be interesting. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, those names. Savage Dad Gaming is a up-and-coming streamer.
Yep, and Whooped is the Advanced Group 1 second runner-up from this tournament last week. So 3rd place finisher last week. Well, certainly earned their moment in the sun. Let's see what we got.
Good to note, Diana.
Not a family-friendly streamer. Thank you. Or I like politeness in my live streamer. Fair enough. It kind of goes with the name Savage Dad.
Yeah, that checks. Well, now that there's not Chin Gun, there are different options kill cannon for Overlords. I mean, anti-air marksmen are always a solid option, as long as you can clear out the wasps. They are the most efficient option, certainly. And then, of course, you can always outrange a boat with a melting point again if you can clear out the wasps.
Yeah, it's clearing out the wasps is, I think, the specific problem there.
Yes.
Kill cannon, I'm going to suggest your secret weapon there is EMP on a Farseer, because you delete both the wasps and then EMP the tech there. All right, welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament America's number 75. Savage Dad Gaming, near side in blue, facing Whooped, GG, Farside, and red. Whooped came 3rd in this tournament last week, took the Farseer already, Crawler and Stormcaller. We're just talking about Farseer. I love it. I don't love it next to Stormcaller, but I do love the pack. I do love the Specialist. Savage Dad.
Sabretooth is really strong.
Skipped the Sabretooth. I think was probably torn between Saber and Supply Specialist on this set of packs. So takes the Supply Specialist with Storms. You know, that's a perfectly safe decision, if not the sexy one.
Storms and Crawlers are a very default, very strong baseline for Standard, and $50 extra is $50 extra.
Yep.
Not flashy, but it's always going to give you value. It would not surprise me if we see Arc Lights added and it is a Crawler Storm Arc Mirror round 1. Maybe you see Marksman, but I really think you want Arc Lights to clear these Crawlers.
Interesting.
There they are.
With the Storms a little bit further than most people would. I think that is because of the debuff in range to Incendiary Bomb. So he's going to have old school positioning for the Stormcallers when he decides to light the ground on fire. Savage Gaming went for vertical position Storms, does not run fire on the bar, switched from fire to high explosive ammo with that recent change. So let's see if that plays out, how that plays out over the course of this game. It's always a good one to see early and know that this is not going to be the source of the fire.
One thing to note is the vertical storms generally lose to horizontal storms because the vertical storms are deeper and are moving while the horizontal storms are firing in volley, and they arrive when the vertical storms stop.
Right.
So
Note, of course.
that is in a storm v storm mirror.
Of course, we've got channel point predictions up. Right now, those are heavily in favor of Whooped GG for this one. So Whooped, the heavy favorite, at least here.
I'll represent the underdog with a little bit, just some token support. You can do it. Ooh, the 5 Arclight play from Whooped. Very interesting. Arclights have been making a bit of a resurgence. I feel like a lot of giants have been nerfed, and while the elite marksman damage has been slightly tuned down with the previous recent buff of Arclight, I've honestly been pretty impressed with it.
Right. I mean, these are subsidized Arclights, so they cost 50. Even if you don't like Arclight, this is a great set of buys. Handles the chaff clear. In this particular instance, just handled that call in like it wasn't even there. And he already had 2 on the board, not afraid to commit into buying 3 more at cheap. Now he's got the ability to scale Tex, to use Tex as a force multiplier. That is how you want to think of technologies here. Don't just throw down a tech because it sounds great. You want to be using it in the places that you're going to get the most leverage out of it. So the thing that you have the most units of often is the thing that deserves a tech. Figuring out what that tech is a little bit different of a challenge. Welcome in. It's going very, very well. We're in round 2 of this tournament with Savage Dad Gaming versus Whooped GG. Savage Dad Gaming taking the Scorpions on our first unit drop. Whooped is going to take the Sandworm.
Interesting.
Those are not on the same side. Now, we've been wondering, we've been seeing some of these games with Sandworms from Standard and wondering how they develop. So here is how. An early worm drop. And Savage Dad has Scorpions outside of the storms, outside a tower for possible drops, I guess. It's a very anti-flank worm. I will delete whatever flank you might want. But also, I'm going to duck under, I'm going to get in close, and there's nothing really over here that deals single target. Of course, he didn't know the Scorpion was coming. He did know it was in the drop, so could have predicted it.
Yep. I honestly really liked the Saber here, as a level 3 Saber actually beats a level 2 Scorpion head-to-head, has a faster rate of fire, and this is not a medium board clumped up, so the Scorpion doesn't really have the value of Splash to capitalize on. Right. So a Saber would have been able to get better single target value.
And that Sandworm just ate a Scorpion over there. The Scorpion had walked up, couldn't see it because it was underground. It's going to do the same thing to these poor fellows at the back. It's in on tower. And the only hope left is that level 2 Scorpion, which is in trouble. Oh, it does just enough. It was trying to sneak back underground. Level 2 Scorpion is the hero. Wins the round for Savage Dad Gaming. Whooped dropped from 4,000 to 3,700 hit points. And Savage Dad is at 3,850. Both players take the laser sights. Pretty quick pick there. If you
I was wondering if there would be a Assault Scorp pick here.
Ooh, there was Assault Scorpion, that lowering the range, of course. And I think both players are looking at this as a range war. At this juncture. Nobody's committed to it yet. To where they're going to put the laser sights.
Imagine it goes on the blue Scorpion for Savage Dad. It's a lot less obvious in my mind on blue board, unless he wants to put it on the Farseer as a temporary before selling. Because putting that level 1 Farseer opposite the level 2 Scorpion is going to die pretty consistently unless you have a hard answer to that Scorpion.
Right.
150 in temporary value on Savage Dad Gaming, so really want to win this round by a convincing margin, or you are putting yourself at the beginning of an econ disadvantage.
That is one of the mistakes that newer players often make, is taking a tempo disadvantage for no specific reason, other than trying to win a round just to win a round. Right? If you have a specific reason you're trying to deny levels, or you needed somebody to level up by missiling something out before it could die, it's on the verge of leveling up, but it's also on the verge of dying because of its positioning. It can be helpful to take a missile, but here you've seen Savage Dad Gaming basically below that 150 lose the round, and Whooped is at 3,700, Savage Dad Gaming down to 3,000. I don't see the value that he got out of that. So the econ slide coming for the Savage Dad takes the shield airdrop, which is a good econ pick.
Yes, I mean, the round one that you take it, it's paying 100 for a shield that's on par with a shield device, and then it's just another shield every other turn,
right,
anywhere on the map.
They both take it. There is something I'm going to point out I might have missed last round, which is that Scorpion picked up the laser sight and still died to the Sandworm, because of course the Sandworm doesn't care about range. It gets in close and shows up on the surface. That Scorpion isn't level 2 yet. If you were going to place this somewhere, it needed to be on the opposite side Scorpion that's leveling and getting work done. Or ideally, you wanted to drop it onto something like a melting point to keep it a lot further back and let your main army be up on the board. I'm noticing a synergy in what Whooped is doing, which is that the storms with range, the arc lights with range, they're really good at clearing all of this chaff. And I've talked about the way to delete a worm is to get it trapped on the surface, surround it with chaff, keeps it up on the surface so it can't duck. Obviously he did just enough there, but this board is built to delete chaff, and that is going to let that sandworm get underneath the ground. Now that he knows that there's a melting point there, maybe just mobile beacons somewhere else. And you can see, even without the worm, Whooped is winning this pretty handily. Savage Dad,
a lot of damage.
Yeah, halved his hit points. He dropped from 3,000 even to 1,478. One more round like that, and this match is over quickly. Of course, round 2
Curious
is...
here.
Go ahead.
Curious here, because Whooped has actually played a lot of Fortress from Standard. I'm curious if they choose to run it here. I think he's contemplating it. Seeing the melting point dissuades that a little bit, but okay, so he goes... Interesting. Goes Vulcan with 5 ranged arc lights already in play.
Oh, it's exactly what I'm talking about. He wants to keep the worm, keep the chaff handled so that the worm can do its job. He's doing the Warcrime Vulcan Runaway, which we've seen from Blue Hair. Whooped isn't even going to get enough time, I think, to tech the second half of that Sticky Oil Bomb. He does go for the knockout with Lone and Range. Lone and Temporary Range. He's got 250 left. That Vulcan is going to be perfectly positioned for these crawlers. These crawlers got deleted last time when the arc lights were level 1, so they're not going to add a whole lot to the board this time with the arc lights at level 2 and the Vulcan right there.
Yeah, this is just going to completely torch the left side of the board.
With the
Right side, I should say.
Goodness.
Yep, that's the Stormcallers, that's the Marksmen, that's the Chaff, that's the Mustangs. And that worm ironically gets slowed, and so it doesn't pop up until it's already within Eat the Melter range.
Yeah. That
Scorpion did finally level.
And it's now deleted. The Overlords did last longer than just about anything else for Savage Dad Gaming, but not enough to turn the tide. That War Crimes Vulcan, the Runaway, pioneered by Blue Hair, we've seen it with that mobile beacon to get it back off the line so it doesn't get instant deleted by scorpions or melting points. It relies on a couple of things. It relies on this chaff in front of it to make sure that there's nothing there that insta-deletes it, and then even if opponent is sentry missiling out that chaff, it's running away, these crawlers are running forward, and there's not going to be anything getting a lock on it. So that's the idea behind that one, and Whooped executed it very, very well. Savage Dad Gaming, I think this one gets away on the laser sights onto this scorpion and trying to answer a sandworm with a melting point when we really need a different answer. Melting point is very vulnerable to sandworm. In a weird way, they kind of seem like they counter each other. Like the melting point is obviously the right answer if you can keep the worm on the surface, and the worm doesn't run sandstorm, which this one is not. But you do have to keep the worm on the surface, otherwise it breaks the lock. And Whooped is able to keep the worm alive, keep the board alive, had the Farseers and just enough marksmen. These marksmen are a rather cagey late add. One here. This one was a round ago, so still slowly building out his comp, adding some single target because he saw that he was vulnerable to that, and had just enough to answer the overlords. Of course,
Yes.
deleting the whole rest of the board helped a ton.
And one thing that I think was hurting Savage Dad was how much resource he put into the 4 packs of Mustang to go anti-missile. They just were dying to ranged arc lights, feeding levels while they shot up and didn't shoot chaff, and so his chaff clear was virtually non-existent. It was a couple of unranged arc lights for
Right.
chaff clear. And so because of that, that is why round after round, Whooped was able to get the win, and really well played, very clean, textbook standard gameplay.
Yep, well done. He shows up in chat to say, "You guys casted me. So much pressure." Of course, he can see that we're the ones casting him because we show up as the only 2 spectators here. But yeah, it's
Well played, sir.
Well, welcome to the high pressure, unbeaten at the top end of the tournament. You get cast. It happens. If you're going to get better, you're going to get cast more. I hate to tell you. We're going to jump into 38 degrees Celsius against Typo Monkey on the grounds that, again, relatively middle pairing. They should be relatively evenly matched and have a fair amount of hit points still going.
Yes, indeed. I will say Type 38, 38C is who I would expect to be the favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. He's on the lower end of the hit points, but had come through as the 8th place finisher in Advanced Group 1 of Weekend Tournament Asia this morning. So congrats to them on that one.
This oil is going to hurt.
Looking to build some momentum there. Starting with that oil. And, oh, are we in Exodia already with some anti-missile Sabertooths to back up your Vulcan Melter? Attacks on both the Vulcan and the Melter. Alright, if you guys know the way to beat this build, let me know, because this looks like it could be a dangerous one. Maybe Typo Monkey will show us how, but it looks like 38 degrees Celsius has a good thing going.
Are we looking at it in reverse? I think it isn't Typo Monkey the one that's in the Vulcan Melter?
No, Typo Monkey is red far side with the Melter's Steel Ball and Phoenix. 38 degrees Celsius has the near side Giant Specialist with Melters with range. Stonking a level 3 Melter. It's going to go up to level 4 for free next round. And winning here drops Typo Monkey to about even 2,700 apiece. But again, just looking at the board, Typo Monkey is in a world of hurt here.
Yep. When I spawned in, somehow my game had me spun around 180 degrees. But yes, the Vulcan Melter comp.
Your game decided to show you this one from Typo Monkey's perspective. I love it.
Right. So I thought that Typo Monkey had 38C on the ropes with Exodia, and not the other way around.
Not the other way around. Yeah, that would have been quite the different match. No, this.
I do actually think the answer to Vulcan Melter is Phoenix with range and EMP. Because in the air, you're able to not be torched, and you can outrange them both. And with EMP and damage, you can kill them both.
Right. Unfortunately, Typo Monkey does not run that set of techs. Has Jump Drive and Charged Shot mixed with the range and Elite Marksman. So trying to run a Phoenix that can either be the single target damage dealer from range, with range and Elite Marksman, or the Jump Drive aggro, Jump Drive and Charged Shot Phoenix. Kind of finds himself in between. Now he could conceivably do some ranged EMP off the Farseers, but that is getting...
You're not going to outrange the melting point with that, and that's where that starts to break down. Because then the melting point usually will be able to get locks, and you'll usually have the chaff clear advantage with your Vulcan.
Right, and the reason,
by the way,
the reason that doesn't outrange the Melter, it does outrange the Melter's main gun, but it does not outrange the Melter's EMP barrage, and the reason for that is temp range off the tower, for, here the adding 15 meters actually adds 15 meters to the EMP barrage as well, so that'll get that up to 195 meters. The EMP off of that Farseer would max out at 180 meters. And yeah, 38 degrees Celsius has this one in the bag, I do believe.
Yes, this is on lock for sure. Interestingly enough, the reason why I think Bird is the answer to Exodia is because you don't want to be in a marksman / Phoenix and be in Melter. It's extremely expensive to detect both of those as your single target DPS.
Right.
As a result, if you're in Melter, you really shouldn't be in Marksman or Phoenix, which is where the Phoenix opening on your opponent comes into play.
And because
so that's
you're
kind
not,
of the why behind that.
Right, because you're not in Marksman, or not in highly leveled, highly teched Marksman,
right,
the Phoenix are relatively safe and can outrange and do their work. But now
Correct.
It's more melting points. This one has casually gotten up to level 5. Look, that's not that impressive. We saw the level 8 in the European. You have some work to do there, 38 degrees Celsius. If you're going to get the full meme credit, you're going to have to extend this match instead of finishing it out. You need to go about 11 or 12 rounds. And probably get yourself a intensive training or something to help out. I mean, it's been doing its best with enhancement module, honestly. What asks you, Titan, whether it's better to run Elite or Charged Shot on the Phoenix?
So, to me, that's not an either-or question. I was actually typing up an answer to that, but in essence, to me, I play Standard predominantly. You have to tech your units based on what you want to play them as. So for Standard Phoenix, I run Range, Elite, and EMP as non-negotiable. Then the question becomes what supplementary tech. You can take a durability tech like Shield, which the prevalence of spells actually has been making me more and more tempted to do.
Right, you can
or
survive
you can run
a
a
nuke, you can
supplementary.
survive something like the Orbital Bombardment.
Right. Or you can take a supplementary damage tech, which is more utility for things like popping Wraith quickly, which then would either be Launcher Overload or Charge Shot. And I have generally been in the school of Launcher Overload, but I have been leaning towards switching to Charge.
So Charged Shot will help you delete high value, high hit point targets more quickly. It is vulnerable to overkill, right? Because you're adding 175% damage to it. So instead of shooting twice as often, what I like is the idea that my Phoenix, because I run, instead of Charged Shot, I run the opposite. So I'll argue the Launcher Overload Shot is because you're shooting half as often and shooting for a less damage, you're plus 100% DPS instead of plus 175% DPS. But that does not, the 175 doesn't scale with these guys, and it doesn't scale with the increased damage off of Elite Marksman. So functionally, it's not as big of a damage. It's not usually a, as big of a damage difference as it could be, and sometimes it'll even come out a net positive to run Launcher Overload. And you have two chances to kill something instead of one, and 2 chances to apply EMP instead of 1. So That is my thinking of it.
The other thing to note is if you play your birds more aggro, I
Mhm.
think that charge shot in particular is important because it's all about who hits who first hardest.
Yes.
And that first contact is, I killed you, you don't shoot back. And two birds with charge shot can absolutely kill something that Launcher Overload doesn't get to kill.
Right.
Also, in a more aggressive positioning, Quantum is much more valuable because running a line of birds and you have forts and you're trying to kill them quickly, you'll lose birds in the process.
Right.
But if you can stabilize here or there, you get them back. And so that's where what you play your birds as determines which text to use, and you really need to tech them to complement how you're going to use them going into a game.
Right. Around the group, Forgotten Arbiter, Zillalag, B-Man, Kanako, Vigo von Hornberg, Press F for Boats, all the favorites getting round wins here are Aspiring to be the Cutest, beat Mousetrix. I think that's the pink hair that you were talking about, Sedge Pseudo. Eva Stigma, Bellicose Drake, Belief. Again, you're going to see all the favorites winning here. ZFT, 38 degrees Celsius. And Antares is the upset victim, losing out to, is this Foreign Special Glass. Foreign Special Glass was a intermediate group 5th place. Odds upsets Peugeot. Skynin upsets Parabellum. So there were some upsets, but they're very close to the middle of the group.
Right.
Fedez has a non-readied up opponent. TNT beats Poeli. And Ganj Wizard beats Mike Tyson. Unlucky for Mike. Poet Brigand gets to 2-0 against Bohan. We saw Whooped beat Savage Dad Gaming. And at the other end, top 20, Whooped, Blood, Kebab Sniffer, Soft Boy Dream, Crag, the T-Man, all the favorites getting the wins there. Dolmont, What's a Woman, Harbinger, and Apooche. Rounding out at the top of the group, Cursed will be the player in the spoiler role after beating Mr. Pink, unless his first round opponent lost in this one, in which case Sparty would be the spoiler. So we've got the group starts to shuffle up a little bit. Soft Boy Dream has had to abandon. We'll have 28 remaining unbeaten, with Poet Brigand the lowest seed. Will be facing the number 1 seed Zillalag. Forgotten Arbiter and Apooche, as well as B-Man, have all dropped down by virtue of their first round opponent not getting a round 2 win. So Forgotten Arbiter down to 9th, Apooche 10th, B-Man 11th. So we are going to get some interesting matchups at that level. The kind of, again, the middle portion of the board there. We will be back with that after ad. So stick with us, folks. Dolmont versus T-Man, Kanako versus Crag. Those could be the most interesting. You've also got Bellicose Drake against Forgotten Arbiter. Do you have thoughts there, my friend? I have lost a Titan. Does Whooped get Apooche right now? 20th, you'll be facing the 9th place. No, you dodge Apooche. You do dodge Apooche. Good news, you dodged Apooche. Bad news, you have lost, or you will be facing. You haven't lost. Haven't lost yet. You will be facing Forgotten Arbiter. So looks like Titan may be having some network issues at the moment. So we will be running solo for a minute or two. He seems to be having network issue enough that I'm not even getting his DM. Yep, he's going to says I need to step off mic for just one round so my headphones can charge for a bit. Been on them all day and they are starting to die. So he'll be back, probably joining us for round 4. We'll solo cast round 3 without him, and he'll rejoin us for the round of 16. It might even be the quarterfinals at that point. good luck against Forgotten Arbiter whooped. I will do you the grace of not casting that one. What do we have up at the top? Blood against TNT. Apooche versus Bellicose Drake. Forgotten Arbiter against Whooped. But, I was thinking T-Man and Dolmont was kind of the one that stands out to me. Bellicose Drake against Apooche could be very good. Bellicose Drake, the runner-up last week. Apooche, oh, maybe this is the one to take. Runner-up in Weekend Americas last week. Runner-up in European Advanced Group 1 this week. I mean, it's two runner-ups. They can't both win this one. We got this one. We'll put that one up for your gambling enthusiasm. Now, of course, this match has a entertaining aspect to it. These two gentlemen are the winners of the very first tournament that Zach and I organized, and the very most recent tournament that Zach and I organized, with Bellicose Drake winning in December 2023, won the Trash Masters tournament, which was a play on the Mecha Masters that was being hosted by Rat and Monkst. The Trash Masters was open to players 1400 and lower MMR. Bellicose Drake has come a long way since then. So has the game. Well, welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament Americas number 75. Runner-up from last week's tournament, Bellicose Drake, Nearside Blue, 2023 Trash Masters champion, facing Apooche, runner-up from the Weekend Tournament European earlier today, and the Launch Clash Tournament champion. Apooche takes the Quick Supply Specialist, Crawler, and Mustangs. You are so cute. And Bellicose Drake takes the Sabertooth Specialist with Sledgehammer and Marksman, Nearside and Blue. Apooche, Farside Red. Love it. We get the heart. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. So, which one of these two former champions and recent runner-ups is going to win this one? Apooche, did you just buy? Apooche goes round 1, pays the unlock, and buys a Tarantula. Now that is spicy with Quick Supply. I don't think I have seen that one taken before at all. I won't be surprised if there's even a recommended formation for this deploy. 4 Crawlers, 2 Mustangs, and a Tarantula. If there's not a recommended formation and Apooche wins this match, this might become the recommended formation for it. So, Bellicose Drake does get a insta-lock with Marksman. Somehow we have wound up in a virtual headbutt here. This camera knows to zoom all the way in on this action. Give us the tight zoom in. Get a sense of the size of these things when we think of the Mustang as being a pretty tiny unit. And you see it next to a huge, I mean, this is one of those massive dump trucks. So it really gives you a sense of the scale. And there we go. Bellicose Drake loses round 1. Apooche on 4,200. Drake down to 3,710, but he got lined up in the right spot. On both sides, leaving their far side towers wide open, undefended, unleveled. And we get the Sabertooth arriving, improved firepower control, fortified hacker, advanced missile device, and elite Fang all available. You're not transitioning into Fang gaming from this position, I wouldn't think, for either player. But Apooche has the Mustangs on the board. It's almost a no-brainer to drop the item that increases attack onto the Mustangs. Vamos dale! Hello, Yatsunehiko. Welcome in. Of course, channel point wagering just about to close on this one. You guys have one last moment to get it in. The Sabertooth is going to be front and center for Bellicose Drake, who also took the improved firepower control. And who said they smelled a spider jail incoming? Here is the start of that. A tarantula in this shallow flank position. It's going to pull a lot of the later arriving chaff out. It's also going to have this marksman locked onto the crawler. And this marksman, if you remember, was the one that had the relatively instant lock on that tarantula. There we go. And, yep, Fort and Hacker would both be good on this board for both players right now. There's no chaff in the midst here. And of course, hacking spider mines, you can turn them around. I don't think Apooche is necessarily even going into the spider mine yet. What we are seeing is that these itemized Mustangs getting to delete Sabertooth, getting to delete the whole pack of sledges there, does get to level before Drake's crawlers even take that far side tower. And yeah, we're going to be through the tower debuffs, take the second tower. The board is cleaned before they get to the second tower. Now, those crawlers were right back here behind tower and had split a little bit. That's part of why they didn't go. Bellicose Drake also leveled that far side tower to protect against the possibility of attack, so was expected to be down a little bit of hit point, but hopefully, from his perspective, is hoping to stabilize a little bit. Apooche takes the Wasps, safe in the knowledge that he's got the Mustangs, Bellicose Drake doesn't. Bellicose Drake really has no anti-air. He's got the 3 marksmen, or did he sell one? It looks like he might be on 2 marksmen now. And Bellicose Drake takes the arc lights. So, 3 deploys, good. Level 2 arc lights, good. What they are not going to do is handle the level 3 wasps over here. Those wasps will come in and handle the crawlers out there, handle the tower, and give Bellicose Drake something he has to think about, which is, where will those wasps be? Apooche does not run jump drive on them, so they're either committed to here or committed to being sold. Or if he gets a redeploy, he could come out there. Will take a little while to get through 23,000 hit points, but we're not losing the far side tower, and we were already winning the near side pretty heavily. No new tarantulas. Drake drops a far side flank. It is going to distract those level 2 Mustangs for a while, pull them out of position, slow them down, and also delays the late arriving chaff. He's hoping to change the matchup here, allow the arc lights to chew through the chaff, get everything locked onto the tarantulas, which you can see the Sabertooth doing its work on the tarantula. He finally gets that done, so the chaff pull out there will throw away crawler on the flank, pulls these 2 out of position, and allowed Bellicose Drake to basically get the matchup he wanted. If it hadn't been for the Wasps getting the far side tower and cleaning up a large portion of this damage, that pull would have been beautiful and Drake would have won this round. Instead, Drake wins this round by a single marksman. Yes, well done, sir. Well done. Not even breathing hard. Wait a minute, mechs don't breathe, do they? Subsidized Mustang for Bellicose Drake. Great answer to the Wasps. The Wasps have potentially leveled. They have not picked up the jump drive or, redeployment item or anything like that that Apooche could use to get them out of there. So he's probably seen the subsidized Mustang and expects there to be a problem. With that, he skipped it himself, so not committing to 1,000,000 Mustangs himself, despite having range on them. Instead, has picked up the shield airdrop, drops it on this shallow flank to ensure that it, basically to buy enough time that the crawlers don't die instantly, and hopefully that'll keep the tarantula alive and allow enough time for these guys to get back into the main fight. And assuming there would be a Mustang out here to answer, Apooche goes for the mobile beacon, takes both the crawler pack and the wasp pack to the near side tower instead of that far side tower, the level 2 tower. Bellicose Drake has that covered. He picks up 3 Mustangs, so outside, middle, but with paying very close attention to what it's going to be pulled by, and near side here. So that he's aware that there is this gap and that a mobile beacon play was possible. So really clever defense from Bellicose Drake there. And takes attack enhancement, I believe, is what got taken there. So that will up the value for the Mustangs. Interesting that he took the improved firepower control on the near side rather than the side that has the wasp problem. Just trusting that Mustangs alone are good enough against wasps and crawlers. Wanted the extra damage on the side where the big fight is going to be. Makes sense. And as it turns out, that's going to help with the shield break here. It is slow going, but eventually they get through that shield. Working on the tarantula. By then, though, the one saber is down. The other one takes care of the second tarantula. It's tight. It's very tight. This is going to come down to just a couple of Mustangs and 1 or 2 big units left. It'll be about 12 Mustangs for Apooche. Some of them the itemized ones, some of them from over here. But those Mustangs are scaling hard for Apooche right now. They're level 3 each back here if he wants those. This, of course, crawler is feeding some experience, but it's the fact that he's coming in and cleaning up late that is really letting those Mustangs scale. This outside tarantula has scaled as well. Now you've got the forts. Here we go. Bellicose Drake has range on the Mustangs, but now he's just trailing behind in levels, just teched them, trailing behind in terms of the forts. So the forts are going to be the long-term, Fort Mustang. And again, this outside edge is pretty empty. Apooche's not done much to fortify that tower, not done much to defend it. Goes for the pull, so he's sold out of the wasps to fund this play, but he's just going to pull this whole side of the board over into the Mustangs and let them feed and feed and feed. So that's what this pull is. If these guys were missiled out, that would be a different story. But Bellicose Drake hasn't missiled them. He's got 100 left, but he's also got 1 deploy, and the math is just too perfect sometimes. You get suckered into that 1 extra deploy when the real key element is going to be this mobile beacon. Oh, let's not be that zoomed in, thank you, game. You can see all of this pull happening, and as long as these guys all get targeted, right, as long as they keep targeting, as long as they have something to target and these guys haven't gotten into range, you can see just how long that pull worked. It's working. And now they're working on that far side unprotected tower. But by then, most of the board has gone down. Now this tower debuff was perfect. That is going to let the ranged Mustangs for Bellicose Drake farm off of the higher level Mustangs for Apooche. That is going to level up a whole bunch of Drake's Mustangs all across the board. I think all 4 packs leveled. Unless I missed something. Yeah, they did all 4 packs leveling. So Bellicose Drake catching back up. Age of Alpha Titan says the healing on that Sabertooth with heavy armor, 68,000 damage, of course, accelerates the rate of healing because the more hit points you have, the more percentage, the bigger a percentage is. And that was just enough to let it heal back up during the tower debuff. We had a unit drop, so Belko Drake takes the Overlords, Apooche takes the Sandworms. Sandworms have armor enhancement already for extra hit points. This one will delete the flank. This one will arrive with the crawlers, and Apooche's late arriving crawlers here did kind of wreck that really nice pull and allowed him in on tower. So Krikane said it's going to hurt this round. You were right. Right, the level 1 Mustangs will tank 60 damage per shot. Mustangs are doing a whopping, is that 82? So it's only going to do 22 even at level 2 after the debuff. Of course, this one will do real damage, 134. With 60 of those blocked, it'll be 74 DPS, or damage per shot, really, DPS. But to get in close, they have to be in range of the Sabers, they have to be in underneath the Overlords. Overlord and Crawlers going straight into tower. The worm has turned out to be kind of geniusly placed to protect that. And a lot of the Crawlers have left their original objective to go further on across, with a couple of red Crawlers chasing. That is kind of a crazy piece that we had a couple of Crawlers make it all the way to the far tower. But on the near side, things had sort of stabilized for Belko Drake even before he gets the tower take, and Apooche is suddenly in a bunch of trouble. He's down to 790 hit points. Belko Drake gets it done with the outside mobile beaconed Overlord from the drop. Apooche can't afford another misstep. Belko Drake on the verge of a great W. Of course, Apooche has been playing games all day long. He started about 9 o'clock Pacific. It's currently 7:20 p.m. Pacific, so it has been a very long day for him. Tournament matches all through as well. Of course, with some fun 2v2 broken there. Yeah, casual 10-hour day. There hasn't been a great answer to the heavy armor Saber. It's up to 100,000 hit points. And again, Drake just keeps giving him other problems to deal with. Apooche has finally respected that far side tower, levels it up to level 3, so it'll be 59,000 hit points and take a lot longer to debuff, or to punch through. Apooche, I suspect, is debating whether he wants to get himself up. Yeah, he does get himself up to 600 in order to buy the barrier, in order to play around the smoke. So both players have protected against the smoke. Drake, with an interesting choice, sold, I believe, the outside Overlord here to buy a pair in the middle, gives them Overlord artillery. Now, despite the fact that it's been debuffed, it does have extra range, so at 140 meters, should get a pretty quick lock. It's not going to delete it all, but it's also going to be shooting at chaff. Unfortunately, as soon as something steps into the mobile beacon, that stops the Overlord. These guys will stop the Overlord. Those little crawlers stop the Overlord. They are not going anywhere yet. They should bunch through. On the other hand, this Sabertooth is just a beast over here. Not doing much damage. It just tanks all day long. It finally goes down, barely. But by then, most of the rest of the fight is done. And yikes. Both towers go down for Apooche. And that will do it. Belko Drake, well played. 7-round upset over 2,000 MMR player, 2,100 MMR player. The Launch Clash champion defeated by the OG Trashmaster. Well done, Belko Drake. That is a masterful Masterful piece of defending. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble early, stabilizes, and really made this heavy armor saber with field maintenance just look like a rock star, or perhaps just the rock of the defense. Note he did start with the marksman, and he casually sold out of most of them, so has one left at the end of the game, but is slowly selling out of his single target because he's got the saber-tooths in front to become the shield break, the single target. And this pull distracting the Mustangs, really nicely positioned so that he's not all the way in the corner, and that is pulling more of that pack. And again, that changes the whole deployment in terms of Apooche's chaff clear. Apooche winds up in the 3 Mustangs, but that round that Bellicose Drake won and leveled up all 4 Mustangs, really catching him up to put him on par with Apooche and then ahead on numbers. I think that was probably the critical round here. So really nicely done, and that almost worked for Apooche. The pull, chaff pull with the crawler, almost made that round work, but this late arriving crawler shows up, distracts these 2 packs off towards the tower. The tower wasn't leveled up, and that, even 100 credits on that tower on that round might have saved this game for Apooche. That is how fine the margins are. And it's neat to see Bellicose Drake making it work with Overlord artillery. And Vrorag says, feels like the saber was there more for distract and soaking at the end than damage contribution. Absolutely right. I mean, it did do 154,000 over the course of the game, did 57,000 at the very end. And it was doing 20,000 per shot, so for it to only have done 57,000 damage, it only got off 3 shots, probably. 1 onto this shield barrier, 1 of them would have been onto a pack of chaff, I think, and then the 3rd pack onto another shield barrier. So, but it locks the damage. Yeah, that's actually the key part there. Age of Alpha Titan says it locked the Mustangs to do damage, but not getting the kills and XP for it. So, very nicely done.
Just goes to show how 1 level on a unit with 1 tech and an item can absolutely do a turnaround for tempo.
Right.
Combine that with a couple of early tower kills where you keep it alive, and then, like, round 4, if he doesn't lose his tower, he kills the saber, he gets a level on his fort 2 levels ago.
Right.
And then he's able to not level that guy to 3. It dies instantly. Suddenly his fort push has all of the momentum going.
Right.
So not forting the tower combined with the timing on that. Just absolutely, that Sabretooth was the MVP rockstar.
Right. Around the group, Zillalag beats Poet Brigand. Viggo von Hornburg gets the win over Foreign Special Glass. Aspiring to be the cutest beat Skynen. Belief beats 38 degrees Celsius. Forgotten Arbiter ends Whoop's run at 2-0. B-Station Shark Rookie, who you guys will know as B-Man, captain of the 201 Mag 1 team, beats Kebab Sniffer. Crag beat Kanako. T-Man beat Dolmont. What's a Woman beat Ava Stigma. We saw Bellicose Drake beat Apooche. The big upset of round 3. Well done, Bellicose Drake. TNT 11 and Blood went down to the wire before TNT gets the win. Press F for Boats beat Odds. Harbinger beat Ganji Wizard. And ZFT against Fedez. That match isn't over. Let's see what happens. And congratulations to the 3 of you who supported Bellicose Drake. Odds there were... Oh, what is that? That is 6-1 against. So, huge payout for you folks. Congratulations. Well chosen. On the board in front of us, ZFT Nearside 2,992 hit points. We have Smoke. We have Electromagnetic Blast. We have an Ion Beam. Everything has come back.
Oh my goodness.
And
we have big Ion, small Ion, and Ion all over on the same board.
Yeah, Ion Blast, Electromagnetic Impact, Electromagnetic Impact. The 2 Electromag impacts on the inside of the Ion Beam. They should collapse all these bubbles, and then the Ion just comes straight across. Fedez, I have no idea how you were supposed to survive that one, other than, not being there. Sell
Right,
all
having
those
one
units.
before you got there.
Sell all those units and buy them somewhere else. Oh wait, you only have the one field recovery. There are not enough shields in the world.
Right.
Hey, Bimpy says, boom, rhinos are fun. I'm TNT 11. Very nice. Okay, Bimpy 11, TNT 11. I get it. And the TNT going with the boom rhinos, making great sense.
We have some fancy assault marksmen on
This push is so
CFTs.
successful, he's about to ion beam his own. Yes, he is ion beaming his own raid because
And
his
lost.
push was that successful. Ways to know.
Does he actually lose?
Ways to know you might have been making it difficult for your opponent. The assault mode marksman triple teched with elite marksman and range, enough to clean this out for Fedez. And Apooche, thank you very much for the raid, much appreciated. With hard loss, and I know it has been a very long day for you, sir. So appreciate you raiding on over. And that was a rough way to end it. You had you were certainly sharper in the Mag 1 and the European, and then at the end of a 10-hour day, after some very, very silly 2v2s. Yeah, just couldn't kill one saber. One saber was so annoying, or stubborn, or clutch, depending on your perspective. ZFT with the many call-ins wins this one. That is from where you were to only lose by 785 from starting this round with 115 hit points was masterfully done. But it's only your second game using the new chin gun, and yeah, that was actually really interesting. It felt like they were stuck on chaff for most of that mobile beacon, but they got the job done in the end.
Yeah, it didn't seem to me that Chin Gun was the difference maker there. It was just being able to anchor the damage on a unit that was able to heal at a steady rate, and you kept getting towers at just the right opportunity to let it heal back up. And you did that a couple of early rounds, which gave you the tempo and denied levels, so that in the later rounds, you were simply ahead on board, and those Mustangs poured thousands and thousands of damage into that saber tooth, and it just didn't die.
Well, your reward for that win is going to be a match against Zillalag. Good luck, have fun. Harbinger versus Forgotten Arbiter. What's a Woman versus Press F for Boats. Crag versus B-Man. T-Man against Aspiring to be the Cutest. ZFT against Belief. And Bimpy, TNT 11, is facing Vigo von Hornberg. Krog is desperate to know, is the bonus range actually good before matching up against B-Man? I actually think that's the match I would like to watch. Do you see a better one that you'd like to follow?
Scrolling through, I think that looks good.
All right. We'll jump into 201 Captain B-Man facing against Crag. Crag, of course, here in chat says, funnily enough, I got elite marksman in the first 3 games. So,
You mean marksman specialist?
I think so. Hello, Doxson. Welcome. Only time range isn't good is when you're in a headbutt. That is true statement. And
what he means, Kill Cannon, though, is that the new Chin Gun has more range, but substantially less damage, and the question is the trade-off worth it?
Well,
I am skeptical of that,
or
but
is
we
it
will see.
secretly good and everybody thinks it's terrible? Right.
Right. Toxin with all the flavors of dog.
We have given Doxson.
No.
Wait, that's not all the flavors of dog. There's even more dogs.
Touche.
There's all the dogs in this chat. This might be the best chat comment ever. Love it. There they are. There's the dogs. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament America's number 75. We've got Crag, near side, blue, fortified specialist with Fang and Stormcaller, facing the captain of the 201 Mag 1 team, B-Man, or B-Station Shark Rookie. Those of you that are wagering, you get that one. Well, thank you, Sir Percival. Appreciate it.
It's true.
I do think I am telling you guys bedtime stories here. So, Crag, fortified, storms and fangs, Beast Station Rhino with stormcallers and crawlers, and do love the video that the 201s puts together. I do think the rest of the divisions there really need to up their game as far as their introductions.
Interesting.
You're welcome, B-Man. Oh, you weren't sending that to me? I don't think he's paying attention to me.
We're shaping up for an interesting standard v standard.
Yep.
Extra chaff on B-Man's side.
Right. Craig goes for the pair of arc lights and does much what I like to do with arc light on the Stormcaller. Rethinking the fangs into the middle. Measuring. Yeah, okay, measurement to get this fang where he wanted it.
That middle thing there will split in half.
Right.
Although it creates a pretty decent spread on those crawlers unintentionally.
Yeah.
Those arc lights get
Arc lights
completely
with
slapped.
instant deletion from B-Man's positioning. Those outside storms, just so nice for that kind of thing. Of course, that'll be fixable longer term, but for now, it's a painful round 1 for Crag.
It is an interesting note when you have the late fangs, oftentimes 1 or 2 will survive. And since they walk forward, they can do a really good job of distracting entire volleys. But
Right.
in particular, it's...
Yeah, and sometimes you get the Neo Stormcaller just can't
Yes.
seem to hit it, and that one fang will dodge every single shot.
When there's only one instead of a bunch, it's a lot harder to hit the one guy.
Right.
But all the Stormcallers are fixated on the closest thing that just is waddling across the map.
Yep. So B-Man does win round 1, virtue of deleting the arc lights, I think. Both players took the haste module. Crag on 4476, B-Man on 4700. Of course, channel point wagering is up for that one. And thank you for the follow. I'm not sure how to say this one. Pogwurst.
Nice. I'm German.
Sounds German. The crawlers, that is going to fix this problem. So crawlers coming past the tower for Krog. They'll draw those first shots. The flank wasps with haste module, pulling the fangs and pulling the deepest fang as well. I think the wasps should win that, but the fangs have the range. Get the early engagement.
It'll beat the first pack.
It'll beat the first
But
pack.
the second
yeah.
pack will not them.
Second pack gets in.
And one thing I've noticed, B-Man likes to tempo flank with air on round 2 and 3 in standard gears. I've seen him do that now. I think the last 3 times I've spectated him in a standard game.
All right. Noted. Crag wins the round after handling the flank. Of course, B-Man had a lot invested in that. You get orbital bombardment here on round 3. If you're looking for the long-term, barrier would probably be it, but obviously orbital.
Elite Stang is also tempting. Elite Mustang can be very powerful as a just drop it down. Suddenly, your Mustangs can clear crawlers. You get the right items. You're off to the races.
Right.
But Orbital is very strong. You really have to make a hard argument against it to not take it.
Crag gave it a lot of
the 201 players are.
Crag gave it a lot of thought because B-Man is so widely split. and is certainly thinking about it. I love this mobile beacon from B-Man. As it turns out, it's going to keep them out of the orbital. He's jump-driven the wasps out of the corner. They're going to have 26 meter per second, so they're actually going to close to this spot really quickly, surprisingly quickly with the haste module. Where?
Jump plus haste plus beacon. The beacon should even faster.
Right.
That's going to be moving like double speed wasps.
26 meters per second. But I would have liked to have seen the orbital slightly off-centered. I know he's trying to drop it on the storms, but if he slightly off-centers it, he takes out this Fang and has pretty much a guaranteed tower take. Crag spending the monies to shield up both Stormcallers, and now we don't have that guaranteed tower take after all. Man, interesting. Went with a front Fang, draw a whole bunch of units central, pulled a whole bunch of things into this orbital. I actually really like that in terms of manipulating units to come down into the orbital, including those late Fangs. He got those into the orbital area with his chaff positioning. Of course, it's not going to matter in the long term because the wasps get hung up on the shield barrier, and the rest of the fight is going pretty heavily Crag's way, with the unshielded orbital on B-Man's side.
They do get that bubble though, so there's at least that as a consolation prize.
They did even get the tower, so they're getting their work done.
Decent bit of mitigation.
Did a fair amount of damage mitigation for what Crag paid. That was not a big round win. B-Man down to 3,700. Crag at 4,476. Farseers for Crag. I really like Phoenix for the position that B-Man is in. If he hasn't taken a single target yet. You can see Crag hasn't either. There are a ton of single targets on the board, but there is about to be, right? All four of these
Inevitably.
are a single target, and the Phoenix a good answer. Yeah, there we go.
It is interesting that the Farseer is a bit of a soft answer, not necessarily a hard answer, but can absolutely knock those birds out of the sky. So Crag probably has the best of the drops into the Phoenix pick. There's also a Rhino now to accompany this mobile beacon, as B-Man is Rhino specialist, so shield or no shield, that Rhino is going to be much more lethal to tower, and it doesn't look like it'll be a bubble either, given that there's no spells to shield.
Yeah, Asgardberg with an interesting question about 2v2 matchmaking, and of course you and I are in the top 10 in the 501, so he asks if 2v2 matchmaking ever gives you good matchups at our MMR. Top 40 here, but it takes forever. It can take 3 to 4 minutes during the American evening, and it is substantially worse during tourney. So, yeah.
Yes.
All the top 2's players are, here in this chat.
Also usually 1's players.
And all the top 1's players, yeah, the top 2's players are, for the most part, also 1's players. There are a few that are just almost exclusively 2v2. You never see them on ladder. But,
yes. Interestingly, B-Man leveled one storm, added another storm so that he has the shield break on the bubble that was left, and there was actually a shield added
right
to this other tower again, so lots of temporary spending from Crag. Yes, I remember seeing your name. I'm glad to see that you're doing well in your division. And he gets both bubbles. That's a huge econ round for B-Man.
Yeah, knocks out the bubbles, gets the round win, drops Crag to 3273. I do really like adding the Rhino back there to go with these wasps. There's not anything that is going to handily handle both of those units, and now I think Crag has to specifically answer them, while B-Man is giving him other problems, as you noted, the Stormcallers, now a smoke bomb, and starting to look a little bit like things are getting away from Crag here. Of course, B-Man, one of the greats, and
I'd really like to see range with Farseer being what it is. All this smoke is going to absolutely trap the Farseer.
Right.
And again,
Farseer with
more
haste coming up
bubbles.
the middle is just going to be stuck in that. And Crag takes a pair of elite marksmen, and are you kidding me? Didn't Crag say he had taken 3 straight? He says, I got elite marksman in the first 3 games. That was his pre-game notes to us. Make it 4 straight elite marksman games for Crag. He's just running into people who don't put a marksman on the board. Of course, you don't get that card if there are none on the board. The game is like, well, if you guys don't value these units, I'm going to try to make you value them. Giving the elite card or the improved card is going to link them out when there's not a unit on the board. Matching the description, the jump trap wasps came around the other side. They're getting through the tower on that side. The additional, I think the Farseer was moved over to the wasp side, so B-Man did a great job of reading that, guessing that was going to be the play. The wasp defense happening from the Farseers, brings the wasps over to the other side, gets back on the side tower, collapses from left to right, and as we said, the Phoenix handling the single target damage dealing and the smoke causing all sorts of problems, even if it didn't stop the Farseer this time.
And B-Man did take range on those Phoenix the round that I wanted him to. And notably, one thing that Krog is struggling with, Krog has been double bubbling 3 consecutive rounds and has not been taking the spells to punish B-Man's lack of bubble. So he's not been able to keep B-Man honest on his own defensive spending, so he's been spending less offensively and getting value out of it.
Right.
So it's really snowballing against Krog here, and B-Man is up almost 600 or so econ.
Right. Now this is a
in the mirror.
good guess. Oh, I was going to say, this is a great guess. The Farseer mobile beacon over with the Wasp jump driving back to the other side. B-Man double thinks it, decides to come back down the original. The second side, I'm not sure how to describe this. Come down the left side with the poor Farseer going to be in the wrong position again. So,
I love the way he's jumping it.
Right.
Using this channel where he's denying the ability to interact with the chaff here. These level 3 wasps are blitzing.
They're
going to absolutely
so
shred this
fast.
offense.
They're going to run into a sentry missile back there. That was actually pretty cleverly done. It only takes out about half an attack. There is here finally those late fangs getting out there and doing the job. So the wasps have finally been shut down. It's only round 6. They have been a thorn in the side from round 3 onwards.
Yes. And while they were killed, they still killed a giant for their trouble and locked up chaff behind tower. So they still got their money's worth even though they were eventually killed.
Crag was actually going to win that right side with him behind the Farseer, but until the tower debuff, he's even... Actually, I'd say he has won that right side. It's just that the left side for B-Man collapses. Crag down to 1865. Quick cooldown. Now here, I mean, B-Man has been taking the spells all day. You just talked about it. And yeah, sure, there's a lightning storm. But now, with quick cooldown, he's got the Torpil Bombardment back this round. He's got the Smoke Bomb back next round, rather than being 2 rounds out on both of those. And of course, any future spell or his oil also subject to the same rules. So he knows he's going to get more value out of those.
Now this Lightning Storm will put in work, of course, but it's Lightning Storm, so it's incredibly strong. It should put in work.
Now that the wasps are countered, B-Man sells out of them. So he's got that haste module available to put on something. He's also put a shield on the Phoenix to try and keep them alive through the storm if the storm is taken. That's why a lot of people are running that energy shield. Note that he's got shield, charged shot, and EMP with range, but no EM on the Phoenix. So they're not the classic super long range Phoenix. He's made this sacrifice for survivability here.
B-Man is obviously a player who will run aggro and standard, depending on what he gets, and this is a classic aggro Phoenix pack with range, shield, and then some people run jumps, some run. The charge shot is very much a headbutt style Phoenix.
Right.
So this is a sacrifice of the stylistic flexibility he plays with. X not being specialized for both.
Yep.
Curious if these level 3 Phoenix with the shield end up surviving a lightning storm. They've not been hit yet.
The outside pack did get slowed and then lightning struck twice, but the inside pack takes one shot, survives it. It's still slowed, you can see, but now getting engaged, doing the damage. Big single target damage dealers. But as the question is, with Frag into 4 Elite Phoenixes, level 3, level 4 now, for some of them, is it enough single target? Phoenix are going down. The spells basically cancel out. Frag wins the round, and B-Man down to 2484. So the lesson here is Frag gets Elite Marksman every game? Wait, that can't possibly be a lesson. We get the unit drop. Level 3 steel balls taken for Crag. B-Man thinking about Wraith, Fortress Tarantula, or Steel Ball.
I imagine that all of these are sell options for B-Man. I don't think he really wants to run any of these. Maybe he runs the steel balls. I do know that B-Man typically does run his drops because if you can use the drops to your advantage, it's a higher tempo play. I just don't see the balls making it to a high contribution.
He's selling the Rhino rather than the balls, so he's still got the 2 steel balls on the board. And thinking there, I suspect, is get them out in front. They do tank for a little while. They've got 15,000 hit points, so they'll survive the first shot from a marksman, force the marksman to double tap them at 10,000 or 7,800 hit points per shot. But Crag keeping on adding them, has 2 more coming on the outside. Does not run Best Partner, does have War Crimes available on those Vulcans on the outside. So.
Interestingly, we see anti-air come out on the marksman for Krog.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously here you don't need the damage, so it's just to try and edge that locking on just a hair faster. Hopefully there's no chaff in range.
Right. I want to get the lock on the Phoenix if possible. I want to have the delete my opponent's single target damage if I can. And of course, Crag had his orbital arrive this round while B-Man dropped the smoke. That smoke is not actually doing a ton. It's got this one Vulcan in it. But most of Crag's army is fighting from behind it. And how are those marksmen doing? There are still some late fangs out front tanking. Eventually the marksmen on the left go down. We have a steel... There was a steel ball alive in there somewhere that never got dropped.
Unfortunately, the storms were actually able to focus down in place.
Right.
While there were surviving units.
And
while it does damage to B-Man, that's another set of value for Krog that he loses.
Right. The economy is dragging away from Krog quickly here. Oh, you both have the
There's 2
extra
options
leveled
here.
steel balls and have the extended range steel ball card available. Don't take it. The improved war factory, another possible option. Also, Vulcan's Descent as a I'm going to crush things, right? That can be a Goomba stomp of its own.
It certainly can. And these Vulcans at level 1 have 4,700 for Krog.
I know you're going to
As
be happy
fortified
to see
specialist.
this. V-Man takes the improved war factory. I know that you love
It's
that card.
strong.
Of
I
course,
want to see him put it down this turn, actually.
we got to see a fantastic final in the European today with both Sacco and Apooche taking improved war factory and running the improved war factory mirror in the final. It was just a completely unique game, absolutely fascinating, totally worth a watch.
So we get the full line of Vulcans down first. this oil in front of the shields on Krog's side is going to be absolutely devastating. Also, 4 more shields and 4 more bubbles, so $800 this round spent. That's not including the oil, so he spent 1,000 credits on spells and devices.
Right.
Just absolutely crippled on the economy game. I don't even know if that center oil gets lit on fire under B-Man. B-Man's chaff is pushing forward. I don't think it gets lit.
Yep, the range on those Vulcans allowing them to engage way over to the far side, and these Stormcallers, of course, don't do the lighting themselves. He was relying on B-Man's army to do the lighting, and it's just not. B-Man is not going to need that improved War Factory after all, because he has beaten Crag in 9 rounds. Congrats, B-Man winner over Krag, and let's go back to the board. Alpha Titan, what do you see? Where did this go so badly wrong for Krag on this last round, or was this just the complete amount of econ catching up? You did say he was down about 1,000 at this point. Krag says, "I forgot to."
He was down 1,000 that round.
He says, "I forgot to click fire on my storms." That would do it. Yes.
Oh no, that hurts.
Supposed to be lighting the oil on fire.
I mean, even if he lights the oil on fire, he mitigates that, but I don't even know if it's enough to not lose that round. I think this matchup was a pseudo mirror. I think taking AA spec on marksman when you don't need the damage is a bad sign, because it means that you have to cheat in the chaff war to get the locks on air.
Right.
You really want to be winning the chaff war so that your marks can get honest locks on the birds.
And he was trying for that with the idea of throwing down fire on the oil. It doesn't.
There was no Vulcan in the middle of the board at all, or even in front of his towers, and so there was just a bunch of slow things walking across the map. There's almost no crawlers on B-Man's board, by the way, which is fascinating. All of his chaff is slow.
Right. So
it just kind of arrives as the Vulcans arrive. They stop moving, and the things just trickle in. And I think Krog used 11 shield bubbles, 6 anti-missile devices, and 4 missiles, or at least 2 missiles, and then 1 more. So I think 3 missiles. Like, on top of that, he oiled. He used some spells. So I think he had almost 2,000 credits invested in temporary value by round 9, and that just was too much of a disparity in value.
Right. Other things I'm going to point out, we've got a whole bunch of potential value for sale off the back line in the Farseer and Steel Balls that are untacked, and they also have an item we could have gotten a lot of use out of selling out of these guys late, and these 2 marksmen in the middle probably didn't do as much as a Vulcan in about the same place would have done for about the same price. So possible some slight optimizations there. Possible.
Also, having 4 arc lights with no range, I would either start selling out of them, since there's no crawlers. The odds that the arc lights are going to shoot fangs before they die is negligible.
Right.
So either sell the arcs or range the arcs so they can do their job. There's just a lot of units on the board that aren't doing anything.
Right. Well,
and that last round really showcased it.
We missed another big upset. Harbinger beats Forgotten Arbiter out. Zillalag ends Bellicose Drake's run. Vigo von Hornburg gets the win over Bimpy. And Press F for Boats had a non-ready up from What's a Woman. We saw B-Man beat Krag. Aspiring to be the Cutest gets the win over T-Man. And Belief has beaten ZFT. So we are down to 7. Remaining with Ava Stigma in the spoiler role against Vigo von Homburg. We'll have B-Man against Press F for Boats, Harbinger against Belief, and I think I'd like to see Zillalag against Aspiring to be the Cutest. The pink hair.
Sounds like a plan.
We'll be back with that match in a moment. Changing your round 8 from AA spec to elite into 2 less shields for arclight round range equals I win that round by 800. Thanks for the tips, says Crag. So there you go. This is, as Whoop said, Amarok's stream is full of quality. And Ask Aardvark says he gave us tips a while back and we've been climbing ever since. So thank you. I really appreciate you guys. That is exactly what we are going for on this channel. We're looking to be educational. We're looking to be entertaining. If we're ever failing at either, then we're not doing the job that I'm hoping to set out. And of course, we want to be a fun and family-friendly place to be. So.
And of course, Krog is a 1950 MMR player, so it's also nice to know that I'm not just, spouting off what sounds and looks right.
So to me, I actually love that Crag doesn't just trust it. It's like, hey, yeah, I'm going to save this replay. I'm going to run off into the replays folder and run this replay. Of course, anybody can test this, right? So as casters, we're held to account now. You can't just spout something off and say, oh yeah, well, Saku should have done blah blah blah, and
right.
If you say it, you got to be right about it.
Or you got to own the fact that, oh, my bad, that was actually either unwinnable or my line was just trash. Or,
was trash, exactly.
There's accountability.
Yep, there should be some accountability to it.
And Krog, you played a million things in that matchup well to get you to that point. It's easy to look at the board and, since we were impartially watching, find what went wrong as specific moments. But there have to be a ton of correct decisions to put you in a position where one wrong decision makes a difference. That's where a lot of people can spot the one wrong point and never get to the point where one right decision is an actual difference maker.
And honestly, for those of you sitting there in chat, it's much the same thing, right? It's a lot different to be in the seat with the pressure of making the decision. It's a heck of a lot easier from here. So
remind me the names we are in.
We are facing Pink Hair versus Zillalag in the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Dillis tells Crag, the main thing you did wrong is you didn't play the more fun aggro style. And Crag, I didn't know that.
That is Dillo.
You can watch your replay directly by downloading them just like you'd download anyone else. I didn't know that. That's very cool.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament America's number 75. Zillalag versus aspiring to be the cutest, who you guys might know as Pink Hair. And Pink Hair given some very cute specialists to work with. Zillalag.
So true.
Supply specialist, quick supply. Pink Hair will take
Zillalag,
the elite specialist.
Rhino.
You like the Rhino here.
I do. I've been really, really liking Rhino in general. I think it's been very strong. It's a good answer. It's good value, and there it is.
Zillalag takes it.
Immediately from Pink Hair, we have a standard storm opening, and we have from Zillalag an aggro sledge positioning.
Ooh, I love it. Aggro sledge, spicy.
Ooh, elite arcs. Elite arcs will actually eat sledges. They're tanky enough, and because of their splash, they can catch 2 to 3 tanks per shot, and can actually put in some serious work.
And he has carry arc tech, range, and elite marksman. Doesn't have charged shot, instead has anti-air and electromagnetic shot. This is actually the set of techs I'm running, so interesting to see, well, nice to see that somebody at this level is running it. I love Zillag's sledge aggro. You guys know I'm a huge fan of sledge aggro. I want it to be great, but,
Interesting. Adding another 4th crawler instead of a 2nd Fang.
So Fang here will be shieldable late game if needed. and slower, I think. Interesting.
Fortunate that his crawlers are lined up with the arc light and his fangs are lined up with the stormcaller.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
It is. Blue Arclight is also just absolutely cleaning up. It is tanking a lot of shots, but it also is blue and has the luxury of being able to clear the entire triple crawler lineup by itself. Now, these sledges do get in on tower. Oh, but the blue Arclight takes it down and they will just die to storm volleys. Brutal. Still lag.
So, Pink Hair is on 5,200 hit points. Zillilag dropped just under 3,800. We get into round 2. Extended Range War Factory, Elite Fang, Heavy Armor, or Photon Coating.
Ooh. The armor is always so valuable when you're pushing or defending a push by having one central unit, and I honestly don't hate a blue Arclight with heavy armor here, although I doubt that Aspiring to be the Cutest takes that route. But these blue Arclights are in an absolutely fantastic position to just absolutely stop this push cold. Really curious what Zillilag adds.
Zillilag
Kind of like Bird.
Took the heavy armor on the sledge and goes Amarok's flank sledge. Love it. But the heavy armor on the sledge, because there's no charged shot on the arc lights, really could get out in front and tank those arc lights for a long time. They're not going to do enough damage to jump through it.
That shield is going to be back-breaking for this push, because there's no shield break damage of any kind, and these arc lights are going to farm.
I told you guys I love sledge aggro. I thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, right up until Doxson showed me how much an early shield shuts it down. Because this build depends on the levels. And
yes.
Very aware of the fact that the Elite Specialist is throwing down extra XP onto the board, and the position of these arc lights really needs to slow this build down. You can see the heavy armor sledges are going to get a level off of this guy. They just did. So that is levels into sledges that he didn't want to give up. Couldn't quite afford to give up because, of course, those are the super heavy armored ones. Or normal heavy armored, I guess. But so they're going to scale crazily. But Pink Hair wins the round. Of course, the shield survives because there's no shield break in this build. And that is the weakness of it. Sledges just don't DPS. Yes, contrast ethics. That is correct. Zillilag
yes, they are a backbone.
Zillilag adds the Mustangs. So covering the flank here, I think, is a little premature, right? Like, you need to be taking this shield down. I'm actually wondering if the Marksman was a better choice for essentially ensuring that there's some single target here.
I don't like Marksman into the push when you don't have anything that's moving quickly. Maybe he has Assman for it, but I do actually like the Mustangs here because it's a fast unit and there's a lot of Fang chaff. So he'll get chaff, he'll get shield break, and these Mustangs will be in a very strong position. This is, I think, the better long-term play, but he will absolutely need something like a fort next round come down and help punch through this shield.
It definitely needs something, yes.
Elite comes out on the arc lights. So the level 3 arc light already, and then the 2 level 2s. That is a lot of added value. And ooh, we had a fast power snipe, which saves this arc light at level 2 from the heavy armor pack of sledges. And these carry arcs are getting kind of spooky. That shield still holds. That tower timing was very unfortunate for Zillilag.
Well, and the tower timing wasn't going to help bust through the shield either. Shields are not, don't take the additional damage. Or Yeah. That shield is just incredible value, and it is preventing these guys from leveling. Now, the sledge here and here did actually get their levels off of the outside arc lights, but by now, Pink Hair is into double-tacked carry arcs, has heavy armor, has laser sights available. I mean, when do you want to push the button for a giant, or do you just want to go, sure, laser sight out here, heavy armor on the level 4 arc light, so that thing's a mini giant at 31,000 hit points, just committing to the carry arc light at this point.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, that thing has 168 meter range, and it wouldn't surprise me if the fangs inside the bubble end up drawing the aggro of that sledgehammer. And that's assuming the orange arc light doesn't just kill the sledges anyway.
Right. And here's what I'm talking about. These level 3 Mustangs did just 8,000 damage last round. And so much of what they did was shooting this, not getting any kind of scaling. Now the tower finally goes down. It's taken 3 rounds before that shield goes down even. And far side, the Rhino is going to get through, gets to tower, Zillag finally getting to use the Specialist, and with that tower debuff, gets to both sides, and are these Mustangs going to get their badly needed level? They do, by finishing off that level 3 arc light over there. So, levels for this Mustang, half a level for this pack, and Zillag might be off the ground here. Aspiring to be the
really
cutest, down to 4332. And takes the missile strike where he can drop it on either of those two. Also going to...
It's gotta be for the Mustang.
Also going to missile the Crawler and Rhino together here. Yeah, it's going for the level 4 Mustang. That one's obviously going to be shielded, but at least you've made him pay the 100 for it.
I was expecting a mobile beacon, actually. It's kind of surprising to me that it's going to be shielded like this. I guess in the future it's still protected.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You've got this thing protected from this forever, and
right.
I was actually kind of thinking Aspiring to be the Cutest might drop that missile strike on the other side of the board, over here,
on the supplement with the Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you have to keep him honest and threaten that Mustang. I think it's probably going to not work, but if it's not protected and you don't shut it down, then it's just not worth the risk versus the opportunity cost.
It would be back-breaking and could even be game-costing for Zillag.
Yes.
Elsewhere, Zillag has gone for Mech Rage on the sledges, has another sledge on the outside. Is that sledge so close that it's going to get missiled? I think it is. I think that is part of the...
Yep.
Part of the missile pack over there.
Especially with the Mech Rage. And these arcs are scary now, and every arc eats sledge.
And eats beasts on Mustangs because they outrange them.
Yeah.
The only thing is they don't have the charged shot, so they are losing out to this heavy armor sledge in the middle. It is so tanky, but it doesn't matter. If the rest of the board is dead, it does not matter how tanky you are. Or maybe
that tower hunting was huge. That's he did put the heavy armor on.
That's the heavy armor arc light, yeah. That's been on for a round and a half now, 2 rounds complete. Because that was on during round 4.
Mustangs get another level.
So do the arc lights.
Yes.
Off we go. Hyper scaling both directions.
I have a boat. There's not great upshoot. There's blue marksman without any text. Does have AA on the bar. Replicate for the defender.
He took that last turn. And
that's really gonna help keep that chaff locked up.
Now we get the level 2 Sandworm with armor enhancement, 145,000 hit points out here to try and play some defense into the Rhino. It'll do, that Sandworm's attack is enough to one-shot the, not one-shot, two-shot the Rhino, essentially. So it'll take it about, 2.5 seconds to delete that Rhino because it's in almost instant lock range.
Right.
That missile device will prevent the cheeky missile that slowed this whole push down the last round, but now there is Worm instead. Triple boat for Zillag? I mean, I like it against the Arclight.
Yes. And notably, there is no chin gun. It is the range launcher overload classic carry boat.
Right. He's also missiling out the replicate crawlers, so Zillag really trying to stabilize this board and turn it around now. Seems to be
Sandworm on the right is
long
tanking
term.
all of the Mustangs.
Yeah, on that side there's no item, there's no damage, there's no DPS through that armor. So that thing lives and gets to eat a AMD for its trouble. Has to do it through tower debuff. And the only thing left that can answer that, Overlord is the level 2 marksman. Gets one, working on the other one.
And the Fangs tank
Debuff
almost
was so close. This Overlord has a few hit points left. It's enough to win the round for Zillag. Pink hair
Nice.
on 3982. And Zillag at half that at 2092. We go to round 7. Enhancement module. Such a snap pick for Zillag. Do you have a boat to level and sell, sir? Why, yes you do. Do you have another boat level you'd like to take? Why, yes you do.
I actually think he doesn't want to sell. I don't think this is for stonking. I think this is for scaling.
Yeah, I could see it. But I would have loved to have seen this one sold, this one given the stonk module and leveled. You are correct, though. He's going for Elite Recruit. Takes another boat out on the right. I will outboat your Sandworm. Sandworm has Strike. It does not have AA, so this is not the Void Insanity build. Yeah, it's
There's the range.
double Elite Recruited Overlords plus range, and he's afforded it without selling the Overlord. Without selling the Stonk module Overlord.
Now he has 4 blue boats with range, and you can launcher them next round.
Opponent has anti-air ammunition on the Arclights. I don't think I have seen this matchup ever, so let's see how it goes. 4 level 2 boats into carry Arclight without charged shot, but with anti-aircraft ammunition. So, yikes.
Notably, Arc AA has no targeting range, no bonus damage. It is just the ability to shoot up.
Also
And
notable is Pink Hair took the range enhancement and Zillag did not.
Yes. But these blue boats have just enough health to take some shots and still one-tap the arc lights.
Right.
And that's really key because blue boats are a whole different animal, and that's why I think he intentionally didn't
Yeah,
sell out of the
that
Stonk module one.
Yep, didn't sell that one. These things have enough hit points to survive at 32,000 hit points each. You have actual giant-like hit points. And
You may not even want to take the launcher, so you can preserve the range.
preserve the range, yeah. That has dropped Aspiring to be the Cutest down to 2,900 hit points. And Cutest takes the Incendiary Bomb. Zillag now could jump drive one of those if you wanted to with a redeployment. Oof. You can already see that Incendiary Bomb is coming in on the
Connection to that oil.
connection there, yeah. So the whole middle is going to be on fire. And if you just drop back a little bit, back up and let the Mustangs walk into that, right?
Yeah.
Can't do it all. It'll be level 1 boats for Zillag. He can afford to, well, he loans. Afford to mass recruit another one.
How do I see Photon?
Takes range and high mobility this time. Which
It's Wasp.
there's the range, temp range for Pink Hair. Apooche points
wonder
out
if
that
Photon would
AA
have been
arcs
really
can just get stuck on shield wasps forever. So these are going to be Mothership Wasps. Is that the play that Zillag is going for? Doesn't have the Wasp yet to give shields to.
Right, there's no Wasp Unit 2 tech, but you gotta know that's coming next round.
Right.
I think not launching is actually valuable here because the range is so important.
Right, the range is pretty key. And having switched out so that this time it does take launcher, or it does take the temp range, actually outranges the level 3s, 163 to 165. Doesn't outrange the level 4 or higher.
Yeah, that shaft torching in the middle is absolutely brutal, though, because the Overlords were really relying on the ground game that got shut down.
Right.
Only good news is that there's not a ton of damage.
Yeah, the whole board shut down for Zillilag. Pink hair on 2900, Zillilag down to 1000. But all of that depended on the chaff getting deleted. With the oil and the incendiary combined, the missile strike also picked up about the first Wasp's production from that whole group of
Yeah, that was a huge value missile strike.
right, and
Being that ball of Overlord.
there's the fort. You got to assume anti-air. Have you clicked it already?
100%.
Oh, we got there just in time to see it clicked. Note also,
Speaking of got to.
the big part of that round is the five or six? Looks like it was 5 anti-missile devices along the back row for pink hair.
Yeah, suppressing the boat missile
Suppressing the
shots.
boat missiles. Mm-hmm. So kept everything alive.
Here's Wasps. You're gonna see the shield tech. We do see spread crawler, which is going to make it very nice. Although these replicate crawlers are going to get good value into spread crawler now that the spread crawler comes with a debuff to health.
Right. Spread crawler reduces loose formation crawler decreases hit points by 30%. So the replicate crawlers in a crawler v crawler would just feast. Of course, that's not, it's not an empty situation because they're supported by the Mustangs, they're supported by the Overlords, they're supported by the Wasps.
Yes. Zillilag has 250 left to spend and really doesn't want to not spend it. I think that a boat level could have been really valuable here.
Casually floating 250 with only 1,000 hit points left? No problem.
Loaning and floating 250, no less.
Yeah, that's a little painful. Nothing like paying the interest on a loan you didn't actually use.
Right.
And,
Assuming you get to pay the interest.
You're right. Assuming you get to. The Phoenix pickup didn't do a ton. Does get to the far left tower very late, but has a few Mustangs left to delete some anti-missile devices. Has done enough to buy another round at least. And does go down at the end. 400 hit points damage left from 4 surviving units. Puts Zillilag at 668. Holding on as we go to round 10.
Another stonks module, which it pays for itself since you get the 20% stat buff.
Right.
Putting that down on one of your boats, but that middle boat that could have leveled would have survived the engagement with the middle arc if it had had one more level.
Zillilag does
so
take
between
it.
missiling out front shaft.
And I'm just going to point out how much value has been left on the board by not selling this guy the first time it leveled. Just, he's been able to have other units that could have leveled for free for a long time. That's
true.
Among other things. So even if sell it for the 200, rebuy it at level 1 for 100. It did enough work to level up last round, and assume it's going to be coming back around and earning that value again. If Zillilag loses...
Fire oil turn really put that behind, because it would have
That's
leveled
true.
again had that not happened. So there was some
True.
tempo counter to that. It's
Lot of missiles on the line for both players.
We have a couple of anti-missile devices for Zillilag on the line at different points.
Yeah, that'll help against these sentry missiles on the line. Also helping against the AA barrage from the forts. The Wasps do have shield, energy shield at this point.
And now the question, I think that they're able to stop it. Does Zilla get in and wrap this up?
It's close. He's getting a punch through the middle on the left side. Locked on. Getting to tower.
The anti-missiles.
Tower goes down. The anti-missiles have done a ton of work, but they're not enough. Now both
Not
towers
enough.
are down. Now the AMD's going down. And it's a huge round win.
Wow.
Just like watching a Woot game. When Zillilag's build came good, it does 4,000 damage, well, 3,500 damage, and knocks aspiring to be the cutest out of this tournament at the quarterfinals. Zillilag, your winner, holding on at 668 hit points. Rip AA arcs. Yikes. That was a good game.
I'm really surprised there wasn't more Fort AA added. Because I think forts with AA in the boats is all about going wide. You really need a bunch of them to get the job done. And those missiles were also going to be very valuable in clearing out the wasps so that the arc lights could get locks on the boats that matter.
Right, we took two forts last round. Why not just drop 2 more, right?
I'm honestly not sure where the money went, because it feels like this board looks almost the same as it did the previous round. I don't see any Fang techs. I don't see a new architect other than what we've had for the last 3 rounds.
Right.
I'm kind of confused where the money went, truthfully.
We took defense enhancement. Defense enhancement 2 and attack enhancement 2 to really buff up the hit points. Also raised this tower to level 3. So that is where the big
So
money
tower
spends
levels,
were.
anti-missiles, and tower
Right.
enhancements.
And you almost wonder if that's just a math error to add 24% when your arc lights are doing, plus
So much percentile.
144 damage from this, right? Like, add 24 is just not enough to plus 144, for example.
I really think that was just a not spending their money on the best use case. I think they probably had that game
And
if
contrast,
they pop down 3 more forts or
Yeah,
something along those lines.
Apooche and Contrast Ethics say they spent about 500 more on anti-missiles there. All right, that is this round complete. In the spoiler roll, Ava Stigma beats Vigo von Homburg, so we have 3 unbeaten remaining. Those are Belief, who beat Harbinger, Harbinger having beaten Forgotten Arbiter, Zillilag, who you just saw with the win, and B-Man, who has pressed F for Press F for Boats. Gets us through to... now there is a worthy final. B-Man against Zillilag. Of course, we don't know if that will be the final or the semi-final until we know the result of Vigo von Homburg versus Belief. But these two, either one, would be a worthy champion for sure. We'll be back in 90 seconds, and we'll bring you that match. A whole bunch of other folk that we know and like are having good rounds as well. I see Mumbo Jumbo, I see Whooped, I see Crag, I see Mamaro, all at 4-1, Bimpy's at 4-1, Cursed, who I like despite the fact that I hate running into him. He always curses me. I do like. all at 4-1, having some good rounds. So keep it up. Keep up the good work. Don't forget to ready up. We will...
First got me in the last Wednesday tournament, but I beat him on ladder since then, so we're 1-1.
Very nice. Very nice. Congrats to the 14% that backed Zillilag in the last one. We will put up channel point predictions for this one. I'm gonna click the stop button. Make sure I have this right way around. I did not. I had it the other way around. I do this right, I get it into color-coded.
Gotcha.
Well, we've seen both of them along the way. Do you have anything to add beyond what we've seen from them already?
I'm curious to see whether it'll be a B-man aggro or a B-man standard. Zulag, I think, has very much been a aggro player. I would love to see an aggro B-man, sorry, a Zillilag B-man headbutt. That would be my, like, I would love to see how they play aggro v aggro on the line. But otherwise, they're both flexible players. I've seen Zillilag use a variety of different strategies. It'll be a very interesting matchup for sure. If it's standard v standard, I want to be watching for if B-Man uses the Wasps as the flank in round 2 to 3 like he has been,
Right.
and I'm curious if he does that even if it's an aggro push, whether that's a standard v standard play or if that's just a B-Man special. So a few tendencies that are a good opportunity to test since we've seen them both already to see if they are consistencies or simply circumstantial reactions to the game in hand.
All right, welcome to round 6 of Weekend Tournament America's number 75. Of course, coming into this match, we don't know whether it's going to be the final or the semifinal. That will depend on Vigo von Homburg in the spoiler role against Belief in the other semifinal match, the other round 6 match of Unbeatens. We have Zillilag versus B-Man. We have cast both of them along the way. Epic final, if it is the final. These two both worthy of a title. B-Man, of course, the captain of the 201 Mag 1 team. Zillilag, we saw beat the beat CrossFit in the Launch Clash tournament qualifiers. So capable of beating just about anybody.
For sure.
Zillilag is a giant specialist with aggro position stormcallers. I like this. Further forward and vertical, and B-Man is deep.
You think he forgot that he's not putting his fangs there, and he meant to play standard? Ooh, and both going with a double chaff, so just a bunch of crawlers, fangs, and storms for both players. Very interesting. In this particular lineup, I actually like the aggro storms odds because the storm callers for the standard player are going to be shooting the line crawlers that are running, but these storm callers are going to be very close for Zillilag to be pushing and hitting the Stormcaller defensive positions.
Right. They might get locked on the defensive storms, and of course they're pretty much straight opposite the tower. If you dropped a giant in there, the way that some people will do with defensive Vulcan defensive fort, these guys, they would just be getting that initial volley right off the rip. And of course, if you drop something further forward, the storms get to target that too.
Very interesting. Is this a Fang?
It looks
carry
gaming to me.
Mm-hmm. And there's the storms getting good storm lock, although they clump up for a nasty volley. That's unfortunate.
Well, that is
Drunk
the
aggro
risk.
from the,
That is the risk
storm
of putting
operators.
putting them vertical like that. You called that out the last time we saw this.
Yes. Horizontal tends to beat vertical, although aggro tends to beat standard, so it's better who got it. Which better volley arc.
Zillilag takes the missile strike. That is one way to solve this Stormcaller problem. It'll also take out some of the chaff, given where he's put it. It'll hit the crawlers as well. That's going to let him get pretty quick lock on tower.
Yes, I actually wonder if he's putting it here because the other one looks better, because if you literally put it on the opposite tower, he gets a pack of fangs as bonus value that he doesn't get where he is now, and I'm wondering if he's anticipating that B-Man only shields the obvious choice for the highest value.
I don't think the fangs walk forward enough to get got by that by very much. But I do agree with you that he's hitting the less obvious side, and it does not yet look like Fang Gaming. He's picking up 2 crawlers. Left himself with enough to shield. I don't think you want to shield. And unlocks Vulcan. So what he does not want to see dropped from B-Man is Vulcan in those... he doesn't want to see B-Man earn a Vulcan as the round 3 drop. Of course, Zillalag knows we did not see a unit drop in round 2. If you don't know this, Titan and I went back and forth on this and then went and tested it out. Round 3 is the round you start getting a giant drop. You're much more likely to get one in round 3 than round 4. So as Giant Specialist on round 1 and round 2, you do want to buy, not even buy, you don't have to buy it, you just have to unlock it to lock out the Giant you do not want to see against you. Oh, if you don't know what Giant that is, it's usually Melting Point, because that is the counter to all of your other Giants. But...
Usually there is, if you have a specific game plan, a particular giant that you especially don't want to face.
This would be the counter. At least make your opponent pay the 200s to unlock the darn thing.
Exactly.
It prevents them from unlocking it, buying it, and teching, and having like 4 of them in the same round.
Don't give Bearlag the chance to give it away if you have the power to stop it.
With the win on the left side, Zillalag able to come around, wins on the right. B-Man down to 37.66. Zillalag on 44.50. Zillalag takes improved Melter as Giant Specialist. What he cannot afford as Giant Specialist is to not take that and to discover later that B-Man has taken it. And in fact, having taken it, now he's going to unlock and deploy it. Once he's taken it, of course, it can't show up as a drop anymore. But this thing is so incredible. It's not so much the plus 50% attack, which is great. It's not so much the plus 20% hit points, which is nice, but plus 20 range so that you win the Melter versus Melter.
20 range is also very substantial. And one thing that I'm expecting is that Zillalag is going to be going energy diffraction. I've actually seen Zillalag run energy diffraction melting point in a 2v2 match where he just solo queued. And I saw him paired with a very just, average 2v2 player, and he was up against a duo team and carried both sides of the board with multi-melter on the line aggro.
Yeah, he was really dominant in that one, and that's the multi-melt with improved melting point. Energy diffraction drops range by 30. The improved melter gives you back 20 of that, and now all of a sudden it's energy diffraction and does not have as much of a negative downside as it used to. Of course, the plus 50% attack means that the net output damage from energy diffraction is also higher than the net output from a normal. Yeah, the attack plus 50% is quite relevant when you diffract. He gets the lock on the Farseer just in time. It does go down to the storms eventually, but
it's about halfway to a level.
And it's not going to be the only one. I don't think this one Fang is going to handle the 2 Phoenix. No. It does not. So, B-Man wins round 3, despite the improved Melter coming out. I've never seen a Melter dropped unleveled on round 3 outside of a drop. Zillalag going for it. Here, deep in tournament. Now you get the unit drops, and you can see the impact that Zillalag locking out those 2 giants has had. There's way less opportunity to get a giant, and of course there's less opportunity in round 4 anyways, but I
love the sledges.
Ponderance of packs, and both players took those sledges, so level 2 sledge for both sides.
Great chaff unit when you're facing melting points because it requires multiple locks. Obviously multi-melt can potentially push forward through that, but it's also decent chaff here. It's tankiness that's comprised of multiple bodies. I thought that it was honestly the right choice for both players here, because you don't want to take a Sabertooth into melting points. And if you have melting points, you don't want to rely on a Sabertooth to compete with you for doing damage.
Right, you've got your single target damage. B-Man is into a 4 Mustang backline, so it looks like it's going to be carry Mustang, if he can get those to scale. Of course, those are individual targets. I don't care if you multi-melt if I've got 12 packs or 12 units in a pack.
Yes. Mustang is a great chaff clear hybrid as well as sledges. And it can also scale into a carry, and they are particularly problematic if you are trying to use a melting point, because just the sheer number of locks required to chew through them.
You can see we've got the melter doing nothing but targeting chaff so far. There's a good chaff board from B-Man. He hasn't ranged the Mustangs. The Mustangs come out and contribute to that problematic positioning. You can see improved melter locking on Mustangs while the rest of the board gets deleted around it. Now it's sitting there all by itself, facing Phoenix, facing Farseer, and still has a whole bunch of chaff to work through. These level 2 sledges in the middle are not going to be enough. And the Phoenix should get to feast. There they go. B-Man wins round 4 as well. Zillag down to 3170. And then 3766. We have leveled that far side melter if he wants it. Now he gets efficient giant manufacturing. Would you like 350 cost improved melting points and double teched immediately, range and energy diffraction? And the right cell leaves him exactly 350, which would be one more if he wants it. For B-Man, the pick was the Scorpions, unlock and purchase.
I want to see range on those immediately, because you're going into a melting point. If you're going to take the Scorpions, they need to be able to engage and connect while there's chaff in front of them. Because now you've given Zillag a single target. I guess you can also go with trying to just chaff overwhelm.
Yeah, it's a chaff overwhelm game at the moment. Zillag did sell out of the storms. Those vertical storms over here were the sell. And it's actually going to be a chaff unit. 2 chaff units, 2 deep. Oh, 1 deep and 1 late mid crawler, it looks like. And 1 more fang. Where'd that go? Next to the next to the melter, so it's be sort of the later arriving chaff on that side. Now you get the melter on the left, at least, locked into some of the sledges. Scorpions getting the level 2 sledges taken care of. At least
Look how far back these multi-melters are.
Yeah. They're deep. But there's not much left on the board for Zillag. Of course, from here on, we can just spam melters. It's going to be good, and leveled melter with suck and 5 beams is just never going to die unless it gets EMP'd. I just wrote a Reddit post about
there
this.
is EMP.
I did write a Reddit post about this just recently. I've gone from, in my evaluation of the game, I've gone from, EMP is completely worthless. EMP is completely game breaking. It ruins my builds.
Yep.
This is the game where EMP would be completely build breaking. So B-Man, I think his primary objective is going to be turn the melters off. Turn off the range, turn off the multi-melt, make them walk slowly, and while they're walking slowly, make them die. For Zillag, it's a level 5 Rhino dropped onto the far left flank, deep left flank, and a 3rd melter. He's got 1 more recruit left. We'll see where he goes. B-Man takes the range you wanted and a extra Scorpion. He has also taken the Rhino, but sold it immediately. So didn't wait to see where Zillag might do. I do like this because we saw this from Sacco against Apooche in the finals of the European. Very similar play where he dropped a high-level Rhino on the flank, forced a counter to it, and then sold out of it so that he could fund what he needed to do elsewhere.
Armor is so bad here because of the Scorpions that are literally already lined up with these sledges. In theory, it's there to tank the Mustangs and the crawlers, but it's just gonna die.
No, I think you're misunderstanding, guys. Scorpion does 10,047. That sledge has 10,434. survives one shot, forcing
Sure.
him to shoot a second time. And if you're Zillag, that might be all you need from those. Take a second shot.
B-Man doesn't have the attack enhanced yet. I'm pretty sure a level 1 Scorpion with attack enhancement will still beat.
It will beat that.
Armor.
Yes, it will beat that.
So overall, I don't think I like the resource investment there.
I'm not saying it's great, but it does change a breakpoint, and Zillag at least aware of that. And really, if he's last round was close enough, this round is, he's got locks on 2 of those 3 Scorpions, despite them having range. Now he's got a tower. Punching his way in, still has an anti-missile over there. That's not so good.
EMP.
The EMP is doing the work. EMP coming off the Stormcallers, of course. That is the classic answer to melting points. And B-Man running it. Zillag, there's the hero. 1 surviving improved melting point. Llama Prob says they survive 1 Scorpion shot and a stiff breeze.
I think B-Man is in a really strong position here. I don't think that Zillag is going to be able to keep these melting points operational. And, these Scorpions obviously have acid, and you just tech it as soon as 1 shot tags the melting point.
Right.
Any storm that disables it, it's just going to crawl through that acid, taking 250% damage, and get absolutely smashed.
B-Man takes quick teleport. We talked about him loving to do air flanks. That is what is wide open for Zillag right now. There is no deep anti-air. We've talked about those, and there it is. B-Man instantly with the Phoenix on that flank. I'd love to see a mobile beacon to ensure that that goes straight to tower, doesn't do anything wonky with following crawlers. But I think even if it does follow the crawlers for a little bit, eventually it'll stop and aggro onto the tower.
Here's the crawler. Now, I do find it somewhat interesting as crawler not suck, but I think that the crawler is even more time that you're trying to buy before the storms splash these melting points.
Right. So B-Man is in
Does B-Man
Mustang Scorpion.
Doesn't beacon.
He didn't do the beacon. He's going to follow the crawlers for a moment and then turn over, I hope. Hopefully the tower is shortly closer. There it goes. Does get there. Let the crawlers lead him to the tower. And during the debuff, you can see that whole line collapsing on Zillag. Now the EMPs are landing. Now the Scorpions are getting the job done. And it is lots and lots of trouble for Zillag. I don't think it's going to be lethal damage, but it is pretty close. He has taken out
It's going to be painful.
He's taken out one of the Scorpions, and that has bought a lot of time for the Melter on the right. It's real close. Zillag from 2,200 hit points down to 251. Squeak!
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Staying alive. It's a drop. Here are the giants you didn't unlock earlier. You could get an Overlord or Fort. Photon to try and keep... Yeah, it's not like you're getting the unlock for free, but you are getting the deploy for free. And it will counter... Yeah, that level 3 Overlord will in fact counter a level 1 Phoenix. The level 1 Phoenix is sold about as quickly. It almost looked like it took one look and left.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no.
Level 1
No, boss.
Phoenix.
Nope. I don't care. I'm selling myself. But now we've got the late melters arriving up the middle. Rise doesn't cover the Phoenix flank on the right.
Well, he's got a missile
have a
and
missile
chaff
back
on
there.
the right. I'm surprised it's not actually Botan. I think selling that boat and then using Botan, because the only thing that shuts you down is EMP and acid.
Right. So his
I really think
recruits are 2 new melters. they're not going to be late melters. They're going to be right up on the line. And they're not covering... Well, he sold the boat. Goes for a third melter. And again, drops that one deep so it would handle the Phoenix if the Phoenix were still there. So he does have one late arriving. He'd also previously taken the portable shield, put it on that level 3 melter on the left. And we...
That's a line of anti-missile devices to protect his right flank.
Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. 4 of them now. Is the acid actually hurting B-Man? Because so much of the fight is happening in it.
It is until it isn't.
It is until it isn't, but it's only like it's landing on 1 melter so far. 2 now. There's a third.
Yeah.
I guess he is going to win on the right. Zilla like has to win this round or he is losing this match. He's not going to win this round. Down goes the second tower. B-Man is your winner here in round 6 of this tournament. We will check to see if that is a win or if Belief has earned one more match. Belief has not earned a 7th round. Vigo von Homburg with the spoiler beats Belief. B-Man is your champion. Congratulations, B-Man. Well played. We've got 1 match still going. That is Mumbo Jumbo against Skynen. Wow. That was very tight there. Apooche says, a Scorpion got the kill onto a melter that had the lock on it just before it would have died, and that is what swung that side. Congratulations to the 80% of you that took B-Man as champion there. The honor of the 201. The captain of the 201 from the Mag 1 tournament gets the win. If you don't know what the Mag 1 tournament is, that is something being hosted by Yes Win Big, and it is essentially a Nations Cup format with, you can call it the Americas, Russia, China, German language, French language, although I think they are primarily German and French respectively, and then Finland. Of course, we just had the first round of that today. That was, you can tune in on Mag 1 Live, which is a Twitch channel, or you can tune in here. Also cast on Rooster's channel. So that is, I think it's a $2,400 prize pool at this point, and it continues to grow. And
Okay.
Yeah, Yes Win Big has put a lot into this. He's really going for a high-end production values. We're getting there. And casting from Rooster, from Time for Miracle, and from Amarok 81 available. Those are Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Of course, you can always tune in on VOD if that's a little early for you. The
Right.
matches are timed to be the least inconvenient for 501 players and 201 players and 401 and, the Europeans. That turns out to be 7 a.m. Pacific. So, it's not the most convenient for those of us on the West Coast, but, you get up early for some mecha. You get to watch some great mecha. It's great. Call it your Saturday morning cartoons.
Right. So I've been seeing this, and I'm personally not a fan, but I've been seeing a lot of Fortress in Standard, and even Fortress in Standard without range. And they just spend so much time walking, and they kind of die in the middle of the map, whether it's to storm collars or melting points.
They do spend a lot of time walking. They are providing their shield bubble in theory over that whole army as it walks. Although,
Sure.
You'd rather have this whole fight have just been happening from where they are now, right? With some
Right.
chaff running out in front and distracting. So that's why they
Pay so much
aggro-
money.
Yeah, that's why the aggro fort is so strong, right? You're not wasting the time walking. It's also why taking high mobility is highly recommended if you're playing a big fort build. To get those big guys into the action as early as you can, whether they are shooting or tanking, wherever you want them working from, you want them in the fight early.
In my opinion, forts do not have enough health to just tank. You need to get their offense value. They are not worth their price as just a pile of hit points.
And Mumbo Jumbo finding that out, Skynin gets the win and knocks off fellow streamer Drew. So GG's, that has brought our tournament to an end. That's going to bring our cast to an end. Congratulations to B-Man, B-Station Shark Rookie. You are no rookie. You are the champion of Weekend Tournament America's number 75. Vigo von Homburg with that win in the spoiler role. Beating Belief takes second. Congratulations, Vigo. Zillalag loses what turned out to be the final against B-Man and comes third. Belief, Ava Stigma, aspiring to be the cutest, press F for boats, Crag, ZFT, and TNT11, Vimpy, rounding out the top 10. Of course, in a stacked tournament, we'll show you down to about 30th or so. For those of you having your best ever performances, congratulations. Oh, Skynin also 5-1 after that win over Mumbo Jumbo. So I'll give them a call out as well. Lots of folk in this who had some great wins, some memorable wins for folk. Well done.
Honorable mention to Crag for only losing to the winner of the tournament as well.
Yes, honorable mention to Bellicose Drake for beating Apooche. So
yeah,
that is
touche.
That is definitely a accomplishment to remember. And congrats to all of you. Thank you very much for watching. Alpha Titan, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you being around, both as a teammate and as a caster. And it's good to have you around, my friend.
It's good to be here, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be than here with you. You make it a lot of fun, and I will learn a lot from all of the experience that I get to do together, and hopefully I'm able to pass on those insights as we cast together and play together to the listening home audience.
Yes, and thank you guys out there in the audience. Really appreciate you all. We are getting a huge set of thank yous for all of you guys, from all of you guys. Really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I am going to give our thank yous to our moderators, starting with Alpha Titan, who is here. Also Zach, who co-cast the European tournament with me earlier. Also Zalex, Cody, Codifly, of course, the organizer of that Triple Threat Tricksters tournament. Very busy today. Wolf Factory, Decaf, both here earlier in the day. Ocelotus Gaming and Guild founder Ghoster Supreme, the other mods. VIP sponsors include YesWin Big, Salt Monkey is Zach, Mr. John Thursday, Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, JustNash XYZ, Xfire X, and Toast94. Really appreciate you guys. Wouldn't be here without you all. And to each and every one of you that follows, that subscribes, that watches, that chimes in chat, we really appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. And as always, thanks to the real star, Kiddo. Good night. Thanks for watching. And we will raid you off to anybody else who is still on at this stage of the late night. Looks like that might be a Mumbo Jumbo. Let's yep. Oh, you know, I'm actually gonna raid over to Sparty on grounds that Sparty also streaming. A lot of you know that that Mumbo Jumbo streams. Maybe some of you guys don't know that Sparty does. So I'll send you folks over there. Give Sparty, he's a longtime guild member in good standing. Please give Sparty some love and a warm welcome. Looks like he has just queued up against Josh and is what's that, about 1697 MMR for Sparty right now. So, thanks for being here. Good night, everybody.